Hey everyone. Welcome back for part 2 of What If Konoha Honored Minato's Wish. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 9. The next day came quickly for Naruto. With first light, the group returned to the boat and made the trip home. It was lively with Hebe talking non-stop about all of the dengo she was going to eat and Nico talking about spending time with Hayate. Jiraiya wouldn't stop giggling, drooling and repeating Tsunade's name. Kuma remained as silent as ever and Kakashi had Ika wherever he went, so no issues there. Before he knew it, the gates of Konoha came into view and he was reporting into the Hokage. Kitsune asked the Hokage to clear the room and then threw up a privacy seal. He then recounted the trip in its entirety. He had his camera that he picked up on the way back ready. When he was done recounting everything about the Shinigami, he snapped a picture of the Hokage. Hiruzen was so gobsmacked that he didn't even notice the click or the giggles that followed it. He then told him about the Uzumaki clan library he found. He promised to keep him updated when it came to anything that could benefit Konoha. That is quite the tale, Kitsune-kun. Without your teammates here, I would be having difficulty believing any of it. Now, on to something more serious. Kastun and Inu, please step forward and remove your masks. Gasps went out from Team Ro. If an active duty Anbu was asked to remove their masks, it meant that they were being relieved from duty. It was Inu that spoke up. Hokage-sama? Did we do something to offend you? No, nothing of the sort, Kakashi. You have been in the Corps for too long and it is time for Naruto-kun to step into the light. At this, Anko stepped forward and removed her mask. If Kakashi and the Gaki are going, so am I. I have been talking to Ibiki about taking up a role in T&I and this feels like my cue, Anko said while respectfully bowing to the Hokage. Very well, Anko-chan. I am sure Ibiki will be glad to have you. I will approve the transfer as soon as it hits my desk. Now, Kakashi and Naruto-kun. I will have Naruto-kun attend the last couple of months at the academy and then you will be as Jonin-sensei Kakashi. Hokage-sama, any chance I could refuse? I love working with Naruto, but I am not cut out to teach brats and babysit them? Naruto chimed in, Hokage-sama, do I really have to go to the academy? I can run circles around the instructors there with my level 4 gravity seals activated. This brought laughter to the whole room, including Hiruzen. I have no doubt you could, Naruto-kun. See this as an opportunity to spend time with your friends. You will be attending as Naruto Uzumaki, for the time being. At the upcoming Chunin exams, we will announce your heritage. Kakashi will be your Jonin sensei because I want you to have reliable backup if any missions go pear-shaped. Are you sure, Hokage-sama? The way I see it, Kakashi Taiku is just going to freeload off me. No doubt about it. Another round of laughter followed this statement and left Kakashi rubbing the back of his head. Nothing he could really say against that. Will my Junon teammates be aware of my capabilities? Will they know I was in Anbu? Yes, Naruto-kun, I am sure. To your second question, regretfully, you will not be able to tell your Junon team. I don't want too much information about you getting out before the Chunin exams. I have thought this out and talked to all necessary parties. One last thing that I wish to say to Team Ro. The Hokage stood up and bowed gracefully, thank you for your outstanding service. Team Ro bowed in return and departed from the Hokage's office for the last time as a team. That night, they went to the bar as a team and ate and drank together for Ro's last hurrah. Nachiro used his QB enhanced henge to age himself to look 18, he didn't want people seeing a kid in the bar. He didn't feel like fielding all of the questions that would follow. The night was a smashing success and Naruto had his first ever make-out session. It all started when a tipsy Naruto stood up from the table and asked Anko to dance. He went over to the karaoke machine, slotted in a coin and played Crazy Bitch. After a wild dance, accompanied by hoots and hollers from other Jonin in the bar, Naruto dipped Anko at the end of the song. When their eyes met, she gave him the go-ahead. He planted a confident, yet inexperienced kiss, on the purple-haired snake mistress. When Naruto stood her back up, he saw her flush and he regained eye contact with her. After a meaningful look, he pulled the hem of her collar down and planted a kiss on the cursed seal. Then a kiss to the nape of her neck. Finally, he whispered in her ear, I will remove this tainted fucking seal from your perfection. I give you my word, and as you know, I never go back on my word. It was at this point that Anko hopped into the transformed blonde's arms, wrapped her legs around his waist and began a heated makeout session. If Yugao didn't drag a very drunk Anko home that night, kicking and crying out to Naruto-kun, then Naruto most definitely would have become a man that night. Ah, academy days. Naruto didn't like the feeling of walking through the village streets in broad daylight. His Anbu instinct screamed at him to get back up on the rooftops and use the shinobi highway. However, the Hokage asked him to maintain a low public profile for the time being. Naruto had been going to the academy for the past 2 months. He had to admit that it was nice being able to catch up with his old friends. Anbu life didn't exactly leave him with a whole lot of free time. Walking down the streets to the academy, Naruto kept chuckling as he thought back to his first day in class. Flashback, 2 months ago. Naruto was waiting outside the classroom door for the instructor, Iruka, to call him in. He could feel the wild range of emotions that the children of the academy let out in droves. It was overwhelming after pretty much living at Anbu HQ, where everyone was trained to keep their emotions, and therefore chakra fluctuations, in check. He heard Iruka call for him to enter, so he opened the door and walked through. There were nearly 30 kids seated in the classroom, not even one of them registered as a threat. Sasuke had the largest chakra pool, but it was only 1/100th of his own. Naruto gave him a slight nod as he entered and walked across the front of the classroom. When Naruto planted himself squarely in the middle of the chalkboard, he turned to the class. I know some of you already know me. To you guys, I say sup, long time no see. To the rest of you, I am Naruto Uzumaki. It is a pleasure to meet you, he said in a confident tone that made multiple high-pitched squeals come from the room. Iruka took over from there. Very good, Naruto. Why don't you find an empty seat? Naruto walked to the back of the classroom and sat down next to Hinata. He squeezed her shoulder and mouthed Heya, which got a brilliant blush out of the shy girl. Naruto sat down next to her and immediately went to chill with Kurama in his mindscape. Hinata couldn't believe it. She hadn't spent much time with Naruto since their training sessions ended nearly 3 years ago. She looked up to him so much, he filled her with so much confidence. It was because of Naruto that Hinata was the top kunoichi of the class. She kept sneaking glances over at the blonde, but he just stayed unmoving with his eyes fixed on the chalkboard. She would have to work up the confidence to talk to him more later. Ino was so excited that Haruto was in her class. That meant she would be able to be a Genin with him. I might even get to be on Ruto's Genin team. She shrieked in happiness and hoped within her mind. She had missed him so much. He seemed to get more distant over the years, but every time they were together, it was like the time apart never happened. They always picked up right where they left off when he would spend time with her on the increasingly sparse weekends. Now, he was here. And he is sitting next to Hinata. She couldn't help the fit of jealousy that struck her. I will talk to him at lunch, she thought determinedly. Naruto just kicked it with Q until he felt the class beginning to move. He exited his mindscape and followed the flow of children out onto the training field. Ino ran up and grabbed his arm and walked with him out onto the training grounds. Naruto loved Ino's possessive side. Constantly being around horny Anbu meant that Naruto could pick up on flirty behavior. Not to mention the pheromones that he could sense behind Ino's sweet lavender perfume. Iruka called out to Naruto and broke him from his thoughts. Alright, Naruto. Why don't we see where you are at in taijutsu? Mizuki here will be your sparring partner. Hi, sensei. Chimed out an amused Naruto as he walked into the center of the ring. Hey, Q. How should I handle this? Thought an amused Naruto. You do you, Kit. My container doesn't lose, and I don't like the feeling of that guy. I think I will keep the gravity seals on then. Set them to level 5 should put me around tuning speed. Do I play with him a bit or just knock him the fuck out? Kurama couldn't help but chuckle at this. Why don't you put on a show for your classmates, Kit? And then end it with a bang. Kurama's chuckle turned into howls of laughter at what happened next. Mizuki hated being a teacher. He could be so much more, and they stick him with a bunch of brats. So, what if he failed a couple missions and his teammates died? He did that on purpose in order to help his master. Now he must fight a kid, this cocky little bastard at that. Mizuki's face morphed into a smirk. I think I will play with him for a bit, then hit him just a bit too hard to vent some of my frustrations. Thought a fucked in the head tuning bully. When Iruka started the fight, Naruto stood there with his hands in his pockets. Do you not know a taijutsu style, Naruto? Asked a bewildered Mizuki. Oh, I know plenty. I just don't need them to deal with someone of your caliber. Step 1, piss him off, great success. An enraged Mizuki charged at Naruto at Chunin speed and attempted an easily dodged straight punch. Mizuki swerved into a roundhouse kick and found himself looking at the sky. Naruto had done a small, yet swift, leg sweep that took out Mizuki's plant leg. Step 2, humiliate him. Mizuki hopped back to his feet and threw a flurry of strikes at Naruto. The blonde, with his hands still in his pockets, nimbly dodged, ducked, dipped, dived and dodged out of the way of Mizuki's strikes. Iruka's interest instantly changed to terror when Mizuki whipped out a kunai in a blind fit of rage. Naruto ignored the gasps from the students and the shouts from Iruka to stop. Step 3, find a way to justify excessive force. Plan complete. Naruto launched forward and planted his shoulder into Mizuki's solar plexus. He followed that with a 1-2 uppercut combo and sent Mizuki flying into the air. Naruto then jumped, twisted and planted a straight kick into Mizuki's face. The Chunin flew about 20 feet and crumpled to the ground unconscious. Iruka dismissed class for the day and rushed Mizuki to the hospital. The whole class stood in a stunned silence until Naruto asked in a casual tone, "Ichiraku's, anyone?" He then led most of the class to Tuchi's restaurant. After collecting the money for his demon prankster mission, Naruto had loaned Tuchi 200,000 ryo, interest-free, in exchange for 20% ownership of Ichiraku's. So, when Naruto showed up with most of the class, minus Sasuke, Sakura and a couple other fan club girls, Tuchi was ecstatic. It was great catching up with his friends over a casual 10 extra-large bowls of ramen. Mizuki had to formally apologize to the class the next day. It was brilliant. Kurama couldn't have done it better himself. He set the memory on replay for the rest of the week and Naruto was forced to mute him to escape his laughter. End of flashback. A morning greeting and the scent of lilacs broke Naruto from his musings. The beautiful smile and shiny blonde hair were worth it though. He continued to casually chat with Ino until they walked into the classroom. Naruto sat down next to Hinata and Ino. Kuji and Shika showed up a bit later, followed by Kiba. He returned their greetings and asked, "Hey, Kiba, how is the clan enjoying those silencing seals? And thank your mom for training me, will ya?" A big grin spread across Kiba's face. "Sure thing, Naruto. Kachan asked to have you over for dinner tonight. She said just got back from a long hunt and you would know what that means." "Yeah, she wants another free massage." "Sure, I will be by for dinner. Tell your mom the price is a bag of your best jerky, I am sure she will agree." Confusion crossed Kiba's face, which then turned to a scowl. "You better not be doing anything with my mom, Uzumaki." Naruto held his hands up. "Hey, don't look at me. I just give her massages. It's my Uncle Q that you have to worry about." Kiba's scowl deepened. Kiba fancied himself an alpha. So, when his mom started dating Kurama and Q put Kiba in his place with his bestial dominance, it left Kiba with a wounded ego. It didn't matter that his mom was far happier than he had seen her in a long time. What bothered Kiba was that his mom insisted on not using privacy seals. She wanted to make a point to the clan that she had found a mate, and Q was more than happy to help her make that point. Side note, whenever Q dispelled his clone and returned to the seal, Naruto got the memories just like a normal shadow clone. That is why he was constantly blushing around the feral woman. "Ha, kid. Go easy on the pup. I still have a lot of unfinished business with Tsume," chuckled out a highly amused Kurama. The rest of the day passed without much significance. The negative emotions coming from Mizuki were far more intense, but Naruto would deal with that eventually if he must. He left the academy with his group of friends and spent some time in the park just shooting the shit. Around dinner time he walked to the Inuzuka compound with Kiba. Naruto had to listen to Kiba complain about Q the whole way. He had no way of knowing that Naruto has first-hand knowledge of all the times Q had given Kiba shit. Naruto had asked Kurama to take it a little easier on the poor moot, but Q insisted that it would be good for him in the long run. When they walked into the Inuzuka house, Tsume brought Naruto into a big hug. Naruto couldn't stop the blush that came from all the first-person view memories of Q running with her. She had known Naruto for years, since he was 6 if he remembered that right. She had given him some basic lessons on tracking and helped him learn to track and discern scents. She knew of his tenant, so she wasn't surprised when Naruto told her about his enhanced nose and all the problems that it gave him. It was thanks to Tsume that Naruto could tone down the potency of smells, which was awesome when he was hanging out with Kiba. That kid really hated taking baths. Dinner was always a rowdy affair with Kiba, Tsume, and Hana, in large part to Kiba's inability to keep his mouth shut. Hana was talking about her mission that she had joined Tsume on. Evidently, some Chunin had broken into the vacant Senju compound again and tried to steal some scrolls from their vault. When the alarm went off, the Chunin bolted and fled the village. The downside of being an Inuzuka was that they were almost always recruited for tracking missions. Her mom had pulled her for this mission, and it ended with Hana getting her first ninja kill. She had killed bandits before, but she had never killed a ninja, much less a Konoha shinobi. Naruto gave her a massage to help her deal with her nerves, which made Tsume jealous. Naruto summoned a shadow clone to take care of the feral clan head. He really came to appreciate the rowdy and straightforward behavior of the Inuzuka clan. Exposed. Night broke over Konohagakure with the usual bustle and shining of storefront lights. In a civilian bar, 3 people were having a whispered conversation. The 3 were Mizuki, Mibuki Haruno, representative of the Civilian Council, and Akui Zenkoku, chairman of the Merchants Guild in Konoha. After Mizuki told them of Naruto's strength, Mibuki told him it was because Naruto was the Kyuubi. Mizuki didn't bother double-checking this, he already hated the brat, so he went along with the conversation. Akui spoke up, the boy has far too much influence. He has already bought into a weapons shop and a restaurant, and he is only 12. Not to mention the whole Shinobi Council has placed the demon under their protection. That demon killed my husband. I will not allow it to spread its demonic influence through the rest of the village. Something must be done, Mibuki said quite passionately. Mizuki chimed in, if he is indeed the Kyuubi, and he is protected by the Shinobi Council, then you will need to secure help from outside the village. Maybe someone like Orochimaru? Akui hissed, do not say that traitor's name in public. I hate the demon, but I will not associate with the snake traitor. This comment earned a scowl from Mizuki. A devious smile lit upon Mibuki's face, we won't have to hire anybody. We will just leak information. The demon possessed the child of the Yondaime. We can spread this information and make it seem like Iwa found it out naturally. Mizuki's smile exploded on his face, he is the son of the Yondaime? That is hard to believe. I bet that the demon deceived the old monkey. I have some contacts that can spread the rumor. However, won't that make the boy more popular in Konoha? Akui answered in a self-assured manner, popularity won't matter when the demon is dead. Let's use this. Remember that it can never be traced back to us. Mizuki, you are on your own if this leads back to you. Mizuki smirked, don't worry, counselor. I can handle myself. I just want the demon dead once and for all. 2 weeks later, 2 weeks before Naruto's graduation, Jiraiya burst through the Hokage's window. After waving an apology to the Anbu guard and Hokage, he spoke in a rush. Sensei, I don't know how it got out, but it did. Multiple contacts have been fed information that the 4th Hokage sealed the Kyuubi into his son, Naruto Uzumaki. I have heard this from multiple contacts, and it seems the information will make it to Iwa any day now. Hiruzen groaned, let out a long sigh and then retrieved his pipe. We knew this day would come, Jiraiya. This is just a little sooner than expected. Lion, please retrieve Naruto from the academy and bring Tsunade and Tsubaki as well. 15 minutes later, the necessary parties were assembled, and the Anbu guard was dismissed. Naruto let Q out to join the conversation. After listening to the Hokage, Naruto spoke. Don't worry, Gigi. I have been thinking about this a lot. My clan asked me to be better than the previous generation. I don't want the bad blood between us, Kumo and Iwa, to affect my home. I want to be the bridge to peace. This doesn't bother me, but how about instead of waiting for them to react, we get ahead of it? Like we did with Kumo. Those in attendance couldn't help but be impressed by the young man in front of them. He stayed calm and accepted the danger associated with news like this without breaking a sweat. I think you might be right, Naruto-kun. I had planned on sending out invites to Iwa and Kumo for the upcoming Chunin exams. Maybe we could slip in a message with that, sighed out Hiruzen. Naruto looked at Q, then back to the Hokage, Gigi, I have an idea. Why don't I be the messenger? I would like to deliver a message to both villages, and I think they should meet Q. This received incredulous looks from all in attendance. It was Jiraiya that broke first. Gaki, you can't be serious. Both of those villages want your head. Naruto raised a hand to Jiraiya, made a hang sign and slapped a stabilizing seal on the back of his clone. With his point made, Naruto continued, I want to get ahead of this news. For both villages. I want to write a letter explaining myself and offering peace. As I said, I want to be the bridge. The best part is that I won't ever have to leave the academy. I will overload some clones with Q and head there myself. The worst that can happen is the shadow clone is popped a bit early. Even then, we would have their response. Gobsmackage. Naruto was proud of his ability to surprise others. He quickly took pictures of each face to add to his collection. After Jiraiya coughed from a fly forcing its way into his mouth, the conversation resumed. That is a most interesting idea, Naruto-kun. Hiruzen looked around the room and got hesitant nods from those in attendance. Will your clones be able to make it there? That is much longer than I have ever heard of a shadow clone lasting. Hi, Hokage Gigi. When I infuse some of Q's chakra into them and slap a stabilizing seal on them, they can last up to 2 weeks. Although the backlash gets pretty severe. Hiruzen marveled at the resource he now had at his disposal. What do you wish to write in your letters, Naruto-kun? One letter will be to the Kages, since both of them have unfinished business with my parents. I will do my best to defuse the situation. I request your permission to enter the CRA and use that to make a marriage proposal from Iwa and Kumo, Gigi. Gobsmacked again, successful 2-hit combo, complete. Tsunade stuttered out. Marriage? CRA? What in the actual fuck, brat? Tsunade's confusion turned into a feminine rage. You think you can just take girls without their consent, do you, brat? Naruto was shaking his head negatively behind a daydreaming Jiraiya. Jiraiya knew this kid was gold. He heard about the incident with Anko, he heard about the affections of the Yamanaka, and he had seen the Hyuga following Naruto around once or twice since he went to the academy. If only he were a toad summoner, then he would be the perfect godson. Jiraiya was forcibly brought out of his musings by a frustrated Tsunade's fist. She was tired on chasing the brat around this obstacle, so she removed the obstacle. A panicked Naruto begged Tsunade to let him explain, with his hands in the air. Butchin, wait. Please, hear me out. The key in the room fell marginally, so he continued, my second letter is a letter to whatever girl they may choose. I will introduce myself, explain my situation and my completely pure motives. I will be upfront, honest, and I will only marry a girl I love, and her me in return. I want to bring the nations together, but I will not force anybody into a loveless marriage. I need the CRA to bring back my clans. I will need multiple wives to do that. He stopped, took a deep breath, smirked, and continued. Besides, Butchin, is there anyone else that could spoil multiple women the way I do? He finished his point by forming his signature hand sign. Just how much thought have you put into this, brat? Replied a much calmer Tsunade. A lot, Butchin. You have seen my clone debates. Well, after reading my dad's journal and visiting mom's ancestral home, we had a 10-clone debate that lasted 3 days. Gaki, you're telling me those 3 days you were locked in the study were used so you could talk to yourself? Asked a highly amused Jiraiya. Yup. Q was spending the weekend with Tsume, so I used that time to think up some possible solutions. Never thought that I would have to use them this soon though. Gigi, while my clones deliver these messages, you should investigate who let this leak. Whoever let this leak knew that I hold Q and me, and they knew who my parents were. That should be a pretty short list of people. Hiruzen's chuckling died out as her heard Naruto finish. Right you are, Naruto-kun. I think Kakashi was looking for something to do. I will put him on it. As for your plan, let me draft a letter and have your clones ready to leave tomorrow. When they return with the responses, we will have to talk to the council for final approval. Hi, Gigi. I will get ready. Iwega Core no Sato. Naruto Clone 1 in his Kitsune mask, dubbed Ruto for this chapter, and Q traversed through the mountain ranges of Iwa. They were halfway through their second day of travel when they were halted by an Iwa patrol, which was extremely wary of Ruto in his Kitsune mask. Kitsune had become an internationally known mask over the last 2 years, and he had earned a fierce reputation. After a tense exchange and showing the scroll with the Hokage's seal, the patrol escorted Ruto and Q into Iwa and into the Tsuchikage's waiting room. After 15 minutes or so, he was called into the Tsuchikage's office. Onoki had heard of Kitsune. He had even been aware of some of his missions over the past 2 years. That is why he was surprised when a 5 feet 4 inch tall boy in a Kastun mask stood in front of him with an imposing Q standing behind him. Good afternoon, Tsuchikage-sama. I am Kitsune, this is Q, and we have been tasked to deliver 3 messages to you. I request permission to take out the scrolls and to remove my mask, said a boyish voice in a very mature tone. The Tsuchikage hesitated. Why on earth would Hiruzen send an Anbu here and have it unmask itself? He wanted to see how this played out, so he gave a slight nod to Kastun and kept an eye on Q. When the boy removed his mask, Onoki vaulted out of his chair and pointed a finger at Ruto from just over his desk. He then cried out in pain as he tweaked his back. You. Who are you? I heard a rumor about you yesterday, but I will have my answers now, bellowed a confused and irrational Onoki. Ruto gave a slight bow, I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, this is my partner Q, the Kyuubi no Kitsune. We have come in good faith to offer you a chance for peace. For too long have ancient grudges wreaked havoc among our people. Your attack on the Uzumaki, my father's destruction of your forces and the petty squabbles that have continued since. I come in good faith to break this cycle of hatred. I have written out all of my reasons in this letter to you, Tsuchikage-sama. Naruto could feel the ki radiating off the golem guards in the room. Golem is Iwa's Anbu. That Tsuchikage's outrage turned into a bizarre sort of respect. This young boy, the son of Iwa's proclaimed greatest enemy, walked willingly to his office without a trace of fear. Then he claims that his partner, standing next to him, is the Kyuubi. Wait. The Kyuubi? Onoki's realization and subsequent battle-ready stance were the cue the golem guards had been waiting for. They surrounded the pair and held all forms of pointy objects at kill points on the two. The pair never moved a muscle. They sat there, looking amused at the Tsuchikage. You better have a good reason for bringing the Kyuubi into my village, boy. This could be seen as an act of war. You have 1 minute to save your own life, so speak. Tsuchikage-sama, I carry Q with me everywhere I go. Him and I are bound by the Shinigami. I brought him here in this form as a demonstration of my strength, resolve and most importantly my sincerity. I wish to be the bridge to peace. I have come to deliver the invitation to Konoha's Chunin exams, a letter from me to you, and finally, if you approve of my offer, a letter for a woman of good standing in Iwa that would be willing to let me court her. Replied the blonde in an even and calm tone. Gobsmack struck again. I count 5 jaws hitting the floor. It took Onoki over a minute to snap out of his stupor and return to his seat. As he did so, the golem guards withdrew their weapons. You are young, boy, however, I find your boldness intriguing. That look in your eyes is just like your father's. Ahanki let out a deep sigh before continuing. Truth be told, Iwa and Konoha were to begin peace talk a couple of months before the Kyuubi there attacked your village. Tell me, will you be participating in the Chunin exams? I don't see a Hishiate on you. Hi, Tsuchikage-sama. Due to my unique heritage and tenet, I was kept in the shadows for most of my life. Kitsune is no more and cannot be linked to me. I am currently finishing at the academy where I will join a normal Junon squad and start my career. I assure you, there will be heavy restrictions placed on me in the Chunin exams. I promise that I will not personally kill any personnel you are willing to send. I know there is a significant and difficult to overlook history between our villages and clans. What I humbly ask for, Tsuchikage-sama, is the chance to demonstrate my sincerity and resolve. Onoki couldn't stop a begrudging respect from growing roots in his chest. For your response, I will accept the invitation to the Chunin exams. We will send a messenger hawk with the teams and names. For your request for peace, I will read your letter and give you my response should you make it to the finals of the Chunin exams. For your third request, I must talk about it with my council. I would not expect a prompt answer on this. In return, I ask you to tell me on thing. After a nod from Ruto, he continues, why do this? A small smile flickered across Ruto's face. Tsuchikage-sama, I recently visited Uzushiagakure and received the final request left by my mother's clan. I have read the journals of both of my parents. The one goal that I embrace is guiding the shinobi world to peace. I want to create a world where my future grandchildren can flourish without the threat of death looming over them. I want to unite the nations, not under one banner, but under a common goal. I want to bring as much happiness as I can to as many people as I can. One of your esteemed age and experience can surely understand that desire. For the debts and grudges of the past to be settled, I will become a leader of unrivaled strength that will light up a better path. Of this, I give you my word, Tsuchikage. And I never go back on my word. Onoki saw Q nodding his head proudly at the bold declaration of this boy. He couldn't help but feel the same. Tell me, Naruto, how did one so young gain so much wisdom? I have never seen a boy carry himself the way you have. Ruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I had a lot of people invest their time into me. I fostered a relationship with one of the most ancient and powerful beings in existence. The Kyuubi was now nodding its head enthusiastically with an aura of pride radiating off it. But mainly, I was taught etiquette by the Hyuga. Ruto finished with a sheepish chuckle. Onoki stood up and walked to the boy. Very well, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I, Onoki of both scales, the fence-sitter of Iwa and the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure no Sato, promise that I will consider your offer of alliance. I will deliver my answer to you at the Chunin exams. I will be watching you. Do tell that old monkey well played from the Tsuchikage. As he said this, he reached out his hand for a handshake, which Naruto confidently returned. After that, Ruto and Q departed from Iwa, leaving an old man with a lot to think about. Onoki moaned when he thought about the response of the council. There will be many that will vehemently oppose this. I hope you are ready, my boy. You just made a statement to the world. Onoki would remain trapped in his thoughts until his raucous granddaughter forcibly extracted him a few hours later. Once they were out of Iwa, Ruto and Q dispelled since they didn't have a solid message to return with. In the academy, immediately following Ruto dispelling, Naruto screamed out in shock and pain as the memories suddenly hit him and then his head hit the desk. Everyone was concerned, but Ino and Hinata were spazzing out. Iruka let Mizuki take over the lesson and took Naruto to the school nurse's office. He also sent a teacher to inform the Hokage what happened. When Hiruzen showed up with Tsunade, they found Naruto munching on some cookies from the nurse's office and in perfect health. He informed them that it was just his clone he sent to Iwa dispelling when he was unprepared for it. Kumaga Kor no Sato. The fourth Raikage of Kumo, was an immensely proud and terrifying man that rarely, if ever, wore a shirt. He was 6 feet 1 inch with slicked back blonde hair that went down to the base of his neck. His broad shoulders and ripped chest emanated power. The 8-pack could be seen peeking over what looked like a golden prize fighter's belt. This belt was award to those that took down the Juki when it rampaged. He wore 3 massive arm bracers on each wrist that weighed 100 pounds each. In short, I was a beast of a man. I was in the middle of talking to Killer Bee and Yugito when a squad of Bolt appeared in front of him. Raikage-sama, we have apprehended 2 ninja that are bearing a scroll with the seal of the Hokage. Well, let's see them then, replied I in an almost bored tone. When Naruto Clone 2 wearing the Kitsune mask, dubbed Naru for this chapter, and Q walked through the door, Killer Bee and Yugito jumped in front of the Raikage and assumed defensive postures. Yugito, B, what is the meaning of this? Demanded I. You should be asking him, Raikage-sama. That boy is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, said Yugito preparing for a fight. Easy, Matatabi, and Juki, we do not seek a fight, said Kurama in a bored tone. My kid here just wishes to speak with you and your Raikage. Quite lucky, kid, 2 of those you seek are right in front of you. This got incredulous reactions from B and Yugito. Nobody should know their partners' names. Naru held his hands up in the universal sign for I come in peace. With an even tone, Naru spoke. Raikage-sama. I am going to remove my mask and bring out 3 scrolls. I am here in good faith and wish to discuss some things with you. I replied, why would you reveal your identity, Kitsune? You are a well-known Anbu operative. Naru chuckled, this is the last act of Kitsune, Raikage-sama. He is to come out of the shadow and into the light. You will see why my identity is relevant if you give me permission. Now I was intrigued. He towered over the boy, in every sense. Yet the calm aura the boy was radiated made him want to listen. Not an easy task, ask the repair crew that is constantly fixing his office walls. Very well, Kitsune. Let's see what you have to show me. Naru's posture relaxed, he slowly moved his hand to his face and removed the mask. I was gobsmacked immediately, while B and Yugito were intrigued. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, partner to the Kyuubi no Kitsune. I come bearing 3 scrolls. An invite to the upcoming Chunin exams in Konoha, a letter from myself to you, Raikage-sama, and I will reveal the 3rd letter after our conversation. B and Yugito joined I in his gobsmack stated. Kyuubi took a mental picture so he could share it with Juki and Matatabi later. I recovered and made a movement with his finger, after which Yugito retrieved the scroll and letter. Very well, Naruto Uzumaki. You have my attention, state your reason for being here. Thank you, Raikage-sama. With a small bow he continued, I have come to bury the proverbial hatchet. I am aware that you do not share in some of your father's more questionable ambitions. I wish to bring peace to the elemental nations. I do not wish for Konoha to rule or to subjugate nations under my banner. I have come to be the first step in the long and arduous effort to achieve peace. I read of your battle with my father in his journal. He commended you as a ninja of great speed and talent, but more than that he praised your character. He saw you as a man that valued integrity and courage. I have come in person to deliver these messages to you as a demonstration of my strength, courage and sincerity. Kid, are you telling me that Konoha is seeking a new treaty with Kumo? Also, the rest of your claims are quite bold. So, you appeared as Kitsune as a demonstration of your strength, huh? Naru chuckled and recomposed himself before speaking, no, Raikage-sama. I came as Kitsune so only those in this office would know my identity. I came with Kyuubi, he pointed behind him with his thumb, as proof of me strength. I revealed my identity to you as a show of my sincerity and by doing this I am taking the first leap of faith. I marveled at the boy. Not even a teenager, and he maintained his composure in front of a cage and 2 Jinchuriki. He had been looking for a way to de-escalate tensions between Kumo and Konoha. He would need to be sure before he committed to this. I see no reason why Konoha would begin talks after the Hyuga incident. Tell me, boy, what does your Hokage seek to get from Kumo? Naruto laughed at this. You misunderstand, Raikage-sama. The invite to the Chunin exams is the only thing from the Hokage. The rest is from me. Of course, I got Hokage-sama's permission to do this and write to you personally. I found the library of my mother's ancestral clan, and to gain access, I swore an oath to the fallen Uzumaki. An oath I had already made to my partner Kurama over there. A pregnant pause followed the casual use of Kurama's name. Inside B and Yugito, the Bijou couldn't believe what they just heard. The sage was the only person Kurama had ever given his name to. Now, this boy knew his name and wielded his power? And Kami, damn it all, how did the boy let Kurama out of his seal? The ranting Bijou made both Jinchuriki close their eyes and cut the connections to their Bijou. I was curious, his curiosity was eating him alive. What oath could the boy have sworn to gain the Bijou's trust? Okay, boy. You have my undivided attention. I wish to hear your oath so I may judge it as your Bijou has. Naru nodded to the Raikage's request. He brought his heels together, stood up straight, brought his right fist over his heart and exclaimed. I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I vow to become the Hokage and use that power to bring peace to the elemental nations. I vow to use all my strength to protect that which I hold dear. I vow to earn the respect of my partner, Kurama, to earn the privilege of wielding his power. I will use the totality of my power and influence to create a better world for as many people as I can. I will sacrifice and suffer to be the bridge to peace. I vow to never go back on my word. Until all vows have been met, I will never give up. Naruto said his vows while maintaining eye contact with the Raikage the whole time. I had never been more pleasantly surprised in his life. This young man is unwavering. He could feel Naru's resolve. The brilliant azure blue eyes show the depth and power of his soul. His face and posture were unshakable. Behind Naru, I noticed Kurama adopting a proud parent look. Ai's thoughts could really be summarized in one word: unfucking believable. Yes, it's hyphenated, you motherfuckers, so it is one word. I cleared his mind and refocused on the boy. Very well, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I, the 4th Raikage of Kumagakure no Sato, hereby receive and acknowledge your vows. Should you break them, the price to me will be your life. I paused here. Now, the biggest question to me is, how do you wish to Kumo fit into your vows? Naru produced the 3rd letter and handed it to I. I propose a political marriage between Kumo and Konoha. As head of the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans, I am assigned the great task of rebuilding both great clans. I am enrolled in the Clan Restoration Act and will take multiple wives. The 3rd letter is to any you wish to give me the honor to court. Naruto paused here because of the ki Yugito was radiating. I do not ask this lightly. I will only marry a woman I love. I will not accept any who are forced to marry me, or those who attempt to marry me for power. I vow to my ancestors that I will treasure any and all women that bestow that honor upon me. If the idea of a political marriage is appealing to you, and you do not wish for me to be the one selected, then the Hokage said you may select another eligible clan heir. I couldn't believe the brass sack on this kid. Saying that he will be the bridge to peace and then requesting a political marriage for himself, that's insane. Or it would be insane for any man that didn't earn Ai's trust. He believed the boy to be earnest. He couldn't sense any darkness in the boy. That is a most interesting proposal. You got quite the pair on you, kid. I will address this with my council and see if there are any girls that may be interested. How would you court them? At this, Naruto threw a familiar 3-pronged kunai to I, hilt first. In his stupor, I nearly dropped the softly thrown kunai. I adopted a serious look and said, "You can use the Flying Thunder God?" A mischievous shrug was his response. The boy looked I in the eye but gave nothing away. I could do nothing but chuckle. Very well, go with B and Yugito. I will talk with my council and get you a response in 2 days. B and Yugito walked with Kitsune and Q through Kumo. They understood his desire to keep his identity hidden. The yellow flash left quite the mark on Kumo's forces after all. They made small talk as they walked through Kumo. B rapping and rhyming in his ridiculously offbeat way. Naru appreciated that though, it was genuine. Q was just laughing his ass off at his brother's container. Yugito and Matatabi had gotten used to B's antics, but even they were embarrassed in front of the boy and Q. Naru could sense an underlying tension between Yugito and himself, but Naruto decided it would be up to her when to confront it. Meanwhile, Matatabi was purring seductively in Yugito's ear, telling her to jump Q's bones. Naru was led to a hotel where he would stay overnight. The clone didn't need to sleep, but it did need to conserve chakra. After the Naruto clone fell asleep, Q snuck out of the room and met up with Yugito at a bar. While they were drinking, Q gladly talked to Yugito and Matatabi about Naruto's life. He sounded so much like a doting parent that Yugito couldn't help but find him attractive. "What, dads are sexy." Then, when the drinking took effect, Q asked Yugito about her experiences in Kumo. Her strength of spirit to overcome the discrimination of the village and earn respect inspired Q. The space between the two shrank as the night went on, much to the pleasure of Matatabi. Q walked Yugito back to her apartment, as you would expect from a gentleman-like being of his age and stature. At the door to Yugito's apartment, Q gave Yugito a passionate kiss, which Yugito returned. However, Yugito pulled away and said good night. "Don't you dare walk away from that fucking hunk. Rip his clothes off," roared an extremely turned on Cat Bijou. "He is a stranger, Tabi. A kiss is all he will get from me," replied Yugito with as much self-restraint as she could. As Yugito was unlocking her door, Matatabi flared her chakra and took possession of Yugito's body. Her eyes became a deep aqua blue and her pupils slitted. Her nails elongated and she started breathing heavy in response to Q's aura. Tabi, hereby referring to Yugito's Matatabi-controlled form, ripped her hand away from the door after she unlocked it, turned around and started an intense make-out session with Q. After a few minutes of making out, Tabi walked back to the door with an overly exaggerated and sensual sway to her hips. "I have waited centuries to do this, don't let me down, Foxy-kun," she whispered over her shoulder as she opened the door. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Kurama was resting inside of Naruto's mind. When the 40-story fox got the memories of its clone, it sprung a massive heart-on. Who knew shadow clones could transmit blue balls? Naruto was forcefully awakened from his sleep by a pouting Kyuubi. The massive fox was roaring loudly in his mind, complaining about stupid shadow clones. It wasn't until Naruto woke up in the comfort of his bed that he processed the memories. The teasing he gave the pouting fox only incensed it further. So, Naruto hopped out of bed, jumped out to the training grounds, formed Q with one tail worth of chakra and began an all-out spar. Q apologized after 3 long hours of venting. Naruto was burned, beaten and his clothing shredded by Q's claws in sneaky fox taijutsu style. Back to Kumo, the following morning, Naru was woken up by a pounding on his hotel room door. The clone wiped the cobwebs from its eyes and went to the door. "Where the fuck is that perverted fox?" screamed an enraged Yugito. Yugito-san. What are you talking about? What happened to Q?" asked Naru in the most innocent tone. Yugito had almost forgotten that the boy in front of her was only 12. The cute way he asked that question immediately converted her rage into embarrassment. How could she explain what happened to a preteen? Had he even gone through sex yet? Naruto-chan, have you seen Q? We were, hanging out, last night and he kind of popped. All that's left was smoke. Naru's eyes bulged as he put the pieces together. He had to come up with something, quick, or they would find out he is a shadow clone too. Yugito-san, did you perhaps injure Q? The jutsu I used to let him out is quite fragile and takes a lot of chakra. So, I can't exactly let him out again. Can you tell me what happened and why you are mad at him? Asked Naruto in his most innocent tone. He could put 2 and 2 together, but it was so much fun teasing this Kumo Jonin. He. Don't you worry about it, Naruto-chan. Just tell him he owes me next time we see each other. Bumbled out an ultra-embarrassed Yugito. Will do, Yugito-san. I will see you when the Raikage summons me. Have a great day. Replied Naru as he closed the door. Once she was gone, Naru burst out laughing. He could only imagine how pissed Kurama was and how much hell he raised with the boss. The next morning, Naru was summoned to the Raikage's office. Kumo had agreed to the marriage of their finest kunoichi Naruto's age, Samui. Samui was a buxom blonde, with short shoulder-length hair. She had icy-colored eyes similar to Naruto and she had a long, red-handled katana strapped to her back. Samui was 13 and was an inch shorter than Naru was. When Naru made eye contact with her, the usually stoic blonde kunoichi blushed and looked down at the ground. A blush flared on Naru's face as well in response to Samui. He swore that if the boss didn't treat her right then he would summon himself from the boss's chakra and kick the boss's ass. I and Yugito noticed this and were happy to see an initial spark was there. Yugito had brought the proposition to Samui the night before. She delicately worked her way into the subject by telling Samui about the meeting with the Raikage. She couldn't believe that she may end up marrying the Yellow Flesh's son. Samui was given the letter to read by Yugito, and this is what made her take the leap. To my chosen one. Please know that I write my true feelings into this letter. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and I am the son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. I do not tell you my lineage to entice you nor to intimidate you. I tell you because I never knew my parents and their memory is important to me. I want them to watch me make Outworld a better place from the pure world. First and foremost, for a potential life partner, I am the host of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. I have befriended him, and he will be with me, hopefully us, for the rest of my life. I have made promises to him that will make the path I walk a difficult one. It is my hope that I may get to know you so that you could join me on my journey. I am a training nut. If you agree to marry me, I will show you the secrets to my training method. Unfortunately, it is one that is probably unique to Jinchuriki, but I would do everything I can to help you improve. I value family and friends above all else, they are the reason I work so hard. I struggle to gain power so that I may protect them and build a better life for them and future generations. I will not tolerate liars, schemers or traitors. I know your loyalty is to your village and I would never seek to change that. My hope is that our union could strengthen the ties between our villages and become a step forward on the path to peace. Now comes the hard part. I am the last known member of 2 historical clans. My mother was the princess of Uzushiagakure before its fall. When I visited my ancestral home, I vowed to rebuild my clan. I was due to be enrolled in the CRA, but I volunteered for early entry so that I may control my destiny. I will not marry for money, children, jutsu, influence or anything short of love. I know it seems preposterous that a boy you do not know is promising you love. If you cannot tell from this letter, ask Ukage. I know I will make the right impression and they should be able to speak to my character. I write this to you before I meet them, but I am sure my light will reach them. I do not ask for an answer immediately. All I ask is that we may exchange letters and get to know each other. I wish to meet you and spend more time with you at the Chunin exams in Konoha. I want to be your friend first to see if I could be your lover always. With best intentions, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Samui was blown away by the raw emotion and honesty she felt conveyed in the letter. She could tell whoever wrote it meant every single word. She did not know how she felt about the sharing part of it, but she did know that she would give it a try. Hell, most women never get to feel half the love Samui could feel from that letter. When her eyes met the brilliant azure blue orbs, the stars aligned and Samui believed she had found her life partner. That is why for pretty much the first time in her life, Samui blushed and was forced to break eye contact. After a brief conversation with the Raikage, which included an explanation of what happened to Naru's partner, Naru secured the Raikage's reply scroll, donned his kitsune mask and returned to Konoha the old-fashioned way, a whole hell of a lot of running. The clone was running very low on chakra when it approached Konoha during the second night of its travel. It took the Anbu entrance and took the reply scroll to Naruto in his father's study. When Naru dispelled, the backlash rendered our blonde hero unconscious with his head planted firmly in a stack of seals. Chapter 10. Konoha Council's reply. 2 days after Naruto delivered the Raikage's reply, the reply from the Tsuchikage also came in. The Konoha Council had been deliberating for a day already before Naruto was called into the council room, the day before he took his Junon exams. Naruto walked into the council room dressed in a black battle kimono emblazoned with the Uzumaki and Namikaze crests. For most of the civilian council, this was the first time they had seen him since the night of the Kyuubi's attack. The civilian council still did not know the complete details of that night, nor the night of the Uchiha massacre. Most of them were neutral to slightly favorable. Naruto knew that he had the Higarashi's support along with the support of Tuchi. When Tuchi built his restaurant, which was frequented by the clan heads, children and Hokage, the civilian council offered him a seat to replace a retired counselor. Naruto could only sense negativity from 3 people in the council room, Koharu, Mibuki and some fat guy he had never met. I have come in response to your summons, Hokage-sama, said Naruto bowing to his Hokage and then nodding to the shinobi council. Mibuki cut in with a sneer, you are not yet a ninja, boy. You will show your civilian council the respect it deserves. Naruto ignored her completely and kept his eyes fixed on the Hokage. This incensed Mibuki to the point that Hiruzen forcefully shut her up with a burst of ki. Naruto never understood how someone could claim to be important and powerful, then fold completely under a little ki. This thought brought a smirk to Kurama, who was ready to make his grand entrance. Ah, Naruto-kun. You have made things quite interesting over the last week, my boy. Once again, well done on your solo missions to Kumo and Iwa. The responses we received spoke very highly of your professionalism and conduct. You honor me, Hokage-sama. This pleasant back and forth was once again interrupted by the fat civilian counselor. Hokage-sama, what possessed you to send this boy, not yet a ninja, to our two greatest enemies? Akui, that is none of your concern. Just accept that there are things you will not know. I say this to the whole civilian council, you are an advisory body. Please wait until I solicit your advice. I grow tired of these interruptions, said the god of shinobi. He turned and looked at Naruto. I and Onoki have both consented to you exchanging letters with their chosen kunoichi. Both mentioned you motivating them to see past grudges, and it seems you earned some faith. I will remind you not to disclose any confidential information in your correspondence. There is a formal meeting set for after the third phase of the Chunin exams where the treatise will be finalized. Naruto acknowledged his Hokage's order with a nod. Hi, Hokage-sama. I will do as you say. Hiruzen then opened the first order of business with his council. The first step to peace has been made. In order to move forward, we will need to deal with Naruto-kun's application to the CRA. He applied a dual entry as the last of the Uzumaki and the last of the Namikaze clans. Both clans are historical allies of the Leaf and have contributed greatly to our place atop the hierarchy of hidden villages. We will now take a vote on his enrollment. A second vote will be taken to an amendment he made to the conditions of application. Naruto-kun, please elaborate for the council. Honorable members of the council and elders, he looked at each clan head, elder and a couple of the civilians. I wish to restore my clans, but I refuse any demand regarding my future wives made by the council, or anyone else for that matter. I will marry, love and cherish each wife that I choose. The ninja clan heads know how I make this possible. If the second amendment is not approved, then I will withdraw my application to the CRA. I await your vote, honorable council. There were a couple cries of frustration and outrage from the civilian side, but Naruto paid them no mind. He spent his time making meaningful eye contact with the clan heads. Hiruzen spent 10 minutes shutting the civilian council up before taking the vote. Both measures passed 17-3. Hiruzen brought order back to the room. We will now vote on whether to accept or reject the engagements of Kumo and Iwa, which are Samui, the adopted niece of the Raikage and the Rookie of the Year for her class in Kumo, and Kurotsuchi Kamizura, the Tsuchikage's granddaughter and holder of the Oton bloodline. Both girls have accepted by their own volition and written the responses to Naruto's letter. I now open the floor to question Naruto about his visit. Hiashi Hyuga stood first. Naruto-kun, it has been too long. I trust your judgment and it seems the visits went well. Do you believe we can trust Kumo in this agreement? I admit that I still harbor a grudge from 9 years ago. Hiashi Dono, it has indeed been too long. I was able to speak with the fourth Raikage at length. You know about my ability, and I believe him to be genuine. So long as the Leaf and I keep our word, he will honor his end of the deal. My father wrote about him in his journal and said that he is a man of high moral character, and I found that to be accurate. After Hiashi nodded in appreciation for Naruto's answer, Shukaku spoke up. What can you tell us about Onoki? Do you believe his intentions pure or not? Before I answer your question, Shukaku-sama, I ask the Hokage if I may bring out my partner for this mission. He is a much stronger sensor than I. The Hokage took a deep drag on his pipe and mentally prepared himself for this. He nodded to Naruto and told everyone to stand down. Naruto is going to perform a sanctioned jutsu. Naruto activated a tailless shroud and performed the Kyuubi Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Kurama appeared next to Naruto and flashed a pointy, sly smile at the council. Of the 20 council members, only 4 knew about Q. Q told Tsume about himself after they had made love for the first time. She said as long as the sex was that good, she didn't really care. 6 civilian council members passed out and Mabuki Haruno was screaming at the Anbu to kill the demon. Hiruzen gave a couple second of full-powered ki burst and shut the room up. Everyone, I know this is a shock to you. Q has been allowed this form by Naruto for the past 2 years. He has agreed to obey myself and Naruto-kun while in the village. His track record has been perfect, and I will hear no more from the civilian side of the council on this. Q, you were brought out to speak to the trustworthiness of the Tsuchikage, please proceed. Okay, Hiruzen. A clone of mine accompanied Naruto to see the old fence-sitter. Initially, it was all shock and a bit of rage. However, my kit won the old man over. I believe his intentions to be earnest. I believe he wants to see a fraction of the peace Naruto spoke of before he croaks. I would like to add that there will be resistance to this. I could sense negative energy from the human guards. I will be able to feel more when they arrive, but I believe we will have to deal with those unable to move past old grudges before the path clears up. If that is all, Hokage-sama. Danzo cut in. He had kept a proud eye on Naruto's track record, but he didn't know the Kyuubi could be summoned out of the seal like this. If I may, did Naruto summon you? How can you be out of the seal? Is this your full form? Asked an overly eager Danzo. Naruto knew they needed at least this much information, so he gave Q a nod. Kurama addressed the council once more. I care not for your human games, Danzo. I have seen the change in you since you started training Naruto. I commend you on that, it saved you from a brutal death by my claws. To answer your questions, Naruto does possess the Kitsune summoning contract and I am the boss summons of the Kitsune clan. This was not a summoning, but a variant of the Shadow Clone. Naruto retains the right to dispel me at any time. My power corresponds to the number of tails that Naruto pours into the formation of this body. With one tail of power, I equal most Jonin in this room. That is all the questions I will answer at this time. With a final smirk at the civilian council, the Kyuubi returned to his seal laughing at the stupefied faces of the stupid civilians. It took almost an hour of questions, shouting and blasts of killing intent to put that little display to rest. If Naruto couldn't tone it out and perform a comedic play-by-play with Kurama, he would have walked out of the council room. Finally, an exhausted Hiruzen closed the meeting. Naruto picked up the letters from Samui and Kurotsuchi and spent half an hour catching up with the clan heads. He would be taking a seat, or should he say a shadow clone will be taking a seat, when he gets promoted to Chunin. Naruto went to his favorite spot, Hokage Mountain, and sat down on his father's head to read Kurotsuchi's letter. Dear Naruto-kun. I find myself at a loss for words. I never expected to be offered up in a political marriage, especially not to the son of the Yellow Flash. The old fart put in a good word for you, which is mighty rare I might add. I do not know how or if this will work, but I do intend to give it a try. My name is Kurotsuchi Kamizura, I am the oldest daughter of the Kamizura clan. I am 14 years old and will be taking my Chunin exam test with you. I like gardening and training with my lava jutsu. Yes, I have a Kekai Genkai. It is a recessive trait in my family. I look forward to sparring with you and exchanging notes on our jutsu. I heard you have a very high fire affinity. Gramps told me about the fox. I guess I won't know until I meet him, but I have known Uncle Han and Roshi my whole life. Jinchuriki don't scare me if they can control the bijou, and it seems like you have pretty good control. So don't worry about that. I guess I should address the elephant in the room. I do not know how I feel about you planning to have multiple wives. I am a rather all-in kind of girl. I will promise the same as the last, I will try for the sake of our relationship and our villages. That is really all I can say about it. Your letter was really sweet, and I look forward to more of the same. With affection, Kurotsuchi Kamizura. Well Kit, that's about as good as you're going to get by meeting a girl through a letter. Naruto nodded his agreement. He was happy. It felt like he was starting to see the fruits of his labor. He went to bed exhausted from the stupid council. Ah, to be Jinan. Again? Naruto passed his Jinan exams with ease. He couldn't believe that was all it took to make Jinan. He agreed to meet everyone out for a celebration at Ichiraku's and was walking there before he was distracted by a flood of memories. He cursed as he sent a shadow clone to Ichiraku's in his place. During his exams, Mizuki reeked of hate and desperation. So, Naruto got curious to see why he was so desperate and dispatched a clone captain to spy on him. Said clone captain just dispelled as Mizuki was leaving the Hokage Tower with the forbidden scroll of seals. Naruto took off after Mizuki, following the directions his clone had given him. Naruto tracked him to a forest just outside of Konoha by an abandoned shack. He walked up on Mizuki, with his new Hishiate shining proudly on his right bicep. Naruto had adapted a head wrap like Q, because he thought it looked so much cooler than a shiny piece of steel. Hiya, Mizuki team, what bring you out here on this fine summer evening? Chirped an excited Naruto. Mizuki was sweating due to his escape, but it seems his night was going to get better. He would get to pay this brat back for his humiliation. What the fuck are you doing out here, brat? Go home play ninja. Snarled back a pissed off ex-teacher. Oh, Mizuki team. You have been playing at being a ninja your whole pathetic adult life. Do you need another ass whooping before I take the scroll of seals back to Gigi? That was it, now this brat must die. Mizuki pulled out a Fuma Shuriken and launched it at Naruto. He sped behind the Shuriken to take advantage of the opening it would give him. However, when the Shuriken kept going through Naruto and all Mizuki hit was a cloud of smoke, he was confused. A shadow clone? No way a fresh Jinan knows that. Naruto took advantage of this confusion to zip on over to Nico and her new squad since they had just arrived. Nico Taiku, Conrad's on the promotion. Hey, I need your help. Can you please pick a number between 1 and 3? Hi, Naruto. We are after the traitor Mizuki. And, 3 I guess. Replied a very confused Nico. Wait your turn, Nico Taiku. You can have him when I am done. Damn, I was really hoping you said 1. Anywho, be back in a jiffy, Naruto said before disappearing in a wind sunshine. Kuma, of all people, couldn't hold back a snort. It's not Kuma's fault, he had missed Kitsune terribly, so when Kuma got to see Kitsune, the genuine article, it brightened his day up. A Naruto reappeared behind Mizuki with his hands pointed and held together like a gun. The Naruto clone loaded wind chakra into his fingers and whispered, "Futon, 1,000 years of death," as it plunged its chakra-enhanced fingers into Mizuki's ass. The startled Mizuki went flying, which is rather problematic in a forest. He crashed and crushed his way through several trees before falling nearly dead in a heap. The real Naruto strolled over to the scroll of seals and shuddered as the clone's memories wormed their way into his mind. He had tried to block that clone's memory recall, but sadly it didn't work. Now Naruto had the overwhelming urge to go and wash his hands. Before heading back to the Hokage Tower, he called out to the captain of the new Team Ro. "All yours, Nico-senpai. It was awesome seeing you again. Don't be a stranger, Jana." With a wave and a swirl of wind, Naruto left a smirking Nico, a smiling Kuma and 2 newbies that didn't know what the fuck was going on. The squad secured Mizuki and took him over to Anko, who had just received her Tandi jacket and was more than happy to take a broken Mizuki into her playroom. Naruto didn't make a big fuss when he dropped the scroll of seals on the Hokage's clean desk. He walked in and could smell what his grandfather figure was smoking. He idly noticed that most of the paperwork was done and there were 2 shadow clones finishing it up. Hiruzen sat with his feet reclined on the desk, puffing his pipe and reading an orange book. Shadow clones really made a happier Hokage. Gigi, Nico took Mizuki to Tandi after I hit him with Kakashi's 1,000 years of death, futon version. Anyway, I gotta run. Just throw that on my mission tab. B rank should cover it. A clone will bring my full report by Jana. A bemused Hiruzen filled out a mission form for Naruto. The only Genin to start his career with 2 solo A-ranked missions and a solo B rank. I fear for his Genin team if he keeps this up. Genin Team 7. When Naruto heard that he got Sasuke and Hinata on his team, Team 7, he was happy and concerned. His team practically screamed, "Come kidnap and ransom me." Oh well, he would just have to make sure Sasuke and Hinata were up to snuff. He couldn't tell them about Anbu, but at least they already knew some of his skills. As soon as he heard his Jonin sensei wasn't here yet, he tasked a clone captain with finding Kakashi. He got an ominous feeling that he was going to have to do everything for his bum of a brother figure / sensei. A clone appeared in a swirl of wind with a Kakashi reading his orange book. The clone dispelled as soon as it dropped off its package. "My first impression of you all is, I hate you." Kakashi drawled out in a lazy tone, looking right at Naruto. Kakashi continued, "Roof, 5 minutes, go." Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata all used Sunshine to get there. Naruto had taught them the technique because he was so tired of having to walk everywhere with them during his time at the academy. At least they both appreciated learning a new jutsu from him. When the 3 appeared in front of Kakashi a couple of seconds after he arrived, Kakashi hated his life. First, his little brother forces him through a joint Sunshine, multiple times he may add, to get to the academy. Now the damn brats won't even give him 5 minutes to read his precious book. "Intros, go," mumbled a depressed Kakashi. Naruto kicked off, "Well, you all know a bit about me. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, here. Oh yeah, I didn't tell you guys that yet. The Yondaime was my dad. I will tell you this too, he sealed the Kyuubi into me at birth. Y'all can meet him later, he is sleeping right now. I like my family, friend and training. I dislike traitors and a certain masked Uchiha bastard." Sasuke's head snapped up at this. How does he know about the masked Uchiha that killed my dad? And why does he hate him? Thought Sasuke as a dark aura began to surround him. Naruto picked up on Sasuke's negative emotions, so he continued. "My dream is to become Hokage and bring peace to the elemental nations." Yup, that's pretty much it. "Hinata-chan, why don't you take it from there?" Hinata smiled at Naruto, blushed then began, I am Hinata Hyuga. I love my clan and training with my mom. I dislike the caged bird seal that divides my clan. My dream is to become a good clan head and eliminate the use of the caged bird seal." Naruto smiled inside at this. He learned how to dispel seals like that in Fuinjutsu Mastery, level 8. He could totally do it, but he needs to earn some political clout first. One thing is for damn sure, he won't let Hinata, nor Hanabi, get that damn seal. He would rather let Kyuubi eat every single clan elder than let that happen. Aw, thanks Kit. If you do decide to go that route, I would be more than happy to comply. Naruto ignored Kurama and listened in to Sasuke instead. Sasuke had withdrawn more after his father's death. He would have to reach out to Aunt Mikoto and offer his help. I am Sasuke Uchiha, I like tomatoes and training. I hate the same guy Naruto does. My dream is to restore the Uchiha clan's honor and make my Kachan proud. That was a lot nicer than Naruto was expecting. Naruto looked at Kakashi who had been reading his book. Kakashi-sensei, your turn. Naruto put extra emphasis on sensei to try and drive the point home that he was supposed to be the sensei of the team. Oh, fine. Kakashi Hatake, ex-Anbu captain. I like the Anbu and reading. I hate brats and traitors. You don't need to know about my dreams. Okay, good intros. We'll see you tomorrow at Training Ground 7 at 6 a.m. for your True Genin exam. It is going to be a combat exam, so don't eat or you will puke. Jana. Before Kakashi could go, Naruto grabbed his hand and whispered into his ear. Kakashi, consider this a standing promise. If you are ever more than 15 minutes late, I burn one book for every 10 minutes you are late. You represent the Anbu, get your shit together. He turned to his team, leaving a wide-eyed Kakashi staring at his back. Ramen sound good? My treat, I just got paid. Both team members accepted the invite so they could talk about the Genin test. They headed to Ichiraku and got settled in. After eating their food, Naruto started. Okay guys, I'm going to be upfront with you. There is a lot that I cannot tell you. What I can tell you, I will over time. I will be blunt. Me being a Genin is political move by the Hokage. I do not say this to downplay your skills or to say that I am better than you. I missed both of you guys over the last 3 years and I really want my friends back. Hinata picked up on that. We missed you too, Naruto-kun. You said you had the Kyuubi sealed into you, is that the other chakra I see in that seal? Yup, I am surprised it took you this long to ask, Hinata-chan. I wanted to tell you for a long time, but Gigi said that I couldn't until we were Genin. Sasuke thought the Kyuubi thing was interesting, but he wanted to know how Naruto knew the man in the orange mask. HN. You said you hate the man that killed my father, why? Naruto knew this was coming, he had an answer ready. He just hoped it was enough for Sasuke. Your dad was important to me, Sasuke. Not only was he one of my father's best friends, but he went out of his way to teach us. I owe him a lot, but that is not the only reason. That man attacked my father and mother the day I was born. Suffice it to say he has caused a lot more trouble than what happened to your father. I know because Itachi told me. Sasuke gave the HN that said he understood, and he had to think on it. How about this, Sasuke? You train with me and when we get strong enough, we each get half of him? Ah, there it was. This thought brought a light back to Sasuke's eyes and a whisper of a smile crept up on his face. You got a deal, Ruto. I am going to hold you to that. Naruto threw on a gigawatt smile. Sure thing, brother. You have my word. So, you better keep up, got that? He held out his fist to Sasuke, who returned the bump with a smirk on his face. Just wait. I activated my Sharingan a while ago and have been waiting for a rematch. Looking forward to it, bro. By the way, eat breakfast tomorrow. What Kakashi said wasn't an order, more like an intimidation tactic. Alright, see you guys bright and early tomorrow. The night came and went. At 5 a.m. Naruto woke up and ate. He created 2 clone captains to handle his research on the Hiraishin, 2 captains to go to his training ground and practice the Rasengan and 2 groups to study Anko's cursed seal. He was so close to being able to safely remove the damned. For those wondering, flashback, a week after entering the academy. Naruto was bored out of his mind in class. The only reason he even came to this cursed place was to hang out with his friends. He retreated from the boredom of Irika's lecture into his mindscape. Sup, Kurama. You said that your yin half left me a present, care to give me a clue? Go to your hallway and look for a door that shouldn't be there. Naruto did as he was instructed and enjoyed his stroll down memory lane. As he walked past the first form doors, he noticed a door he hadn't seen before. A black door with yellow embossing and the Namikaze clan symbol on it labeled Minato Namikaze. Without hesitating, Naruto kicked the door open to check it out. Inside, Naruto found an organized collection of his father's memories. Like a highlight reel of his father's life. Naruto stayed in there until a smack on the head came from outside. It was Iruka and the classroom was pretty much empty. So that is the look you make when you aren't paying attention. I got you now, Naruto, said a smug Iruka. Geez, Iruka-sensei. Go talk to the damned Hokage already. I can't be trifled to deal with this shit. I was in the middle of something really important. Replied Naruto in a more irritated tone than Iruka had ever heard. Naruto, is everything okay? It's not the QB, is it? No, sensei. Suffice to say I will learn far more than I ever would from the academy when I have that look in my eye. I finished the academy curriculum when I was 5, for Kami's sake. A sheepish and confused Iruka resolved to see the Hokage. After his visit to the old man, Iruka chose not to bother the blonde enigma again. After Iruka had yanked him out of his father's door, Naruto spent his nights for the next few weeks watching his father's memories. They made him feel whole, like the other side of his family tree, that was full of question marks, was suddenly filled out. Naruto watched with rampant emotions as his father rescued his mother from Kumo, his fight against the Iwa army, him donning the Hokage hat, and finally his mother telling Minato she was pregnant. When the memory went black and picked back up with Kushina hovering over an unconscious Minato, Naruto laughed himself silly. This was more than he could have ever wished for. Thanks, Q. You're welcome, kid. He also got the theory of his father's most famous jutsu from the memories. Unfortunately for hordes of shadow clones, this meant developing a lightning affinity. After 3 months, Naruto was close. He had gotten the hang of the second lightning chakra nature exercise 2 weeks ago. The first exercise was crinkling a leaf with lightning chakra. He was considered proficient at this exercise when he could shrivel the leaf in under a second. The second lightning exercise was arcing lighting between his fingertips without electrocuting himself. The advanced stage of this exercise was channeling it from various body parts in one of his hands. It all revolved on how to create a chakra circuit in his body for the lightning to flow naturally through. All that was left was practice, then he would bug Kakashi to teach him the next lightning nature exercise and he should have the Hiraishin down. The Rasengan was easy by comparison. Watching his father do it so many times and getting access to his notes on it made it simple enough. It took 2 days to get the first fully formed Rasengan. Then it was just a matter of reducing the time to conjure it, fluctuate its power level and try to learn the Odama Rasengan variant. End of flashback. Naruto walked into Training Ground 7 at 5:45 am. He laid back on one of the 3 training posts and closed his eyes. 10 minutes later, he awoke with a yawn to Hinata's greeting. Good morning, Hinata-chan, Sasuke. Replied a sleepy Naruto. I am going to tell you now, I know Kakashi pretty well. Don't take anything he says at face value. I want one of you to take point on this. I don't want to stunt your growth by doing everything for you. A growl escaped Sasuke's throat. It was obvious to him that Naruto was much stronger. He had to catch up. Hinata, you okay with me showing this dobi how it's done? Okay, Sasuke-san. I will be counting on you. Oi, team. I will follow your orders today, but you call me Dobi again and test be damned, we will hash this out now. Bring it on, Dobi. Naruto made one hand sign and a shadow clone appeared holding a kunai to Sasuke's neck. Naruto, still in his reclined position, decided to nip this in the bud. Sasuke, as I said yesterday, you are my friend. However, that is the last time you will refer to me as Dobi. I will train you and make sure stronger, but do not make the mistake of thinking you will get there overnight. I have had a minimum of 200 shadow clones working constantly on my soft skills for the past 5 years. I do not wish to put you down, brother, but as the container of the Kyuubi no Kitsune it demands that I maintain a certain level of respect. Sasuke went from a scowl to wide-eyed. He didn't know how to respond to this, so he settled with the HN that means fine, I get it. Kakashi chose the moment to show up. Ma, let's calm down. We are perfectly calm, sensei. You cut it close though. 10 minutes late. 5 more minutes and paradise would have met a fiery end. Kakashi's lone visible eye widened in panic. Let's not be hasty, Ototo. Anyway, it is time for your test. You have 1 hour to get these bells from me. Everyone except Naruto come at me with the intent to kill. Naruto, I am restricting you to support only. This isn't how I would usually run this test, but I want to test your teamwork. If you two can't get the bells in 1 hour, then I am banning Team 7 from eating at Ichiraku's for 1 month. Begin. It was Naruto's turn for his eyes to widen. Nobody threatens his ramen. He decided to go get marching orders from Sasuke, who was hiding pretty poorly nearby. Hinata wasn't much better. Naruto left a clone to shoot the shit with Kakashi while the real Naruto approached Sasuke's hiding place. I don't need your help, Ruto. I want to do this on my own, Sasuke said irritably from his hiding spot as Naruto walked up on him. Bro, I am not risking my ramen for this shit. I will let you take equipment from my pack, then I will just watch. How does that sound? Naruto gave Sasuke his pack and one hint. The papers in pouch 3 are paralysis tags. I recommend you at least include Hinata. This is a team exercise after all. With that, Naruto jumped into a tree to watch the show. In typical Sasuke fashion, he tried his hand at the one-on-one. Found himself buried up to his neck and got saved by Hinata. Then, he reluctantly gave Hinata a paralysis seal and told her to get in the tree line and wait for the signal. He also told her to close her eyes and deactivate her Dujutsu once she was in position. Sasuke charged Kakashi again and launched a fairly large fireball at him. Kakashi casually sidestepped it but wasn't ready for the flash tags that appeared in the blind spot created by the fireball. With a loud bang, both parties were blinded. Hinata sprinted to Kakashi and slapped the paralysis seal on him. Kakashi was stuck rubbing his eyes as Hinata casually removed the 2 bells and gave one to Sasuke. The two smiled at Kakashi once Naruto decided to undo the paralysis seal. Damn it, Naruto. Flash tags and paralysis seals? Kakashi said in an exasperated tone. You don't threaten a man's ramen, sensei. Besides, I just gave Sasuke my pouch. He came up with the plan himself. Replied a cheeky blonde. Hinata decided to pitch in her support. It was a good plan, Sasuke-san. Thank you for telling me to cover my eyes beforehand. I still remember how much those flash tags hurt with the Byakugan active. Naruto's hand immediately went to the back of his head. Sorry about that, Hinata-chan. At least you didn't get painted. Sasuke put 2 and 2 together to make 4. You were the demon prankster. Thank you, Captain Obvious, Naruto said in a playful voice. My room smelt like chickens for months after that, you bastard. His voice was hysterical, which made Naruto start laughing with Kurama in his mind. Hey, don't blame me for your clan's shitty security. It was a mission from Hokage Gigi. It was a mission to infest the clan compound and houses with chickens? Well, I took some artistic liberties. A man must take some liberties while channeling his creativity, Sasuke. The real mission was stealing your clan scroll. The chickens were simply part of the side mission and an effective distraction. The battle of words continued between an irate Sasuke and a jovial blonde. The back and forth continued until Kakashi dismissed them for the day. That day Sasuke set his personal record for the most words said in a day, which Naruto shared with Mikoto, Itachi and Shisui over dinner that night. Kurama informed Naruto that all of Sasuke's ramblings combined added up to an hour of talking. Kami, babysitting is hard work. Thought the cycloptic Jonin. Little did Kakashi know that Naruto was sharing that exact same thought. D ranks. The next day, Kakashi managed to show up on time again and train Team 7. Naruto chose to use the word train very lightly in this instance. All he did was make them do the most basic of warm-ups and a couple of team building drills. Naruto was glad he had his shadow clones, or else he would never learn anything at this rate. Sasuke mirrored his frustrations and the ever-gentle Hinata was annoyed by Kakashi's lack of apparent interest. After the team-building exercises, Kakashi gave them 1 hour to grab lunch and meet at the Hokage Tower to collect their first mission assignment. Sasuke and Hinata were excited to complete their first mission, while Naruto groaned internally. Kurama answered the groan with a hearty, deep-throated chuckle. Ha ha, kid. I decided to tag along today just to get a first-hand look at their faces when the old monkey gives them their first mission. Cease your bitching, this is going to be priceless. Have a clone ready with that camera of yours. Fine, Q. I got you. You do realize that we will have to do the chores too, right? This didn't bother Kurama. He planned on bailing as soon as the kid got his mission. He had a feral dog lover to go hunt down, after all. Plus, Kuromaru agreed to a spar after Q attends to his master, which got Kurama excited. Even though Kuromaru was strong, the leader of the Inuzuka Ninken pack had yet to best Kurama with one tail of power. The last spar was close, but Kurama's fox form was able to get Kuromaru to submit. Submission was the only option one had left when sharp canines were pushing down on one's throat. It still got Kurama's chakra pumping though. Kit, I will blow this Kami-forsaken seal up before I let you drag me along for these so-called missions. I am here for the photo opportunity. Then, you will release me so I may go attend to my mate and her pup. A devious smile flitted across Naruto's face. Oh? And what do I get in return for sparing you from the monotony of D ranks? And don't say something boring like I will get to stay alive, we both know that is an empty threat. Kurama growled menacingly from his perch on the rock overlooking the lake. Don't mess with me, brat. The great Kyubi no Kitsune will have not play servant to lazy humans that are too fat to tie their own shoes. In return for letting me out for this and all future D-rank missions, I will teach you how to enhance your fire jutsu with Foxfire. Your body is finally developed enough to start using it without spontaneously combusting. A happy chirp was all Kurama received in response. Deal. After lunch, Team 7 walked into the mission room and saw Iruka sitting at his desk, behind a stack of mission scrolls. It was his duty to pass out the C and D rank missions when he wasn't at the academy. A shadow clone of the Hokage sat next to Iruka, although Naruto and Kakashi were the only ones that could tell it was a clone. Ah, Team 7. It is good to see you. Are you here for your first mission? We have a fine selection today. The voice of the Hokage carried across the hall and was filled with a playful mirth. Hiruzen noticed two shadow clones blur away from Naruto carrying cameras as he said this. Hi, Hokage-sama. Team 7 is reporting to collect its first mission. Iruka-san, what are our options today? Kakashi replied in a tone that carried a no-so-hidden mirth. Iruka happily replied, since he was in on the joke. Well, Kakashi, we have weeds that need to be pulled from a garden, parcel deliveries from the clinic to patients around the village, a field that needs to be plowed, and the daimyo's wife's cat is missing again. What will it be? As Sasuke and Hinata's mouths dropped open in disbelief, two flashes and clicks came from behind the Hokage. The two Naruto clones brought the Polaroid pictures to Naruto, who put them into a seal on his shirt before Sasuke could snatch them away. Man, that was better than expected. Kakashi-sensei, we will take all of the missions Iruka mentioned. Team 7 is going to get through the D-rank quota ASAP, Naruto said through fits of laughter while holding his sides. Ruto, what do you mean by quota? And they can't be serious. Those weren't missions, those are chores, Sasuke said in an elevated tone of voice that approached a scream. Now, Sasuke-kun. D ranks are a rite of passage for fresh Genin. They help the ninja keep the favor of the villagers, support our budget and build teamwork. The quota is that all teams must complete 40 D rank missions before qualifying for C rank missions. Replied an amused Hokage clone as it puffed on a pipe. HN, if you say so, Hokage-sama. Ma, Sasuke. Show respect to your Hokage. Iruka, would it be alright if we took those 4 missions? Sure, Kakashi. Are you certain you will be able to get them done today? Iruka was concerned. It was already noon, so it didn't leave much time to get the missions completed. Naruto answered for Kakashi, it will be fine, Iruka-sensei. Team 7 will be the #1 Genin team in no time. Naruto knew it was important to motivate Sasuke if he didn't want to listen to him bitch and moan all day. Kakashi took the scrolls from Iruka, and the team left the mission hall. Naruto dispatched a clone captain to handle the medical deliveries. Team 7 decided to plow the field first, since that would be the hardest mission. Naruto let the team struggle through working at a slow pace for a while. He was waiting for the cue he knew would be coming from Sasuke shortly. Kakashi was simply watching the Genin from his perch in the tree, reading his smut. It didn't take long. Sasuke got frustrated 15 minutes in and blew up. Kami, damn it. I can't believe this is a mission. Plowing fields, what good will this do us? How will doing civilian chores do anything for our teamwork or prepare us to fight other shinobi? This is a fucking joke. The frustrated screams of Sasuke were exactly what Naruto had been waiting for. Now it was time to nail the delivery. I know what you mean, bro. This is boring. Why don't we have some fun while doing it? At the confused look from Hinata and Sasuke, Naruto channeled a bit of wind chakra through the blades of the plow. Then he focused chakra throughout his legs and took off at a sprint down the length of the field. Dust, debris and chunks of grass flew out of the dust cloud created by Naruto. When the dust settled, a complete row was left neatly plowed in the blonde's wake. If we are forced into doing these civilians' chores, why not do them like a ninja? Asked Naruto as he huffed a bit from the exertion, before he started choking on all the dust hanging in the air. Naruto got 3 intrigued looks from Team 7 before Sasuke attempted to copy what Naruto just did. It took him about twice as long as Naruto, and his row wasn't as neatly plowed because he didn't have wind chakra, but he did get a row done. Nice work, bro. Next time try channeling some of your lightning chakra through the plow. It will work better than your fire chakra for this. Hinata-chan, your water element should be fairly effective as well, Naruto cried out from across the field. Team 7 completed a normally full-day job in just under 45 minutes. Naruto turned weed picking into an agility exercise and Team 7 cleared out the garden in 15 minutes. Now, the unholy cat was the only thing left. Naruto had sent out a clone team to scout for Tora earlier. They could have captured the cat, but Naruto knew that this was the best team building exercise of all the D-rank missions. So, instead of capturing the cat, Naruto's clones tracked it and dispelled periodically to let Naruto know where the cat was. He informed his team of the cat's position and laid out his plan. Tora was a sneaky tabby cat. He reveled in his mission to keep tabs on Konoha for the Nico clan. His side mission was to find a worthy summoner for the Nico clan. He had been looking for the right summoner for well over a decade now and had no luck. He ran away so these Genin would have to chase him, which allowed him to test the new ninja hopefuls. Plus, it allowed him to get away from that overbearing, perfume-laden woman. She was Tora's least favorite part of the mission to spy on Konoha. Alas, a decade worth of Genin had not provided any potential summoners and Tora was starting to lose hope. Currently, Tora was doing his usual path through the training grounds to inspect the Genin teams. He really hoped this batch was the one. However, he couldn't escape the nagging feeling that someone was watching him. This feeling started 2 hours ago, but he couldn't sense anybody nearby. Whoever was following him was good. Now, 2 more chakra signatures came into his detection range and were taking up positions on his flanks. Tora got ready for the fun that was sure to come. Hinata and Sasuke followed Naruto's directions to Training Ground 3. They spotted the cat in the tree line and moved to flank. "This is Princess, I am in position." Hinata's shy voice came through the radio headset. "This is dark and broody, I fucking hate you Naruto. I am in position." "Don't be like that, bro. You get to choose the names next time." "Sunshine is in position." 3, 2, 1. Go. Naruto chirped across the radio waves. Hinata and Sasuke darted from their cover and raced to Tora's position. The sneaky cat dodged Sasuke's lunge and vaulted off of his butt, over Hinata's head, and into a tree. The cocky demon cat cast a taunting smirk at the 2 Genin and was about to take off when it felt a hand place something on its back. Tora was pissed, it couldn't even move. His whole body was paralyzed, and this human brat was taunting him with that damn smile of his. Then, Tora was given to the girl and the soft scent of lavender met his nose. Her eyes were gentle, and her petting was heavenly. Hinata carried Tora and pet him all the way to the Hokage Tower. Tora liked this girl. Until she handed him to the daimyo's wife. Then all the air was squeezed out of his lungs and the struggle to escape the smothering began anew. A dirty, tired but happy Team 7 reported all missions complete to Iruka at 3:30 p.m. Iruka was baffled. This Genin squad just did 4D rank missions in just over 3 hours. Iruka looked up and saw Kakashi beaming with pride. Kakashi noticed Iruka looking at him and just cast a smug look. "Have 5 more ready for us tomorrow. We will stop by to pick them up at the same time. Good night, Iruka." Team 7 collected their pay and left the Hokage Tower. Naruto stopped outside the tower. "Hey guys, it's still pretty early. Want to come to my house? I have presents for you." After receiving eager nods from Hinata and Sasuke, they headed to the Namikaze estate. Naruto's clone captains could be seen working with their squads as they entered the compound. It blew Team 7's collective mind as they watched 10 Naruto clones holding us Rasengans of various sizes. Then there were 40 clones, paired up in twos, having full-speed sword fights. "Just how much chakra do you have, Ototo?" Kakashi asked in amazement. "Oh, last I checked I have about twice the chakra Gigi does. But I make these clones every day by borrowing some of Q's chakra. It makes them last longer. With Q's chakra, I have more chakra than all Konoha Jonin combined, but I can only use about a fifth of it right now." The casual manner of Naruto's response just deepened Team 7's shock. They entered the house, greeted Tsubaki and headed into his father's study. Naruto took a couple of minutes to key them into the security system and then laid out his plan for them. "Okay, my first gift to each of you are gravity and weight seals. These allow you to increase the efficiency of your training by making pretty much everything harder. They will increase your chakra reserves because your body will passively take chakra to compensate for the increased difficulty." Ototo, are you sure that is safe?" "Yes, Kakashi-sensei. I have worn gravity and weight seals since I was 8. Tsunade Buchin taught me enough medical jutsu that I will be able to monitor and adjust them safely." Sasuke was excited, this is exactly what he had been waiting for. This was one training method that made Naruto stronger. He couldn't wait so he stepped forward. "You can do me first, Ruto." "Haha, I knew you would be excited, bro. Before I do this, you both need to agree that you will not show the seals to other people. This is Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, therefore it falls under my clan's arts. I do not want it being copied by those I do not trust myself. Both Jinan and Jonin sensei nodded their consent. Okay, I will need access to forearms, calves, sternum and back. Hinata-chan, I know that will be embarrassing for you, but I promise it is only to apply the seals. You can keep your wrappings on. It's alright, Naruto-kun.
I trust you, stuttered out Hinata as she was removing her baggy beige jacket.
Naruto created 2 clones, one of them hinged into Naruko, Naruto's female alias. Naruko applied the seals to Hinata. Naruto thought she would be more comfortable with a girl applying her seals. Once the gravity seals were on, Naruto activated them. Kakashi barely reacted, but the other 2's shoulders hunched a bit. Okay, this is level 1. You will not attempt to adjust these on your own until I give you the go-ahead. In case of emergency, make the boar hand sign and focus your chakra to the seals. To reactivate them, the monkey hand sign and focus on putting chakra into the seals. I have set the maximum to level 1 for now. Get used to it and we can re-evaluate after 1 month. After getting nods from his team, he brought out the next present. We have been working together since we were children. I know your chakra natures and preferences. You are my teammates, so I wanted to share the Uzumaki elemental chakra control exercises with you. Sasuke, this scroll is fire and lightning. Hinata, this scroll is water. Kakashi, I have allowed you access to my father's study to start studying the Hiraishin. It is a lightning-based jutsu. Kakashi's loan. I bugged out when he heard this. Thanks, Naruto. That is quite generous of you. Are you sure you want to let that technique outside the clan though? Naruto waved him off. My dad's journal said he planned on teaching you. Plus, you will have to send a shadow clone here every day for the next couple of years to master it. You will have to follow the same steps I did in Fuinjutsu, to create your own beacon seal. Then you will have to have high mastery over the lightning element, which you already have. Finally, you will have to practice. My clones can tell you how painful that can be. I have lost thousands of clones practicing over the last 3 months. Kakashi looked mortified. Thoughts like, did he care about the Hiraishin that much? Is it even worth it? And troublesome, flashed through Kakashi's head. He was brought out of his musings when the blonde asked him to teach the advanced lightning control exercise. Evidently, not many Uzumaki had the lightning element, which meant Naruto couldn't find it in the clan scrolls. Kakashi that it was a fair trade. With many thanks to Naruto for his generosity, Team 7 left his compound. Chapter 11. Wave Arc, with a twist dash. Team 7 then spent the next 5 weeks and knocked out 5 D ranks per day. By the end of their 5th week, they completed their 100th D rank mission. They had actually had fun competing throughout the missions. Hinata was surprisingly quick with her hands, so she managed to win a few times when it came to tasks like picking weeds, painting fences and organizing various things for various shop owners. Sasuke liked the physical D ranks. Most of the farming tasks became strength and agility competitions between Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto would set his gravity seals to level 5 to make it fair. Hinata would do her part in these missions, but she couldn't keep up on the strength requirements. Level 6 gravity still made Naruto feel like he was being crushed and super lightheaded, so Tsunade and Kurama had forbidden him from using it. They thought he would have to go through puberty before his body could take the strain. Team 7 became famous among the civilians. The normal bitching and moaning that could be heard by Jinan squads doing the missions was absent during Team 7 missions. They were the exact opposite. They were lively, polite and competitive. The civilians that requested the missions started watching the games the Jinan made from the mission. The back and forth between Sasuke and Naruto made it entertaining enough. This high praise reached the other Jonin sensei, and they all marveled that Kakashi was such an effective sensei. If they only knew. Hiruzen watched Team 7 enter his office. He had been keeping his eye on this all-star Jinan team. That is why he had no qualms about allowing Team 7 to be the first rookie Jinan assigned a C rank. Ah, Team 7. I must say, you are the talk of the town. Kakashi, you have my gratitude for training such a talented team. It seems I may have underestimated your ability as a teacher. All members of Team 7 broke eye contact with the Hokage and suddenly found various things around the office interesting. Kakashi smiled and sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. You honor me, Hokage-sama. Team 7 is reporting for their first C-ranked mission. Iruka shuffled in his corner. These kids left the academy just over a month ago and the Hokage was going to send them out of the village. Iruka had voiced his concerns, but the Hokage shot him down and said this particular team was ready. Alright, Kakashi. Team 7 is assigned to escort the bridge builder Tazuna back to Wave Country. Once there, Team 7 will guard him until the bridge is complete. A side mission will be to establish positive political ties with the Wave. He made a motion to his Anbu guard, and they brought Tazuna into the office. Tazuna was a fairly tall old man with a big gut. He wore a plain gray shirt with the arms cut off. He had a towel wrapped over his shoulders and around his neck, and he wore a plain pair of glasses. There was nothing special about him, except for the pungent smell of cheap booze. Tazuna looked at Team 7 and wasn't impressed. How are a blind girl, a cripple and 2 little brats going to be able to protect me? Tazuna didn't notice the blonde move. He didn't feel the sake jar leave his hands. That is why he was so surprised when the brat took a swig of his sake and said, "Wow, that is some cheap shit." Naruto handed the sake bottle back to Tazuna at normal speeds and gave him a confident smirk. "Old man, if it is everyday bandits and thugs you are worried about, don't. If there are ninja chasing you, you need to tell us now." As Naruto mentioned ninja, he sensed that Tazuna was nervous. The overall feeling he got was that Tazuna was hiding something. Naruto made meaningful eye contact with the Hokage. "Hokage-sama. Please tell Kitsune I am leaving the village. He was expecting to train with me this week." Hiruzen got the message and nodded. "Will do, Naruto-kun." Hiruzen flashed Anbu hand signs to Kakashi and Naruto. "Keep your eyes open, Naruto. Permission granted. You can show abilities if needed." Kakashi's eye widened in shock for just a second, then he addressed his team. "Pack for a month-long trip. This is a mission, so all restrictive seals will be released. Meet at the front gate tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. With a chorus of "Hi, Sensei." Team 7 left the Hokage office. Hiruzen knew that Kakashi and Naruto could handle just about anything that came at them. He would keep a rapid response Anbu force ready if they called for it. Naruto took Kakashi out for dinner. He hinged into his older form and they sat down at a table in the Jonin bar. They ordered their food and Naruto threw up a privacy seal. "The old man is undoubtedly lying to us. The Hokage feels the same. I think he knows about something going on in Wave that the client isn't telling us about." "Yup, Toto, I got the same feeling. We will proceed with the mission. If need be, this will be your coming out party. The Hokage clearly wants us to get into Wave's good graces, so we will just have to take it seriously." "Gotcha, I will have Q in the seal. If things start getting messy, he can be our backup." With that out of the way, they enjoyed their meal and shot the shit. Kakashi had really missed spending time with Naruto. The hole in his heart always seemed to shrink when he hung out with the blonde. It was thanks to Naruto that Kakashi had started getting rid of his bad habits. He still read smut in public, but he was showing up on time and putting some actual effort into being a Jonin sensei. The next morning came and Team 7 met Tazuna at the front gate. They set off as planned and Naruto produced 8 clone captains that escorted the team in a diamond formation. They had been walking for half a day when something finally happened. "Sasuke, Hinata, my clones picked up 2 enemy ninjas hidden behind a genjutsu up ahead. They are nothing special. I want you two to deal with them. Kakashi and I will back you up," Naruto whispered quietly to his team. The whole team looked to Kakashi, who gave them a nod. Hinata was nervous as she activated her Byakugan. She could clearly see 2 ninjas hidden in the ground below a genjutsu of a puddle. She took deep breaths and prepared herself. She had to prove to Team 7 and herself that she could do this. As she approached the puddle, she gave a hand sign to Sasuke. Each of them darted to a separate puddle. The rapid movement caught the 2 shinobi off guard. They barely had time to get their defenses up as they jumped out of the ground and engaged their 2 opponents. With Hinata's first flurry of hits, Hinata had rendered Gozu's left hand, the one connected to the chain, useless. Thus, he was forced to fight Hinata one-handed. Hinata used this opening to step into Gozu's guard and land several hits to his stomach and chest. Gozu fell to his knees and coughed up blood. Hinata hit a point on the back of his neck that paralyzed him. She took a deep breath and turned to watch the conclusion of Sasuke's fight. As soon as Hinata gave the hand sign, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and attacked the puddle on the right. When Mezu jumped from the ground and parried Sasuke's first strike, he was surprised by the boy's speed. He panicked for a split second when he landed and saw 2 One-Tomo Sharingan looking back at him. Sasuke used it to throw 2 shuriken that pinned Mezu's chain to a nearby tree. As Mezu struggled to free his left gauntlet from the chain, he was hit by a great fireball jutsu. His screams, the sound of his flesh burning, and the smell made Sasuke run to the side of the road. Once there, He fell to his knees and puked up his lunch. Kakashi praised the two for their performance. He had Naruto tag Gozu and put him in a prisoner scroll. Mezu's body was put in a storage scroll to be taken back to the Hokage. Both scrolls were given to a fox summon that sprinted back to the hidden leaf. Kakashi then turned to Zuna and put on his most intimidating face. "Now, Tazuna-san, mind telling me why there were ninja waiting to ambush our group?" After a lot of stuttering and begging, Kakashi got the truth out of Tazuna. Wave was in a terrible situation with a shipping magnate named Gato ruling over the small island nation. Gato had bought up all shipping and transport to the island and was strangling the life out of the Wave economy. Tazuna started the bridge as a last hope to bring life back to Wave. Gato had sent his goons after Tazuna, and that is when Tazuna traveled to the Leaf for help. He apologized for lying and said that he didn't have enough to pay for anything higher than a C-rank mission. Team 7 had been listening to the whole story. Kakashi needed the team's buy-in before they continued. "Okay, team. This is now outside the bounds of a C-rank mission. This is beyond what a normal Genin squad can handle. I know we are not normal, but I want to know if you wish to continue or should we head back to the Leaf and let another squad take over?" Sasuke responded immediately, "I want to continue. This is the perfect opportunity to challenge myself." No surprise there, thought Naruto and Kakashi simultaneously. "I would like to continue and help Tazuna-san as well," Hinata said meekly. "You know me, sensei. I am in," finished Naruto. He then thought, be ready. I may need to summon you or borrow some chakra if this goes tits up." "You got it, Kit," replied Kurama. He may have tamed down quite a bit, but the thought of blood and battle got him excited. Kakashi then turned to the old drunk. "Okay, Tazuna-san. It is your lucky day. We will continue the mission. Upon completion, you will pay for an A-ranked mission. The Hokage will be open to a payment plan." The group continued with the mission. The next day they met up with a friend of Tazuna that ferried them across the ocean channel. The group gained their first inkling of respect for Tazuna when they saw the magnificent bridge. It was truly something to behold. It looked like the massive structure extended halfway out into the channel. When they landed in Wave Country, Naruto started sensing an overwhelming number of negative emotions. They walked for a bit, then Naruto sensed two high-level chakra signatures. One of them was filled with bloodlust. The other was being heavily suppressed and had a gentle feel to it. It reminded Naruto of the feel of Hinata's chakra. He channeled Kurama's chakra into his eyes and ears to help him deal with the mist. It was this enhanced clarity that let him hear a massive blade slicing through the air. "Get down!" He grabbed Tazuna and Hinata, then hit the dirt. Kakashi and Sasuke followed suit. The blade implanted itself in a tree and a tall man with bandages covering his mouth, no shirt, and pinstripe pants appeared on the blade. Well, if it isn't Sharingan no Kakashi. No wonder the Demon Brothers failed. Hand over the bridge builder and your brats will be spared. "No can do, Zabuza Momochi, Demon of the Hidden Mist," Kakashi said as he lifted his hishiate that was covering his left eye. The newly exposed, 3-Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly as Kakashi prepared for a fight. Naruto created a clone captain, which then covered the bridge builder, Sasuke and Hinata in a protective barrier. Naruto stepped forward and whispered to Kakashi, "You handle Zabuza, I'm going to get his friend and invite them to the party." Kakashi nodded at Naruto. Zabuza saw the Genin step forward. "Get out of here, brat. This is a fight between real shinobi. Go back to your mommy and come find me in 10 years. Naruto just chuckled. "If you only knew, Zabuza. If you aren't careful, I will show you what a true demon is." Zabuza didn't like being disrespected by a brat. He grabbed his sword and jumped out onto the water. He raised one hand above his head and kept the other in a ram seal in front of his chest. "Water style, hidden mist jutsu," said Zabuza. Naruto watched as a mist layered in Zabuza's own chakra spread out over the field. It was dense enough to nullify Naruto's vision, but not his other senses. He confirmed where the other ninja was and prepared to make his move. "Wind style, great breakthrough," Naruto said under his breath. He channeled quite a bit of his chakra into it and aimed it at where Zabuza was. He didn't wait for the aftermath. He disappeared using Sunshine and appeared behind a ninja in a Kiri Hunter mask. He slapped a paralysis seal on the ninja and activated it. Meanwhile, a great wall of wind laid waste to the field in front of Zabuza. The mist cleared and revealed a water wall that protected Zabuza. All Zabuza could see was Kakashi standing in front of the barrier that contained Team 7 and Tazuna. "Where did that damned brat go?" "To deal with your friend," replied Kakashi in a bored tone. "Are we going to do this or what?" I won't bore you with the details, just imagine the cannon fight between the two. Naruto has caught the hunter Nin in his arms before she could fall. From this distance, Naruto could smell her. Naruto removed her mask, revealing a beautiful face with a delicate complexion. The paralysis seal let the ninja move her head, so she peered into Naruto's brilliant blues. Good afternoon, Ninja-san. It seems you have bested me. Now what do you want with me? She asked. Oh, not much. We can start with a talk while those two fight it out. I am Naruto, he said as he sat her propped up onto a tree. The then leaned back on his arms. What's your name and why are you here? I am a hunter Nin from Kiri. I would appreciate it if you didn't lie to me, sweetheart. It doesn't really work on me. I know you are with Zabuza, so I want to know who you are and why you follow him? The ninja paused, weighing her options. My name is Haku Momochi. I have pledged my life to serve Zabuza-sama and will give my life to help him accomplish his goals. Okay. Why? The question caught Haku off guard. She gave him the short version of her life of suffering because of her bloodline. After killing her own father, Zabuza had taken her in and trained her, so she pledged her loyalty to him. I am sorry for you suffering. Before we go join the boys, let me say this. If you love Zabuza, don't die for him, live for him. Think if you blind loyalty actually makes him happy. We need to go. Naruto sensed the fight had turned against Kakashi and he wanted to stop things from escalating. Naruto appeared with Haku slung over his shoulder in front of 3 Zabuza clones with Zabuza holding Kakashi in a water prison behind them. Naruto saw Zabuza preparing to cut Kakashi in half, so he pressed Whirlpool's edge against Haku's back. Let's not be hasty, Zabuza-san. I wish to make a deal with you. The boy's calm voice and demeanor concerned Zabuza. This kid shows no fear whatsoever and he bested Haku. What deal, kid? Well, I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, that blade you carry was forged by the Uzumaki. If Mist stayed true to its word, which is unlikely, you pledged to never raise that blade against a member of the Uzumaki clan. I wish to know if you still uphold that vow and why you work for a piece of shit like Gato. Crap. I did swear that oath, kid. But I took a job from Gato to raise money for the rebellion in Kiri. Well then, that makes this easy. I am going to kill Gato, whether you wish to stop me or not. He is the worst kind of human trash. I will kill him within the week. When I do, I will take his blood-soaked wealth and give it back to the people he stole it from. If I doubled what Gato is offering you, a promise on the pride of the Uzumaki, what would you say? Zabuza was taken aback. He had taken a job, so his pride as a ninja demands he finish it. However, this kid unnerved him. He casually claims to be the son of an Uzumaki and the 4th Hokage? Tell me, kid, who was your father? Oh, you just now caught that? The 4th Hokage was my dad. I will sweeten the deal. If you release my sensei, stay out of our way for 1 week and deliver a couple letters to the leader of the Kiri rebellion for me, I will quadruple what Gato is offering you. Zabuza was gobsmacked. He heard a click in the corner of his mind but thought nothing of it. Naruto slid that picture into Haku's battle kimono for a few laughs later on. Zabuza let Kakashi out of his water prison and Kakashi jumped over to Naruto, gasping for fresh air. Naruto returned the favor by removing the paralysis seal from Naruto. You got 1 week, kid. I will be in a dugout near Gato's hideout. I will hold you to your word, on the pride of the Uzumaki. Sure thing, Zabuza. See you later, Haku-chan. Thank goodness the mask could cover up Haku's brilliant blush, otherwise Hinata would have gotten jealous. Naruto gave them a casual wave goodbye before the two disappeared in a swirl of water. Naruto turned to a stunned Team 7 and a bridge builder with his chin hitting the ground. Pick your jaw up of the ground, Tazuna-san, we have work to do. Team 7 walked through a destitute and hopeless town. Naruto was being overwhelmed by all of the negative emotions. Shops were boarded up and partially destroyed. Kids roamed the streets in rags, begging for scraps. The look of hopelessness in every eye enraged Naruto. The reactions for Team 7 were much the same. This was the first time either of them had seen true poverty. It broke Hinata's heart every time she made eye contact with a child. She had already given out her ration bars, as had Sasuke and the others. A small den on the mighty injustice of this land. Tazuna urged the group on and walked 10 more minutes to the west. Team 7 came upon a modest house on the edge of the ocean. There was a small dock with a paddle boat tied to it. It was that very paddle boat that Tsunami had rowed to give a chance to Tazuna to get to the leaf. Team 7 entered the home following Tazuna. They came face to face with a lovely mother figure that introduced herself as Tsunami. Kit, that there is what we call a MILF, let me out so I can meet her. The sudden yelling from Kurama had startled Naruto. He put him on mute for the time being. Good evening, Tsunami-san. Thank you for inviting us into your home. I am Hatake Kakashi and these are my Jinan. We will be staying here until Tazuna finishes his bridge. Thank you in advance for your hospitality. Kakashi finished with a polite bow, which was mirrored by the team. It is I who should be thanking you, Kakashi-san. Thank you for bringing my father home safely and for your continued assistance. She returned the bow. Tazuna had set off into the kitchen to grab some sake while Team 7 got set up in their room. Hinata was going to sleep in Tsunami's room. Once they were set up, Kakashi pulled Naruto onto the roof for a chat. Thank you for saving me earlier. I was in a pinch there. However, what were you thinking negotiating with a missing nin? The chiding tone in Kakashi's voice annoyed Naruto. Well, sensei, I made a judgment call. I could feel the purity coming off of that girl. Zabuza didn't feel evil, per se, but he felt determined and full of bloodlust. So, I figured he could be negotiated with. Plus, I didn't want to kill Haku. She is beautiful under that mask. I am thinking of making a similar offer I made to Kumo and Iwa. If the rebels are close to unseating the Mizukage, then I want to support them. Killing people for being born with bloodlines is sickening. Kakashi had gotten used to Naruto's surprises. Still, he couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. You really are a lot like your father when you talk like that. Except one woman was enough to keep him happy. Oh, can it, Nissan? If Mist accepts, I can have 4 of the Great 5 bound together. That would be a good step in the right direction for my dream. Okay, to the task at hand. Naruto took back control of the conversation and redirected it to solving their current problems. Naruto and Kakashi spent the next couple of hours planning. Tsunami had wrapped their plates for them so they could eat when they were done. Kakashi loved working with the focused Naruto. The plan broke down into 4 parts. 1. Recon. They need to locate Gato's base of operations and any potential hideouts of his thugs. They need to know if there are any more missing nin and the number of thugs he has. 2. Infiltrate. Take out a couple of thugs, have Naruto's clones transform into them and get a good look at the inside of the base. 3. Fight. Take the initiative and surprise Gato. After locating the ninja, they will need to be the first to go. 4. Repair. Seize Gato's assets and help Wave recover. With an idea of how they wanted to proceed, Naruto created 10 shadow clone captains. They were each assigned a part of the island to scout. 2 more shadow clone captains were created to watch the town. If any thugs tried to rough the townspeople up, they were to deal with them discreetly. Enough is enough. The next day, Q showed up claiming to be backup from Konoha. He made quite the impression on Tsunami with the same style of introduction he gave to Tsunade. The shadow clones had returned with their information. Naruto created pretty detailed map for Team 7. Kakashi was going to go with Naruto to get eyes on Gato's hideout, which is an old ocean liner that is beached on the east side of the island. There were also 4 smaller hideouts that Gato's thugs man scattered around the town. One clone found Zabuza's dugout and scared the crap out of Haku. The clone blushed at her partially naked figure before Zabuza ran to the entrance of the hideout only to find the blonde kid. After a tense exchange, the clone let him know that he was just scouting the island. The clone told Zabuza that he will be informed when the attack is happening. Kakashi was concerned about the 3 rogue Iwa ninja in Gato's employ. They had freshly marked Hishiate. The scout clone said there was 1 Jonin level and 2 Chunin level. If Team 7 had to fight them and Zabuza, things would get messy. As long as Team 7 retained the initiative, they will be able to take them out relatively easy. The primary concern for the Konoha team and for Tazuna was the safety of the townspeople. This put Kakashi in a tough spot. He knew Naruto could make a crap ton of shadow clones to protect the town, but doing so would make him less than 100% for the fight. Q offered to protect the town, but Kakashi was worried about leaving a bijou unattended around a village with no defenses. It took Naruto's convincing before Kakashi gave the okay for that part of the plan. The main objective for day 2 was to take out some thugs and have Naruto transform into them. Naruto's transformation was much more effective than a henge, so if they ran into ninja, they shouldn't catch on to him. The objective for this was to map out the ocean liner and locate the ninja, any hostages, Gato's office and his safe. Naruto wore a cloak with his stealth seal as he entered town. He got up on the roofs and spread clones out throughout the dilapidated town. Around noon, Naruto watched 3 thugs with shoddy weapons walk into a local baker. The thugs harassed the owner and threatened to kill his daughter if he didn't feed them. Naruto had one of his clones henge into Tsunami and enter the bakery. The clone then immediately left as if it were scared. The ploy worked and the thugs followed the fake Tsunami into a nearby alley. Before any of them registered something was wrong, Naruto retrofit their heads with a kunai. He sealed the bodies away after taking their belongings and clothing. 3 clones henged into the thugs, put on their clothing and weapons and walked back to the ocean liner. When the clones got to the ocean liner, they walked under the big banner reading Gato Industries and did their best to fit in with the crowd. The clones reported into a bandit named Sajim when they returned to the ship and were told to go to the crew's quarters. This area was not nearly as nice as Gato's. There was broken glass and spilled drinks littered throughout the hallway. The lounge was furnished with dilapidated furniture that smelled like the scum it seated. The lighting was poor, but there were easily 20 mercenaries just sitting around playing cards and drinking. "Yo, Hachi, how did the trip into town go? Did you bring any back for us?" The Naruto clones didn't know which bandit was Hachi, so they guessed. The clone in the middle said, "The damn baker didn't have enough to fill out bellies. How could we bring you lot anything?" "I wasn't talking to you, Denny, so shut your fucking trap." The clone of Denny scowled at the talkative mercenary. The man stepped up, put his shoulders back and chest out. "You got something to say, punk?" The clone unsheathed the poor quality katana and unseated the unknown bandit's head with a surprising speed. The whole room gawked at the Denny clone. "What you goons looking at? He picked a fight, and I finished it. End of story." This earned the clone Denny a trip to Gato's office, escorted by one of the 3 ninjas. "What's an Iwa ninja doing here in Wave?" Denny asked with curiosity in his tone. "Shut your trap, bandit scum. Don't put yourself on equal footing with me," replied the ex-stone ninja. "Aw, come on. I heard some pretty sweet things about ninja, seen some scary shit too. You got a name or am I gonna have to call you Stony?" "Tsuchimaru. I left Iwa because the cage there betrayed us. He dares ally with Konoha scum. Even offered them his fucking granddaughter. So, me and my boys left. End of story. Nice ta Maechimaru. Name's Denny. You gonna kill me for killing that guy?" "That's up to Gato. Now shut up, I am done talking to you." Hi," replied the clone Denny, waving him off. Gato's quarters were in the captain's quarters and had been renovated with extravagant tapestries and carpets. It did spruce up the old, abandoned ship a bit. Denny was taken to Gato's office and questioned about killing one of Gato's men. Gato ended up liking his brutality and told Denny to get a raiding party together. He heard Tazuna was back in town, so he wanted the bridge builder brought back. The clone Denny accepted the mission and gathered 10 guys to go hit up Tazuna's house. While Naruto was doing this, Kakashi took Sasuke and Hinata out to train on the ocean. Water walking on wavy water was significantly harder than on a calm lake. Therefore, by the 2 sparring in a wavy ocean, their chakra control should improve greatly. Normally, Sasuke would beat Hinata, but the water was the great equalizer. Hinata had much better chakra control than Sasuke and water was her element. The spars tended to go in Hinata's favor the longer they fought for. Team 7 regrouped with Tsunami for dinner. Q sat next to the lovely woman and was laying it on thick. The dinner is going fairly until Inari, Tsunami's son, broke down and lost his shit. He kept screaming about her they were going to die and Gato's too strong. The boy ran out of the house followed by Naruto. Naruto took Inari to the docks and was talking to him. "Inari, I was sorry to hear about your stepfather. It sounds like he was a great man." Naruto let the boy get his sniffles out. "It is my goal to become a man like Kaisa. He was called to fight for something greater than themselves. He went to the pure world knowing that he did all he can to fight against the evil of this world." "What's your point?" "Gato killed him and he left mom and me all alone." "How did the boy?" "My point is that Kaisa was and is a hero. He understood that all evil needs to triumph is for good men to do nothing. Kaisa stood up to evil and fought for his people. I ask that you do not dishonor his sack." Naruto cut off his statement as he sensed somebody trip his security tags. "Inari, I need you to go back to the house. Tell my team to lock it down. There are men in the woods east of here coming this way. Go. Now." The boy scurried off to the house and Naruto leapt off to prepare a proper welcome. He could feel that his clone that was leading the group. He took out Whirlpool's edge and decided that he would kill all but one of them. The clone Denny was leading the bandits through the woods toward Tazuna's house. They were loud, obnoxious and disgusting creatures. Talking about rape like it was the best thing in the world. Bullying and killing defenseless people. There was no need to feel sorry for trash like this. Denny saw a blur, heard the swish of a blade cutting through the wind and saw the head fall. It wasn't until the fourth head hit the ground that the ragtag group reacted. There were 5 bandits and 1 Naruto clone left. Naruto himself stood in front of the remaining mercenaries, holding his black and red wakizashi with one hand. With an exaggerated flick of the blade to clear the blood, Naruto raised his head to address the bandits. Who feels like talking in exchange for their life? 3 bandits raised their hands and 2 growled at him and held their weapons at the ready. The clone that was imitating Denny killed those 2 from behind and then transformed back into Naruto. I tell ya, boss, it sucked being that guy. Keep the one in the middle, he will talk. Then the clone dispelled with a final 2-fingered salute to Naruto. Kakashi showed up as Naruto was cleaning his blade on the jacket of the merc chosen to remain alive. He could see the fear in the man's eyes and smell the urine running down his leg. Was this really necessary, Naruto? How about you take my clone's memories and then try to ask me that question again? He pointed to the bandit. I told him I wouldn't kill him in exchange for information. I made no promises on your behalf. Have fun. Naruto disappeared in a wind sunshine to go cool his head in the woods. Q found him lying down on a thick branch a couple hours later. You know, Q, I promised you to make the world a better place. I promised I would never give up. And I won't, but this darkness eats at you. It clings to you and makes you feel dirty. I think I understand how you got lost in your hatred for humanity now. The low, contemplative tone Naruto was using worried Q. You know, Kit. I still feel that way. I can't wash away centuries of what you are feeling overnight. But you know what, Kit? When I am around you, that hatred flees. Q paused and hesitated a bit before continuing. The sage created us to be partners to humanity. He envisioned a world where we would work alongside them. Where people would understand each other. That is why he decided to share his chakra with humanity. He hoped that, through the art of Ninshu, humans would come to understand each other, and us. Then the darkness of this world took Ninshu and corrupted it into its bastardized form, ninjutsu. Then the humans sought to enslave us Bijou with the very gift our father gave them. That is why I was blinded by hatred for centuries. Until I met you, Kit. Q walked up the tree trunk and bent down to ruffle Naruto's hair. Q's words hit Naruto hard. Would the sage be okay with me using this corrupted power to cleanse the world of this filth? Would he condone the slaughter of those pigs that call themselves human? Will Kami bless me or let Yami deal with me when I die? I have already killed hundreds, Q. Tears began to fall from Naruto's face. Kyuubi picked Naruto up and pulled him into a hug. And I have killed thousands, Kit. Do you believe me to be an evil monster? Would you condemn my soul to suffering? The way I see it, you have taken on the mission the sage left to me. Except you have not let yourself fall into the darkness. Your strength of will shields you from it, Kit. Fear not, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, if you fall into the darkness, I will drag you back out of it. Naruto wailed into Q's shoulder and found solace in his hug. After a few minutes, Naruto stepped back from the embrace. Thanks, Q. I really needed that. They walked back to the house together and Naruto went straight to bed. The next morning, Naruto told them about what his clone saw. He drew out a map with key locations highlighted for the group. The Iwa ninja were in the quarters located just below Gatos. He told them about Tsuchimaru, the Jonin, and the other mercenaries there. Kakashi had scoped out the vessel last night and noted the guard patterns. Kakashi laid out the plan. The best time to strike will be 3 a.m. The guards are undisciplined. If we are lucky, we will be able to kill the Iwa ninja in their sleep. We should do everything we can to not raise the alarm before dealing with those 3. Naruto and I will deal with the ninja. Sasuke will target the mercenaries' quarters. Do not hold back Sasuke. These men are scum. Naruto's clone confirmed that much. Hinata will extract the women held below deck. We will deal with the outposts after the ship is secured. Q will protect the village in our absence and Naruto will protect the house with clones. Once Kakashi had finished, Kakashi-sensei, these ninjas essentially defected because of me. Instead of killing them, could we slap paralysis seals on them? Send them in a prisoner scroll back to Iwa, as a show of good faith? Also, Gato is no threat. I say we capture him alive and let the people of Wave decide his fate. If we can subdue the ninja in their sleep, I am okay with that plan. However, I will not endanger anybody here for that purpose. If they fight us, we fight to kill. Was Kakashi's curt reply. A chorus of "Hi, Sensei" was the response. Sasuke was disappointed that he couldn't fight the ninja, but he would at least get some combat experience from this. Naruto pulled Sasuke aside later in the day. Hey, bro. I wanted to talk to you about your part of the mission. I know you got your first kill a couple days ago. I know it affected you, it affected me too. When you are in there, you cannot freeze up. You cannot let them get the drop on you. These men abandoned their humanity a long time ago. The state this country is in is proof of that. Promise me you won't freeze, brother. HNN. I will be fine, Ruto. Thanks for the heads up. We will see each other after the mission. The Uchiha held out his arm to Naruto and the two clasped forearms. It was amazing to see how much Sasuke had changed after receiving training and instruction from Naruto. Naruto could still sense the darkness of Sasuke's desire for revenge, but his determination and desire to protect dwarfed it now. Naruto spent the day securing Tazuna's house with privacy seals and Q went to go watch over the village. Team 7 did mission prep and final checks right after dinner. Naruto gave stealth tags, flash tags and a stack of explosive tags to each member of the group. Tazuna, Tsunami and Inari watched them leave the house shortly after nightfall. Around midnight, the group took up positions around the vessel. Naruto dispatched a shadow clone to let Zabuza know that tonight was the night. Haku gave the Naruto clone a hug and wished him good luck before it dispelled, much to Zabuza's chagrin. Team 7 watched the activity on the boat die down as the night drew on. Just before the guard shift change at 3 a.m., Team 7 equipped their cloaking tags and walked up the side of the vessel. Each member of Team 7 was responsible for neutralizing a guard and then the guard's replacement. This was the most difficult for Hinata, who killed the man with an overloaded Juken strike to his heart. Naruto was looking at her and made eye contact with her when the deed was done. That look in his eyes helped her harden her resolve. After taking out the replacement guards 10 minutes later with very little sound and no resistance, the group split off to complete their assigned tasks. Naruto and Kakashi walked to the floor below the captain's quarters. Naruto could hear muffled thumping coming from the floor above, but he toned it out. He and Kakashi staged outside the door of the Iwa missing nin's room. Naruto slapped a sound-dampening seal on the door in an effort to eliminate the creaking when opening the door. The two entered the room with paralysis seals in hand. They slinked through the room without a sound and attached them to the foreheads of two of the missing nin. They activated the seals and then the action began in earnest. The Jonin missing nin was a light sleeper and the thumping coming from upstairs wasn't helping. When he felt the chakra flare produced by the seal tags being activated, he immediately jumped out of bed. He saw two shimmers near the beds of his companions. He grabbed the alarm clock sitting on his bedside table, charged it with Bokuten, explosion, chakra and threw it like a makeshift grenade at one of the shimmers. Kakashi had heard his movement and was able to dodge the projectile, but the shockwave produced by the explosion of the makeshift grenade threw him hurtling toward the missing nin. Naruto acted immediately and darted at the Iwa ninja before he could land a hit on Kakashi. The wind chakra enhanced punch shattered the ninja's collarbone and propelled him into the wall. Kakashi, we have gone loud. I will handle him, go secure Gato. Be careful, Ruto. Don't let him touch you with that Bokuten chakra. Choosing to trust his little brother figure, Kakashi darted out the room and up to Gato's chambers. Maru got to his feet and took a shaky breath. That hurt, brat. Hey, you're that kid that Onoki betrayed us for. Oh, this is perfect. I am going to blow you to Kingdom Come boy. Naruto created two clones to secure the prisoners. The clones grabbed the ninja and took them to the rendezvous point before Maru could stop them. Leaving Naruto in an enclosed space with an explosion user. He didn't like the battle environment, not one bit. Naruto charged a Rasengan in his right hand and jumped toward Maru. Maru dodged, as expected. Naruto used the Rasengan to blow a hole in the side of the ship and jumped out onto the deck of the ship. In the chaos of the explosion, Naruto deactivated the Rasengan and created two clones. As expected, Maru chased him outside. You can't get away from me that easy, bastard. You will pay for what your father did to my family, Maru shouted and then darted at Naruto. With a fist full of Bokuten chakra he lashed out at Naruto. A clone Naruto substituted with the original to take the hit. In the ensuing smoke screen, Naruto performed three hand signs ending on tiger. He brought his hand to his mouth and thought Katen, flamethrower jutsu. The condensed stream of flame tore into the smoke and struck Maru in the back. He flew forward from the pressure of the jutsu and slammed into a shipping container. He struggled to his feet, only to feel a pressure on his neck. Then the world rotated wildly until he heard a thud and was looking at the floor of the ship. Then his brain shut down and his soul left his body. Naruto sheathed his wakizashi, put Maru's remains into a storage scroll and raced back into the ship to complete the mission. 20 minutes later Team 7 met at the rendezvous point. Sasuke was covered in blood and had a gash on his right arm but was more or less okay. Hinata was paler than normal and had a few specks of blood on her face and jacket. She was leading a group of 15 women that looked destitute and broken. Naruto walked over to her, put one hand on her shoulder and the other hand gently lifted her chin until their eyes met. Hinata's eyes were glistening in the moonlight with tears. She buried her face in Naruto's chest, then cried out her emotions. Kakashi looked the best out of Team 7. He would fully admit that he had the easiest part of the mission. Gato only had 4 thugs positioned as a security detail. It barely took Kakashi 20 seconds to deal with them. Another 20 seconds and a couple explosive tags made Gato's metal door fly off its hinges into the far wall. A chop to Gato's neck and a prisoner scroll later made Kakashi's the fastest and cleanest job of the night. Kakashi smiled at the girl that was being sexually assaulted by Gato and told her that he would take her back to town. She nodded eagerly and followed him off the ship. Kakashi ordered Sasuke and Hinata to escort the captives back into town before he and Naruto went and looted the ship. Well, it was mostly Naruto's clones putting everything into scrolls and cataloging their loot. Kakashi was able to crack Gato's safe and secured details on his operations, contact lists and a shitload of gold and Ryo. Naruto put Zabuza's pay and a couple water ninjutsu scrolls in a separate scroll. Tidying up the ship took 3 hours, even with 100 clones. As Kakashi and Naruto left the ship, a beautiful sunrise peeked over the ocean. They had one more stop before returning to Tazunaz for some well-earned R&R. Kakashi and Naruto approached Zabuza's dugout slowly. They flared their chakra to let him know they were coming. Zabuza and Haku emerged from the bunker and gave a short greeting to the pair. Naruto stepped forward. As promised, here is 1.2 million Ryo. I added a 200,000 Ryo bonus in there from my personal bank as an unofficial contribution to the war effort. I ask that you deliver these 2 letters to the leader of the rebellion. Haku, I wish to give this last letter to you. It should explain a bit. I would ask you not to read it until you have won your rebellion though. Naruto finished his statement with a slight blush. Zabuza looked at the kid in front of him with a hint of amusement and a lot of suspicion. Why, Gaki? You don't even know us. Why would you go so far for a pair of missing nin? Naruto smirked at Zabuza. Mainly because of Haku here. I have only felt chakra with such purity from one other person. After hearing a brief version of your story, I wanted to help. I believe the rebellion is in the right and anything is better than a maniac that seeks out war. Damn, Gaki, you are a strange one. Well, I will deliver these for you and Kiri will owe you one when we win. I wish I could say it was a pleasure, Hatake. We will have to finish that match of ours another time. You too, Gaki, next time I see you, you owe me a spar. Naruto smirked and nodded. He wasn't ready for Haku to walk up to him and plant a quick kiss on his cheek. I look forward to seeing you again, Naruto-kun. She grabbed Zabuza's arm and forced him to walk away back to Kiri. You will pay for that one next time I see you, brat. Screamed Zabuza while he was being dragged away by Haku. He quieted down after Haku whispered something in his ear. Naruto's keen hearing picked up the word picture. When it clicked, he burst out laughing. Team 7 took the next day off and joined the town's celebration. They got their loved ones back and Tazuna was dividing the spoils from Gato's hideout. Later in the day, Gato was strung up on a cross and had both of his arms broken. He was gagged and left to die on the cross. It was the same way he killed Kaisa. Q saw it as a fitting punishment. The celebration dragged on late into the night. Q and Tsunami didn't come home until the next morning. Naruto was sitting in the kitchen when they walked in. Tsunami's hair was a mess, there were bits of twigs and leaves scattered throughout her unkempt brown locks. She was holding her sandals and her kimono hung loosely off her form. She walked past Naruto with a slight limp and gave him a meaningful look. The kind of look that says say anything and I will beat you senseless. Q and Naruto smirked at each other and gave a mental high five. Naruto learned a lot from those memories when Q dispelled. Team 7 stayed in Wave for another 2 weeks. The villagers kept bringing them gifts as they helped finish the bridge. Every able-bodied villager could be found helping Tazuna on the bridge, along with 200 Naruto clones. The villagers ended each day visibly closer to achieving their goal, while Tsunami and Q ended each day in each other's company. The bridge was finished at the end of the 2-week period and Team 7 left with much fanfare. Tsunami became the newly elected daimyo of Wave Country and sent a letter of gratitude and friendship with Team 7. The memories Naruto got when Q dispelled left him blushing for the whole trip back to Konoha. Team 7 reported into the Hokage and gave him the rest of the mission payment from Wave Country. Really it was money confiscated from Gato, but hey, who's counting? The non-monetary items confiscated from Gato were given to the Hokage as well. The intelligence department would be grateful for the information on Gato's associates and business partners. Team 7 was given 1 week off and pay for an A-ranked mission. Chapter 12. A couple days prior, a fox showed up in Iwagakure with a scroll for the Tsuchikage and a letter for Kurotsuchi. When Onoki found the 2 prisoner scrolls, he handed off the missing nin. When he opened the storage scroll with Mura's body, he shook his head. That kid was unbelievable. A short note to Onoki was also attached. To my soon-to-be Gi-san. Hee, I hope you are okay with me calling you that. I ran into these guys in Wave. Tried to take them all alive, but Maru was a tough opponent. Please know I do not blame you or Iwa for their actions. Maru made it pretty clear he defected because you chose to trust me. I look forward to seeing you at the Chunin exams. With respect, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. P.S. Hold on to the kunai for me, I will come pick up your teams a week before the Chunin exams start. Onoki's heart skipped a beat when he saw the familiar 3-pronged kunai with a seal on its hilt. This kid will be the death of him. How many surprises can he expect one old heart to take? Before the Chunin exams. 3 months passed in a flash for Team 7. After their week break, Team 7 completed 10 C-rank missions that passed without incident. One noteworthy mission was Naruto's second trip to the Fire Capital, a delivery mission to the Fire Daimyo. It contained a letter from the Hokage and an invite to the upcoming Chunin exams. The Fire Daimyo just took it as an excuse to talk to Naruto. His interest in the boy was piqued. In Hiruzen's private correspondence, he asked for Naruto to be his heir apparent. This left the Fire Daimyo with a long to think about. The boy was beyond exceptional, but was he ready for the burden of being a Hokage? During their week off, Naruto was finally able to use the Hiraishin without killing himself. It was nowhere close to battle ready, but he could use it for travel purposes. To reach his markers in Iwa and Kumo he would have to use some of Q's chakra, but it was doable. He notified Jiraiya and the Hokage after his first successful attempt, and the Hokage gave him permission to put a marker outside his office. It would take the secretary years to get used to the spontaneous yellow flashes. Danzo had been in a mood lately. The fact that he realized he was in a mood made his frown deepen. He had just gotten out of the hospital and all of his bandages were removed, his leg was fixed, and he wasn't limping anymore. As he looked out over Konoha with 2 eyes from the first time in 15 years, he sighed. Naruto had gone to bat for him and begged Tsunade and the Hokage to help Danzo heal from his injuries. Danzo's right arm had atrophied severely, and he had no motor function left in it. Tsunade surgically removed the arm and replaced it with a prosthetic Naruto had learned about from the Uzu scrolls. Danzo scowled as he remembered the 5 weeks he spent recovering in the hospital. The brat had the audacity to get him help and then not visit him once the whole time he was stuck in that Kami-damned hospital. Danzo now knew why he was in a mood. Where the hell is that brat? How could he not visit his Danzo Gizen? Not even once? Danzo's scowl turned so deep at this thought that it passed his chin. He set out to the Hokage Tower to get answers. As Danzo was exiting the hospital, Anko received an invite to dinner at the Dengo shop from a Naruto clone. She didn't know exactly what she felt for the blonde Gaki. She just knew that whenever he was around, the ache in her seal disappeared. She was so excited that she popped the Naruto clone by hugging it with excessive force. Naruto, in his aged henge, met Anko at the Dengo shop that evening. He bought her as much Dengo as she could eat. Once she was fully satisfied, he took her hand in his. I think I did it, Anko-chan. Did what, Ruto-kun? She said in a playful voice. I completed the formula to remove your seal. I will need Tsunade Buchin and Jiraiya Kyofu there, but everything should work out, he whispered to her in an excited voice. The gigawatt smile he was flashing combined with the statement got an explosive reaction from Anko. The whole restaurant turned and looked at the couple after Anko squealed like a schoolgirl, hopped over the table into Naruto's lap and threw herself into a passionate kiss with Naruto. The blush that adorned the old restaurant owner's face was mirrored by the other occupants. The owner was just happy for his best customer. She was given a hard lot in life, and he felt like she deserved this happiness. The two ignored the catcalls and teasing taunts like get a room as they continued the session. Eventually everyone turned back to what they were doing and left the two to make out in peace. 2 days later Anko went to the Namikaze estate. Tsubaki led her down to the study where she saw Jiraiya, Tsunade, the Hokage and Naruto waiting for her. The training ground was cleared and covered in a massive, circular ceiling array with an empty space in the center. Okay, Anko. Everyone is here and everything is set. I had Jiraiya review my notes and it should work. I want you to know ahead of time that there are a few possible complications. Ruto, I don't care. I trust you. Get this fucking thing off of me, she said this with a seriousness in her tone that was rare for her. The group chuckled good-naturedly. They all wished Anko their best and stepped back. "I apologize in advance, Anko-chan. This is going to hurt, and you will need to remove your top. I will have to draw seals onto your chest and back," Naruto said sheepishly. An unabashed Anko threw off her jacket and pulled her mesh shirt over her head. Jiraiya got put into a wall by Tsunade and Hiruzen had to wipe the trickle of blood from his nose. A heavily blushing Naruto and one clone drew the seals onto Anko. Jiraiya inspected his work and gave a thumbs up. Unfortunately, said thumbs up was accompanied by a lecherous grin and a nosebleed, which earned him another flight into the wall. Tsunade was mad, but she knew that this was part of her baka that she had accepted long ago. It wouldn't stop her from trying to beat the habit out of him though. After dealing with the pervert, Anko lay down on the center of the ceiling array with Naruto on her left and Tsunade on her right. Tsunade was there to monitor her condition and providing stabilizing, healing chakra to Anko. Before Naruto started, Anko pulled his head down into a brief, but passionate, kiss. "There is more where that came from when you get this damn thing off of me," she said that after Tsunade had pushed her back down to forcibly break the kiss with her blonde brat. The look on Tsunade's face could freeze the flames of Amaterasu. She didn't exactly approve of Naruto being sexually active yet. "Okay Anko-chan, here goes nothing," he said with a smile. "Let's do this, Kurama," he thought to his valued partner. Naruto took a deep breath, activated his Kyuubi cloak and channeled chakra into the seals drawn onto Anko. The whole seal array glowed blue with a reddish tinge. The glow started from Anko's seal and then spread from her body to the edges of the array. The seal array then started collapsing in on itself from the far edges. When the array had collapsed completely around Anko, the kanji on her body turned from a blue into a dark red and started collapsing around the cursed seal. As soon as the chakra hit Anko's body, she started twitching in pain. When the entire sealing array collapsed and surrounded the curse mark, Anko let out a gut-wrenching scream and started convulsing. Tsunade applied as much healing chakra as she could, but it was nothing compared to the pain Anko was feeling. Finally, her skin around the seal bulged and a vile, black substance oozed out of the seal. Once it was completely out, a barrier of kanji encircled it. It took the form of a snake before the kanji collapsed in on itself and destroyed the unknown substance. Naruto fell back on his haunches and let out a deep breath. Beads of sweat peppered his brow and he looked exhausted. Tsunade immediately did a diagnostic jutsu and applied healing chakra over the place where the cursed seal used to be. Anko lay unconscious on the floor, with her ladies resting proudly on a slowly rising and falling chest. If the situation weren't so serious, Hiruzen and Jiraiya would have joined Anko in realm of the unconscious from nosebleeds. However, both men managed to hold it together. Naruto threw a loose shirt onto Anko and carried her to his room. He placed her on the bed and was startled when she pulled him down onto the bed. A sleeping Anko latched onto and around Naruto. Escape was impossible, and quite frankly, he didn't want to. He was exhausted and the pillowy mounds beckoned him to sleep. The next day Anko awoke from her sleep feeling like a new woman. She didn't recognize the room she was in, nor the body pillow she was snuggling. When she looked down and saw the spiky blonde locks of hair, she immediately checked to make sure her clothes were on. To her relief, they were. She looked out the window and saw that the sun was just beginning to rise. She untangled herself from the boy and woke him up gently. With a nudge to the shoulder and a good morning, Ruto-kun, Naruto woke up. The beautiful face and untamed purple hair of Anko greeted him when he opened his eyes. "Good morning, Anko-chan. How do you feel?" "Like a new woman, Ruto-kun. I don't know how I could ever repay you," she said in a shy tone as she looked away from the brilliant blue eyes that tunneled into her soul. Naruto placed a hand under her chin and slowly lifted her head to regain eye contact. "You don't owe me anything, Anko-chan. You are a cherished friend of mine and I only want you to be happy." The sincerity of his tone and the look in his eyes melted what little resistance Anko could mount. She brought her face to his and gave him a slow, deep and sweet kiss. "Do me a favor, Ruto-kun. Transform into your adult form so I don't feel as guilty for what I am about to do," she whispered seductively to a wide-eyed Naruto. Author's note: there is a lemon here. I can't post it on YouTube as my channel will be taken down. If you want to read it, link to the story is in the description. If you are a patron, then you can also find the unedited version over there. The two walked downstairs and into the kitchen. They encountered a scowling Tsunade, an embarrassed Tsubaki, and Jiraiya was grinning like an idiot with his thumb held proudly in the air. Naruto casually greeted the group and went off to cook something up for Anko. Anko, never one to back down, met Tsunade's scowl with a bold smile. "Is there something wrong, Tsunade-sama?" The innocent voice she used fooled nobody. "You are 18 and he is 13. You think he was ready for something as serious as sex? Replied Tsunade in a frozen tone. You don't know how much he cares about you. You flaunt your sexuality and think sex is something casual to throw around. What you just did will end up hurting him for far longer than this happiness will last. Anko was pissed. Anko was furious. Anko knew she shouldn't, but she couldn't stop the fist that planted itself in Tsunade's gut. Tsubaki squeaked and Jiraiya made a move to intervene. As Tsunade was bent over Anko's fist, Anko answered the charges against her. I will have you know it was my first time too, you bitch. I spent 3 years with him in Anbu. He is the one person who loves me for me, so you can go fuck yourself. My sexuality is my mask, you stupid cunt. I didn't do that casually. I did it with every bit as much love as Ruto gave me. You know, I thought you were different. Thanks for another disappointment in my life, she hissed and then ran out of the Namikaze compound. Tsunade was so stunned she stayed hunched over. Naruto had heard the altercation, but it was over before he could intervene. He chased after Anko immediately. Suheim, you know I love you. What you just did was wrong. Sure, the Gaki is young, but did you ever stop to think of his mental maturity or about the bond those two have shared for years? Anko scares the fuck out of me, but she is different when she is with Naruto. He pulled her up and into a tender hug. I know how much you love the Gaki, so I beg you to listen to my advice. Make up and apologize to them both before this situation snowballs out of control. Jiraiya gave her a kiss on the cheek and left the room for her to reflect. Naruto caught Anko as she was leaving the compound and wrapped her up from behind. She struggled to get out of his grip and start rampaging through Konoha. Naruto used Sunshine to take her to the top of the Hokage monument. After commanding her to sit in an authoritative but caring tone, he sat down next to her and took her hand. My Hebiheim, I apologize for Butchin. She was out of line, and I will have it out with her later. The Anko I know, and love, is strong, beautiful and obstinate. She wouldn't listen to the words of the ignorant. She plows through all obstacles head on while flipping the bird to all who doubt her. She takes joy in proving all haters wrong and finds solace in those who are privileged enough to know the real Anko Mitarashi. He pulled her close to him and wrapped an arm around her. By the end of his overture, she had leaned her head against his shoulder. It hurts so much more coming from someone important to you, Ruto. You know the mask I wear in public and why I do it. I know that part of this is my fault, but her words cut so deep. I don't know how else to say it. I love you too much to lose you, Ruto. It terrifies me when I think about it. I know that people will make comments about the age gap and my fear is that they will eventually get you to leave me. The tears that adorned Anko's cheeks found their way to Naruto's shoulder. His toned arms offered her refuge and she gladly accepted. Before Naruto continued, Naruto separated from her just enough to raise her chin and look in her eyes. Anko, I told you I love you. You know me, I never go back on my word. I know that things will get complicated very shortly. You have told me about your thoughts on the CRA and sharing. I am forever grateful that you still decided to give us a chance. You will forever be my first and I will forever hold you in my heart. I am not going anywhere, no matter what Butchin says. His face adorned a genuine smile, and he placed a chaste kiss on her lips. Anko accepted the kiss. Thanks, Ruto. I just need some time to clear my head. We will talk soon. With a parting kiss, Naruto used Sunshine returned to the Namikaze compound. The shouting match between Naruto and Tsunade started as a reasonable back and forth. When Tsunade tried to say that Naruto didn't know what he feels, Naruto was the one that started the shouting. Naruto ripped into Tsunade fiercely and hit her with some admittedly low blows. It left Naruto in a foul mood, which he took out on the training grounds. Tsunade wound up passed out on a bar stool. Jiraiya got a tip from Izumo and picked her up later that night and to take her home. XXX romantically diplomatic XXX. A week before the Chunin exams, Naruto used the Hiraishin to flash to the kunai he left in the Raikage's office. Samui had told Iwen and how Naruto would be picking them up. Kumo was going to send 2 teams to the exams, but Naruto couldn't transport that many. The chakra required to use the Hiraishin increases multiplicatively with the distance. The chakra requirement is increased exponentially when transporting another person. The result, Naruto could transport 4 people from Kumo to Konoha. Any more passengers would leave him in a state of chakra exhaustion. In the Raikage's office, Yugito and her team could be seen loitering around. They didn't know an exact time, because Naruto said he would be there in the morning. When Naruto flashed in front of the Raikage's desk, I chuckled. Damn, kid. A big part of me hoped you were bluffing. I am glad I took you up on your offer. How was the trip? Good morning, Raikage-sama. The trip was short and sweet. I could appreciate the cocky smirk that Naruto wore. He would often use the same look when he just won a fight. Thank you for offering to help with Team Yugito's trip to Konoha, it was mighty chivalrous of you. Now, it was Ai's turn to smirk as the blonde, and the blonde behind him, blushed. Let me introduce you. Team 34, post, I bellowed. The Genin scurried out of their seats and formed a neat line to the left of their rakeage. You already know Yugito and Samui. I have to say, kid, if you are half as smooth as you are in your letters, I don't think there will be a problem honoring the treaty. Samui glared at her rakeage. He insisted on reading all correspondence and said it was to protect Kumo's interests, but I honestly think the rakeage is just an old perv. Her thoughts were loud and pronounced in her head. Not cool, Rakeage-sama, was all she managed to say, though. I bellowed out in full-blow laughter. The letters and looks on the two kids' faces made him feel young again. Anyway, this knucklehead is Amoe and the feisty redhead is Kuro. Naruto took in the appearance of Amoe. Relaxed posture like a younger version of Kakashi. White, short spiky hair with a sucker in his mouth. The katana on his back reminded him of something he wished to ask. Rakeage-sama, I have a request of sorts. I would like your permission to give gifts to yourself and Team Yugito. I wish for those gifts to remain in their possession for as long as they live. Is this acceptable to you? I looked like a kid the morning before Christmas. He nodded eagerly, wondering what the blonde had for him. Samui smiled kindly at Naruto while Amoe and Kuro high-fived. Naruto proceeded to unseal his planned gifts. He honored the rakeage first with a set of steel boxing gloves that were painted gold to match his wrist weights and belt. The gloves were sealed with an adjustable lightning seal to reduce their natural weight. If I needed speed over power, he could reduce the weight of the gloves and vice versa. After Naruto explained his gift, the rakeage did something none of his subordinates had seen him do before. He sped in front of Naruto, bent down, picked up the relatively small blonde in his massive arms and gave him a bone-crunching hug, literally. Team Yugito winced at the sound of bones popping and I swiftly set Naruto down and inspected him. Naruto waved him off and placed a green glowing hand over his ribs. After AI apologized profusely and everyone wiped up their sweat drops, Naruto presented a gift to Yugito. Yugito, inside this scroll are instructions on how to temporarily release Matatabi. It includes a jutsu that is now unique to the Hidden Leaf. I give this to you on the condition that you agree not to share this knowledge with anyone other than Killer Bee. Rakeage-sama, when you review the treaty, review paragraph 69 clause C. If it is found that this knowledge was shared, it will be a violation of the treaty. Yugito nodded eagerly and then a chakra flare was felt around the room. Yugito's eyes turned blue with black cat-like slits. Naruto, Uzumaki and Q, I wish to finish what was started on your last visit. I also wish to thank you for your generosity. That is all. Yugito returned to normal and reiterated what Matatabi said. Naruto then turned to Samui. Samui-chan, I have brought for you a sword from my ancestral clan. I give it to you in good faith, counting you as a future Uzumaki. The sword is forged of chakra metal and the edge of the blade is composed of metal that is highly conductive to lightning chakra. I present to you, Storm's Edge, it is the brother to my own blade. Naruto pulled out a long, 60-inch katana from a black scabbard with blue embossing. The blade was made of the same black metal as his, but the usual silver edge of a katana was replaced by an icy blue metal. It matched well with Samui's eyes. Samui pulled Naruto into a hug and said she would thank him later. Finally, he gave two standard-issue Uzumaki katanas to Kairu and Amoe. The blades were well crafted and both hilts were wrapped in the standard red of the Uzumaki. Both blades adorned reinforcement seals and summoning seals. With nods from the two, Naruto's gift-giving ceremony ended. Naruto reiterated that the gifts were from him and not Konoha, to maintain impartiality before the new treaty was signed. I thanked Naruto, gave him a message to pass on to the old man and bid them a safe trip. The other Kumo team would arrive in 3 days. Naruto had all members of Team Yugito secure their packs and grab onto him. Kairu and Samui each took one of Naruto's hands while Amoe and Yugito put a hand on each shoulder. There was a massive buildup of chakra before the group disappeared in a multicolored flash. Outside the Hokage's office, a flash was seen followed by 3 Genin ninja dry heaving. Yugito looked a little green herself but managed to hold it together. After the group entered the Hokage's office, checked in and exchanged greetings, Naruto took Team Yugito to Ichiraku's and then to their rooms at the Golden Leaf Hotel. He promised to show them around the village tomorrow and let them get settled in for their stay. After returning home, Naruto could feel the exhaustion from the jump and passed out face first on his bed. The next day, Naruto met Team Yugito bright and early and began their tour of Konoha. He showed them the academy, the training ground that was dedicated for their use, the view from the top of the Hokage monument, and ended at the Akimichi barbecue. The 5 of them were enjoying a nice chat over lunch when Team 10 rolled in. "Ruto-kun!" squealed an excited Ino as she jumped over Amoe and glomped onto Naruto. "Hiya, Ino-chan. I haven't seen you since we became Jonin. How are things?" Naruto struggled to get the words out since Ino's hug was putting undue pressure on his trachea. "It was boring for a while, but we have done a couple C ranks already." "Forget that, Ruto, why are you eating with Kumo Ninja?" At this point the rest of Team 10 had meandered over. The look on Shikamaru's face said he would like to know why as well. "Well, Ino-chan. I can't tell you until it becomes official. For now, they are my friends here to take the Chunin exams. Let me introduce you." Ino pouted on not getting in on the gossip. Naruto then introduced Team Yugito. Ino didn't miss the glances exchanged by Naruto and Samui. Ino briefly introduced herself before unceremoniously yanking Naruto out of the barbecue place and around the corner. "Spill it, Ruto. I saw the looks between you and that blonde bimbo." The feeling of jealousy was oozing from Ino. Naruto found it endearing and a bit troublesome. "Ino-chan, I can't tell you right now. Hokage labeled it an A-rank secret until it is official. Samui-chan is nice. I think the 2 of you would get along. All I can tell you is I met her in Kumo, and she is my friend. When I am allowed to, I will tell you the whole story," Naruto said in a soft tone. His eyes seemed to soften as he said this. Naruto laughed at her pouty face. "No fair, Ruto. At least tell me this, who do you like more? Me or her?" Ino's pout was replaced by a fire in her eyes. Naruto knew he was in a pinch. This is the problem with having more than one girl. The slight hesitation of Naruto gave Ino the answer she needed. "Ino-chan, you have been my friend since we were 3. I cherish you and our friendship. Nothing will ever change that. You are one of the people I trust most in the world. I won't lie to you though, I do like Samui-chan. She is cool." Ino's determination rapidly transitioned to excitement and then depression. She had tried to tell Naruto exactly how she felt, but now it seems like it was too late. She gave Naruto a sullen okay before heading back to join her team. Samui didn't know how to feel. She knew Naruto was an amazingly cool guy and that she would eventually have to share him. However, she had never felt the pit in her stomach that she was currently experiencing. The feeling felt off to her, like she wanted to run after Naruto and pull him away from that blonde bimbo. Kaoru noticed her mood and gave her a reassuring squeeze on her forearm. "This is not cool. We were having such a good day until that blonde bimbo showed up," Samui said in a quiet voice. "What if that girl is an agent sent here to disrupt the treatise? Then she seduces Naruto to break the deal and Kumo goes to war." Amoe's ramblings were cut off by a bonk to the head from Kaoru. "Amoe, shut the hell up before I beat you into the ground. Can't you see you are not helping the situation?" The 2 cast a sidelong glance at Samui and saw her eyes were icier than usual and looking down at the table. "Sorry, Samui," said a dejected Amoe. Kaoru cut in, "Look, Samui. You are in a rather unique position. If that blonde baka doesn't show you the appreciation you deserve, then I will deal." "No." The solidity of the one-word statement startled Team Yugito. "Naruto-kun hasn't done anything wrong. He is an amazing guy. That is how we got into this situation. Of course, there will be any number of girls throwing themselves at him. I will ask him when he returns." A couple minutes later, Ino walked through the door on the verge of tears. If only she knew Naruto was going to have to take multiple wives. Right now, she was thinking that Naruto was choosing somebody he barely knew over her. She went to join Team 10 and threw herself into Asuma's arms. Naruto followed Ino in and went to join Team Yugito. He had a sad look on his face and he seemed tired all of a sudden. "Sorry about that. I haven't had time to explain what is going on to my peers. Samui-chan, this is all new to the both of us. All I will tell you is that Ino has been my friend since we were 3 and I believe she likes me romantically. I don't want this to change anything between us." At a nod and a tender look from Samui, he continued. "That took a lot out of me. Feel free to explore the village. I need to go rest before picking up the Iwa team tomorrow." Naruto said his goodbyes to the group and returned to the compound via Hiraishin. He got the chance to talk his problems out with Jiraiya later that night. Back with Team Yugito, the mood had dropped quite a bit. Yugito decided to try and address the issue. "Naruto is in a unique and tough situation. I don't want to make it seem like he is devaluing you, Samui, but he was very forthright in saying that he was being encouraged to take multiple wives. I think he is struggling to maintain the promise he made. If he is who I think he is, he will rally and be okay. Samui hadn't had time to think about how Naruto was feeling. She was busy identifying and dealing with her own jealousy. Yugito's words made her realize how Naruto was feeling. She stood up from the booth. Yugito-sensei. I am going to go to his compound. I will be okay, I want to do this alone. She left the restaurant in search of the Namikaze compound. She didn't notice the 3 tails she picked up shortly after leaving the restaurant. Tsubaki knocked on Naruto's door and told him he had a visitor. Naruto broke off his internal dialogue with Kurama and went downstairs. When Naruto saw Samui, standing there in all her beauty, he gave her a weak smile and welcomed her. They walked up to Naruto's room. Samui cleared her throat and intertwined her hands behind her back. Look Naruto, it's cool. I know you will be seeing other girls. Jealousy is a new feeling to me, and I felt it for the first time in the restaurant. I know the road ahead will not be easy, but I like you. I want to give us a try. All I ask for in return is honesty. Naruto gave her a heartfelt smile. Thanks, Samui-chan. It means a lot hearing you say that. I have never, and will never, lie to you. I struggle with this because I cannot tell my friends what is going on until after the Chunin exams. I felt Ino's pain when she saw us together and that hurt me. I have known her forever and I won't lie, I like her a lot. He sighed deeply and did his best to meet her eyes before continuing. Her and Hebiheim are the only 2 girls from Konoha I like in that way. I feel greedy and dirty for even saying that. Every one of you is an amazing girl that all men as this world would kill for. You are smart, talented, beautiful, understanding and kind, Samui-chan. I want to show you how much your trust means to me, I just don't know how to do that and be true to my feelings for the others. Kami, I feel dirty just saying that. Naruto's pain was palpable to Samui. There is no doubt in her mind that he is being genuine. She appreciated that he could open up to her. How about we take it one step at a time then? We are friends now and we won't get married until I turn 16. That gives us time to figure this out. You may not believe you deserve the affection of multiple girls. She gave an awkward chuckle. You are right, it does feel weird talking about this. However, it doesn't change the fact that you are an amazing guy. It is up to the girls to decide if they wish to share. I believe in your promise to cherish me, even if there are others in the picture. So, let's just take things as they come, one step at a time. She planted a chaste kiss on Naruto's cheek and stood up to leave, her piece already said. Naruto stood up as well and pulled her into a hug, which earned a blush from Samui. Thank you so much, Samui-chan. I am lucky and grateful to have the opportunity to get to know you. I will keep my promise, so long as you let me. He walked Samui to the compound's gates and bid her goodbye. His talk with Jiraiya later that night would further strengthen his resolve. On a different note, it would also inspire Jiraiya's next book Ika Ika, Trouble in Paradise. A distressed and irritable Ino Yamanaka walked into her parents' home that evening. She kicked off her sandals, skipped dinner and raced to her room. Inoiki hated seeing his princess upset and went to discover the cause. After a gentle knock on the door, he walked his way over to Ino's bed and sat down next to her. What's going on, princess? I'm sorry, daddy. I saw Ruto with a team of Kumo ninja earlier and one of the girls was eyeing him. When I asked him about it, he said he couldn't tell me why. He also said that he didn't want to lie to me and that he liked her. Tears started falling as she spoke. Inoiki hated this. He knew exactly what was going on. He also knew of his daughter's affections for her fellow blonde. The only thing he didn't know was what he should do. On the one hand, he could just stay quiet and let Ino figure her way through this. She would find about Naruto's status and emerging harem soon enough. If this drives her away from Naruto, then his daughter could move on and eventually, much later, find a man that she wouldn't have to share. That thought appealed to him for more than a few brain cycles. However, his daughter was in pain. She was a 13-year-old young woman and Inoiki believed she could handle the truth and come to her own decisions. Naruto was a good kid, he had known that from the day he had met him. With a sigh, Inoiki explained the official side of Naruto's situation and made Ino promise not to talk about it until things were announced. He knew he did the right thing, but nothing could prepare him for deep pit of sorrow that emerged in his chest from her response. Oh, the woes of being a father to a beautiful young woman. With a thank you, Daddy, and a big hug, Ino simultaneously filled and crushed Inoiki's heart. The following day Naruto flashed off to Iwagakure. He showed up in Onoki's office in a bright yellow flash. There was twice as many guards as the last time he visited, so he held his hands up in the universal sign for I come in peace. It took almost a full minute for the tension in the room to disperse and the shock to fade. 24 Iwa Ninja just got confirmation that this boy could perform the most feared jutsu in the elemental nations. With a wave of his hand, Onoki told his forces to stand down. This boy really will give him a heart attack. Kurotsuchi was standing next to her grandfather talking to him about taking his hat when the flash went off. She recognized the blonde from pictures he had sent in his letters. Over the 3 or so months they had been writing each other, she will admit that she started having feelings for the boy now standing in front of her. She didn't know exactly what those feelings were, but she did feel the butterflies in her stomach attempting to escape. Naruto knew he was in hostile territory, alone except for Kurama. The feeling in the room was a mix of fear, incredulity and shock with just a dash of hostility. He saw a tomboyish, yet beautiful girl standing next to Onoki. She had short, black hair with her hishite covering her forehead. She wore a one-armed, red battle kimono that covered the length of her left arm but stopped at her right shoulder. The battle kimono extended down to her right knee, but the left leg was uncovered. She was wearing red combat shorts that extended to mid-thigh. The rest of her legs were wrapped in mesh wiring that continued down to her combat sandals. Her overall look was fierce yet refined. Sexiness with a promise of pain. She was a lot like Anko in that way. She strolled up to Naruto and held out her hand. She was already transfixed by the depth of his azure blues, the shiny golden blonde locks of hair and his devilishly handsome face. Onoki noticed the blush creep upon Kurotsuchi's face. It was the first time he had seen her show any interest in a boy. Naruto took Kurotsuchi's hand and placed a gentle kiss on the backside of it. Her blush turned crimson and Onoki cut it to save her from passing out. Naruto-kun, thank you for coming to escort Team Akatsuchi. I have really enjoyed your letters, my boy. They were more interesting than some of your godfather's books. Onoki paused here and let out a hearty laugh when Naruto made a joke about all Kage being perverted old goats. You have already met Kurotsuchi, the other you lady is Mirai, and the boy is Tsurugi. This is my oldest grandson, Akatsuchi, he said as he pointed to the mountain of a man with a dorky-looking face and Onoki's massive nose. All shinobi present are dressed in the standard Iwa red, gray and brown uniforms. They all bowed slightly in greeting to Naruto, who returned the gesture. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Onoki-gi-san, thank you for having me. Kuro-chan, it's great to finally meet you in person. The brilliant gigawatt smile lit up the room. Onoki couldn't help but smile in return. The strange yet comforting feeling of serenity washed over him and reaffirmed his decision for him. The rest of the room caught the familiarity the blonde addressed their Kage with and didn't know how to respond. After a hearty chuckle, Onoki matched Naruto's familiarity. It is good to see you again, Naruto-kun. Thank you for dealing with that problem in Wave for me. I am grateful for the discretion you exercised. I wish you to pass this letter to the old monkey. It contains our itinerary and list of escorts that I will bring with me to Konoha. This scroll contains your payment for the missing nin. Is there anything you wish to discuss before you depart? Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. I wish to offer you and Team Akatsuchi a gift as gratitude for placing your trust in me. Is that all right with you? At the Tsuchikage's nod, Naruto pulled out a scroll and 4 items popped into Naruto's hands. First, Tsuchikage-sama. I made this custom belt for you. It has a couple of seals on it. The belt will mainly help support your back and alleviate your back pain. It also has a couple of empty storage seals so that you will no longer have to carry your luggage. A golem guard came and inspected the belt. He placed it on his waist, and it grew to fit him. He activated the seals on the belt. The sigh of pleasure that escaped his mask made him immediately bow an apology to his leader. The Tsuchikage growled and held out his hand for the belt. After he applied it, he sighed in content. This is a most thoughtful and generous gift, Naruto-kun. You have my thanks. Naruto nodded and walked over to Kurotsuchi. He pulled out a necklace with a beautiful ruby embedded in the likeness of a mountain. I have put a Hiraishin marker in the necklace. I cannot flash to it unless you channel chakra. There is also a barrier seal in it that you can activate in case of emergencies. You mentioned in your letter how you lost your mother's necklace, so I thought you may like another one. Naruto's normal confidence was absent this statement. He really hoped that she liked it. When she squealed in excitement and turned around so he could put it on, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He gave the other team members some tactical belts equipped with a few of his flash and explosive tags. It made a very good impression on Team Akatsuchi. They paid their respect to Onoki before securing their equipment and putting a hand on Naruto. They all felt the buildup of chakra before experiencing a twisting in their gut. It should be noted that the group variant of the Hiraishin is not a pleasant experience. The Iwa team showed up outside the Hokage's office in much the same way the Kumo team did. After recovering, greeting the Hokage and escorting them to the Golden Leaf, Naruto once again returned to the compound exhausted. The next day, 2 days before the Chunin exams, Naruto was showing Kurotsuchi and her friends around Konoha. Kurotsuchi loved walking through the Higurashi weapon shop, which Naruto was part owner of. She saw the seal and tag section labeled Uzumaki and got a nod from Naruto in confirmation at her silent question. Naruto had partnered with Tenten's dad, Hyoto, in the same way he partnered with Ichiraku's. Hyoto took his interest-free loan to expand the shop a bit, get higher quality metal, and he hired an extra helper to make up for Tenten's absence. He also got discounted rates on Naruto's seals, which sold like hot cakes. They were just coming out of the Higurashi weapon shop when Naruto heard a gruff voice call out to him. "Hey there, Gaki. You still owe me a fight." Naruto turned and saw the demon of the hidden mist walking in front of a small group of mist ninja. Naruto's smile grew when he noticed Haku pop out from behind a beautiful woman with long red hair that covered on side of her face. She wore an elegant, blue dress that exposed a healthy amount of her cleavage. The slit in the dress showed of the woman's long, toned legs. The woman was the image of refined beauty. "Zabuza-san, I didn't expect you to be here. Is the rebellion over already, or are you here for some reinforcements?" Naruto replied with a cocky smirk. He gave a smile and a nod to Haku, who blushed and disappeared behind the woman in blue. "Care to introduce me to you, friend, Zabuza-kun?" The woman in blue called out to Zabuza in a melodic voice. "Ha, sorry, Mei-chan," Zabuza said while rubbing the back of his neck in a Naruto-ish manner. "This here is the Gaki I told you about, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto, this is Mei Terumi, the new Mizukage and my girlfriend." Naruto appeared in front of Zabuza and gave him a fist bump. "Well done, Zabuza. Mizukage-sama, it is an honor to meet you. As Zabuza said, I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I am relieved to see the mist is in safe hands." He gave a polite bow to the Mizukage. A seductive smile graced Mei's lips. My, quite the charmer we have here. Zabuza told me about your contribution to our efforts and the defeat of Gato. Simply defeating Gato helped our efforts immensely. Your other contribution helped us muster a final push, and here we are. I wanted to bring a team to the exams and start a new era for Kiri. By the way, Naruto-kun, I have my reply to your letter as well. You will receive it if you make it to the final stage of the exams. I do hope you will not disappoint. Kurotsuchi caught her teasing tone and hidden meaning. Naruto. What letter is she talking about?" "Well, Kurotsuchi-chan. I gave Zabuza a couple letters like I did with your grandpa. I didn't know that I would get such a quick reply though," he said sheepishly before he returned to looking at Mei. "I am glad everything worked for you, Mei-sama. I will see you at the finals then." With a round of farewells and see you laters, Naruto led the Iwa team back to the hotel and to their room. Naruto asked Kurotsuchi to talk alone. Now, Naruto sits alone with Kurotsuchi in the hotel's cafe. "Kuro-chan, I wanted to talk to you about something. In my efforts to spread peace, I have made offers of marriage on behalf of Konoha to Kumo and Kiri. Kiri was just a shot in the dark. I met Zabuza in Wave Country and knew he was going to return to support the Kiri rebellion. I gave intro letters there in hopes to smooth out relations with Kiri. I have written to you about Samui from Kumo, and I really do believe you two will get along." He offered a nervous smile. She nodded to him, and her lips were pursed. The confused look on her face showed that she didn't know where Naruto was going with this. "Yes, I knew about Samui. Are there others as well? You are scaring me, Naruto-kun." Naruto put on a brave face and took her hand in his. "I am still trying to figure this out myself. I am feeling dirty. Right now, there are 4 girls that hold a piece of my heart. You, Samui, Anko, and recently my childhood friend made her feelings known to me. Each and every one of you are amazing and deserve the world. I wish I could tell you that I will give you all my love, but the truth is that you will need to share it." He crossed his fingers and 4 shadow clones popped up. "I have no doubt that I can spend time with each of you. I have no doubt that I will treat you like the princess you are. I have no doubt, should you accept my love, that I will make you happy. However, I feel dirty for even asking you to share my love. If you are not satisfied with me, Kuro-chan, I will ask the Hokage to honor the treaty and you may find somebody better for you here in Konoha." The desperate determination in his statement rattled Kurotsuchi a bit. A tornado of thoughts was tearing through her mind. She knew that she would have to share him eventually, and he had told her about Samui from Kumo. How she was in a similar position to herself, and how Naruto enjoyed writing to them both. She was in a daze from finding out there were 2, potentially 3 more. In a strange way, it made sense to her. This boy was amazing. Any girl would be lucky to have him. Unfortunately, his aspirations have put him in a position that he will take multiple wives. Cammy, this is complicated and going nowhere. The emotions couldn't be contained and continued to change the look on her face in rapid succession. Naruto squeezed her hand after letting her process for a couple of minutes. Kuro-chan, I am sorry for putting you in this position. I promise to always be forthright with you. I don't expect an answer now. I know I'm asking a lot of you. All I can ask is to have faith in me and I won't let you down. Take some time to think about it and I will await your answer. He placed a chaste kiss on her cheek and walked out of the cafe. Kurotsuchi sat there and finished her coffee before returning to her room. She would need some time to think this over. Chapter 13. The following day, Naruto was walking around the village with Anko and Team 7. He wanted to spend time with his team before the exam and get a general plan of action. Of course, Anko saw them and crashed the party. This led Naruto to treating all parties at Ichiraku's, which now had an expanded menu. When Naruto told Tucci about Anko's proclivities for Dengo, he immediately added it to his menu. He also got his liquor license and added a collection of sake, whiskey and beer to his menu. Then, Naruto mentioned to him how much Samui liked sushi, so he hired a sushi chef. The once bar-stool restaurant was now full-blown and was constantly packed with customers. After eating the meal and discussing the exams, while warding off Anko's public displays of affection, Naruto was walking through the village with his group and ran into Sakura. Sakura squealed and glommed onto Sasuke immediately, much to Sasuke's disgust. The Uchiha had been spending all his time training and enjoying the absence of fangirls. Then the Konohamaru Corps showed up and spiced things up a bit. Naruto Nikken. It has been forever since I have seen you. You still owe us, so I am here to cash in. It is time to play ninja. His excitement was palpable, and it looked like the two behind him, Moigi and Udon, also wanted to play. Sakura took a break from suffocating Sasuke and responded before Naruto could. Why would a ninja play ninja? That's just stupid. Run along kiddos and let the adults talk. This earned an immediate and ill-thought-out response from Konohamaru. Hey, Pinky, nobody asked for your opinion. This is between me and Naruto Nikken. So why don't you, your giant forehead and your flat chest, take a hike? A demonic aura appeared behind Sakura and the air temperature lowered a few degrees. Before Sakura could lunge forward, Naruto and Hinata restrained her. He turned his head and addressed the group of kids. Run, now. A chase commenced for the next 5 minutes. Naruto hopped up onto the rooftops with the others and enjoyed the raucous display. That was until Konohamaru turned a corner and ran into somebody. A second later, Naruto heard him squeal for help. Naruto dashed to a nearby roof and took in the scene. Konohamaru was being held up by a boy wearing makeup in cat pajamas that had a wrapped bundle on his back. Next to him was a beautiful kunoichi with sandy blonde hair and her hair done up in 4 buns. She carried a big metal bundle with her. Naruto also sensed an ominous presence in a tree across the road, but he would worry about that later. Naruto used a burst of speed to appear behind Kankuro and he had Storm's Edge pressed against the boy's back with one hand. His other hand pressed a kunai to Tamari's throat. Anko had also appeared behind the sand kunoichi and was placing her ample assets against her back while holding a kunai to the other side of her throat. Both sand ninjas were startled by the sudden presence of the two powerful shinobi. Sakura, Sasuke, Hinata, Udon and Moigi had just rounded the corner to witness the scene. I would suggest you let the kid go. Konohamaru, if you are okay, apologize to these people and go join my team. Yes, boss, I'm fine. I really am sorry about bumping into you, Mr., or is it Mrs.? The innocent confusion broke the tension and all Konoha shinobi started laughing. Tamari was snickering, despite the kunais to her neck. Kankuro was furious but he knew he was outmatched. He released the kid and screamed at him. I am a man. This is battle paint, Kami dammit. Another round of laughter greeted the outburst. Naruto withdrew his weapons and said in a playful voice. Can't blame the kid. It's not every day you see a boy wearing his sister's makeup and wearing a costume. The public shaming of Kankuro was now too much. The ominous presence in the tree appeared in a swirl of sand in front of the group. Kankuro, you are an embarrassment to the sand. You, what is your name? Mother is wary of your blood. Naruto knew he was talking about him. Q informed him about his brother Shukaku contaminating this boy. Naruto. You can find out the rest in the exams. Tell the little tanuki we say hello. All sand shinobi's eyes widened at this. Gaara directed the group to leave, and they left the scene without another word. After recollecting themselves, Naruto's group also split up and returned to their homes. Kurama had a discussion about his brother with Naruto that brought up some major concerns with Naruto. The next day, Naruto showed up in front of the academy at 1230. He saw Hinata and Sasuke waiting for him. "You ready to do this, bro?" he asked in a cocky manner with a smirk on his face, offering his forearm. "Sure thing, Ruto. Let's go kick some ass," Sasuke replied with a matching smirk, clasping Naruto's forearm firmly. Both boys turned and looked at Hinata. I am ready too. I won't let you down." Her typical reply made both boys laugh. Naruto threw an arm over her shoulder. "You got this, Hinata-chan. You have to believe in yourself more. You are way stronger than most of these other kunoichi. You have kept up with Sasuke and I. You have trained your ass off. So, believe in yourself, we got your back." HN came from Sasuke. Naruto and Hinata translated it into what he said. The three entered the building and walked straight past the crown of Jinan and cheap Genjutsu. They maintained a low profile as they walked up the staircase to the third floor. They got a bit of encouragement from Kakashi before they entered the classroom. Upon entering the classroom, everyone looked to Team 7. There were 150 to 200 Jinan hopefuls that stopped talking and stared at them. There was a bit of killing intent aimed at them. Naruto and Sasuke met eyes before flaring their chakra. After breaking the effects of the paltry ki, they let off a sustained blast of their own. A Jinan from Taki fell out of his seat and multiple Jinan started panting. Most Jinan looked away and tried to avoid antagonizing the team further. Naruto saw Kurotsuchi, Samui, and Haku. They gave him approving nods from his display of power. He locked eyes with each of them and hit them with his trademark smile. He was about to go and talk to Samui when the rest of the Rookie 9 showed up. Sakura squealed and yelled out to her Sasuke-kun. The room broke out in fits of laughter when he spun out of the way of her hug. Sakura tripped and was caught by a green blur. The Jinan dressed in a green bodysuit and orange leg warmers gave her a blinding smile and an exaggerated thumbs up. Before he could speak, Sakura hid from his thick eyebrows and black bowl cut behind Sasuke. A girl that reminded Naruto of a panda attempted to pull the green-clad Jinan over to her other teammate before he could begin moping. Naruto saw Lee and a devious smirk appeared on his face. "Ah, Lee-kun, my rival. Care to answer my challenge for these exams?" An exuberant Lee broke out of Tenten's grasp and sprang over to Naruto, then gave him a thumbs up, complete with a wink and smile. "Of course, Naruto-kun, you are one of my eternal rivals. What is your challenge, my friend?" "Whoever gets further in the exams wins. The loser must do whatever the winner says for a whole month, within reason, of course," replied Naruto through a chuckle. "Yosh. Very well, Naruto-kun. I accept. May our flames of youth burn bright," yelled Lee in a jubilant voice. During all that, Ino had jumped on Naruto's back and given him a big hug. She whispered in his ear, "I know about the CRA. It doesn't change how I feel about you. We will talk later." She planted a kiss on his cheek, which wasn't missed by the girls from Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri. "You are in quite the pickle, Kit." Kurama pointed out the obvious from the back of his mind. "I know, Kurama. I am at a loss for what to do. They are all absolutely amazing. I know you can feel my guilt. It has been eating at me for a while now. What should I do?" Naruto thought in reply. "Be yourself, Kit. Don't overthink it. Just be yourself, and that should prove it to them. The whole point of them coming to the exams was so they could get to know you. Show them the Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze that I have come to respect. It all starts with these exams, so get out there and do you, Kit." "Thanks, Q. I don't know what I would do without you." Naruto was broken from his thoughts by a silver-haired Jinan from Konoha that was talking to the group of rookies. "I want to help my fellow Konoha ninja, so I will give you a freebie. Name any Jinan in this exam and I will give you information on them. This is my 7th attempt at the Chunin exams, so I have quite a bit of information that could help you all," the bespectacled ninja said in a sly voice. The group looked around at each other, but it was Ino that spoke first. "Kabuto-san, I want to know about those two." She pointed at Kurotsuchi and Samui, who had been giving her the stink eye since Ino kissed Naruto on the cheek. Sasuke cut in, "I want to know about the little redhead with the sand gourd over there." Gaara's scowl and spike of killing intent made the group of rookies take a step back. "Kit, that is my brother, Shukaku. He isn't exactly stable. He was the first one captured and he hates humanity even more than I do. You can feel him fighting that boy's will, and by the feel of it the kid is barely hanging on." "Gotcha, Q, I feel the same thing. bloodlust and an instability that points toward insanity. Is Shukaku that strong? Nah, Kit. You would have a good fight on your own. With my chakra we could destroy him. I believe the seal is poorly done. I can't feel much separation between the two personalities. The confidence in Kurama's tone reassured Naruto. Gotcha, Kurama. We will look into the seal when we get a chance. I have many options from the Uzumaki scrolls. I appreciate you looking out for my little brother, Kit. But if he breaks out, we are going to give him a beatdown. That little shit never stops popping off at the mouth. With an inward nod of his head, Naruto caught the information that was given on Samui, Kurotsuchi, and Gaara. They were each first-time applicants, so how did this Kabuto character have information on them? Something didn't feel right with Kabuto, so Naruto channeled some of Kurama's chakra to his nose. The man smelled of snakes, which immediately put Naruto on guard. That is quite interesting, Kabuto-san. However, that information seemed pretty generic. How about you tell the class about me? I will verify if what you have is accurate. The calm and confident tone Naruto used carried across the classroom. Kabuto looked to Naruto and smirked at the boy's challenge. Very well, Naruto-san. I found the information on you the most interesting anyway. Kabuto pulled out another card and channeled some chakra to it. Naruto flashed to Kabuto and took his own card. In a loud voice he called out. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Officially a Genin of Konoha Corps, but it is suspected. Naruto's friendly tone died as he read down the card. How did Kabuto link him to Kitsune? That was a very select group of people. How did he know about Naruto's solo missions? This card was way too detailed for any ninja, even more so for a Genin ninja. Spy was the single word Kurama used to sum up his thoughts from the lakeside in Naruto's mindscape. Naruto plastered a fake smile on his face and made eye contact with Kabuto. Kabuto couldn't react in time as Naruto grabbed him by the throat and slammed him into the wall. A shadow clone was conjured that grabbed a tag out of Naruto's pouch. The clone applied the seal to Kabuto's forehead. Naruto was about to begin questioning Kabuto, but he was interrupted. Shortly after, a bang accompanied by multiple puffs of smoke filled the classroom. Ibiki Morino was at the head of 10 Chunin exam proctors that were decked out in Konoha's Chunin attire. Ibiki took in the classroom and noticed a crater in the wall. He observed Naruto holding Kabuto by the neck and watched as the shadow clone walked over to him. Good afternoon, Ibiki-san. I have apprehended a likely spy. In the event that I am wrong, I will take Tandi out for drinks on me. Naruto then filled Ibiki in on the events preceding his arrival. Ibiki's eyes went wide as he listened to Naruto, especially when Naruto suspected Kabuto to be linked to Orochimaru. He thanked Naruto with a nod and ordered a Chunin to get an Anbu squad. The Anbu squad showed up a couple minutes later. Naruto had removed his hand from the paralyzed Kabuto's throat. Kabuto's teammates were also apprehended and taken to the jail in the torture and interrogation department's basement. Ibiki cleared his throat loudly to get the room's attention. Okay brats, listen up. That little sideshow was not planned, but you will deal with far worse in your ninja careers. So, find your assigned seat, sit down and shut up. The Genin scurried to find their assigned seats. Every team was separated by more than a couple seats. Once everyone was settled, the proctors placed a paper test face down on each desk. Nobody noticed a tiny puff of smoke and the appearance of an 11th Chunin proctor. Listen up brats. Here are the rules of the exam. This is a team test, anybody fails, the whole team fails. You have 9 questions now and will get a final question at the end of the hour. You each start with 10 points and will lose a point for each answer you get wrong. If we catch you cheating, you will lose 2 points. Each team will need a team score of 9 to make it to the next part of the exam. There are no questions allowed. Throughout Ibiki's whole explanation, he was flaring killing intent at the class. Most Genin could be seen sweating or shaking a bit. Now, are there any questions? An older Genin of Konoha raised his hand and started to ask a question. Ibiki cut him off. Applicant 154 and his team fail. Please leave my room. The boy continued his rambling protest the whole way out of the room. Once they left the room, Ibiki began the exam. He finished in 15 minutes, so he had a nice chat with Kurama. Thanks for the help earlier, Kurama. Naruto had appeared by the lake in his mind. No problem, kid. I wanted to watch you crush these exams anyway. The spy worries me too. Naruto's tone was pensive. Whenever Naruto was in a mood like this, wind blew across the mindscape like, if the snake is involved, we will deal with it. He can't touch us. Just keep your guard up and the rest will work itself out. Kurama's soothing tone was a far departure from an appreciation Naruto took in current events. There were multiple teams on the way out of the room. Naruto picked up on Hinata's nervous behavior and saw her starting to raise her hand. He immediately flared his chakra. Jonin, not even a Bijou could stop me from becoming Hokage and bringing peace to the ninja world. So, bring it on. Naruto's proclamation echoed across the room and removed most of the anxiety in the room. The four girls that were falling for Naruto started to smile at him and Hinata's hand clenched into a fist. Ibiki saw the shift and sighed. Anko would never let him hear the end of it for letting this many Genin pass. Very well, you all pass. The outburst from the room made Ibiki smirk. If Naruto hadn't spoken up, he could have knocked out another 5 to 10 teams for sure. At that moment, a blast went off and a window in the room shattered. A blur flew through the window. The blur transformed into a big banner that was pinned to the ceiling with kunai and a beautiful purple-haired woman. The banner read the sexy and not-so-single Anko Mitarashi. Sorry boys. The chibi fox playing with a snake in the bottom right corner of the banner made more than a couple people raise their eyebrows. 4 heads turned to look at a sheepish Naruto, who was rubbing the back of his head while laughing sheepishly. All 4 faces gave him looks that screamed, "You will explain this later." Alright, kiddies. I am Anko and I will be your proctor for the next part of the exams. Damn, Ibiki has gone soft. 78 Genin left. You have 1 hour to pack your bags for a week-long camping trip to Training Ground 44. You will be there within the hour or lose your right to continue in the exams. Go. Anko laughed in glee at the clusterfuck that followed her statement. Genin were trying to push their way out of the classroom. Naruto walked over to Anko and Ibiki. Ibiki, have the Hokage redirect multiple Anbu squads. I have a feeling that the snake is going to rear its ugly head. Now knowing that we are going into the Forest of Death, I believe Orochimaru will make his move there. Naruto put his hand on Anko's shoulder when her face darkened upon hearing that man's name. What makes you think that, Naruto-san? Replied Ibiki in a serious tone. Well, that Kabuto guy had the smell of snakes all over him. I believe that means he hangs around Anko or Orochimaru, the only 2 snake summoners. I have never seen him with Anko, so I believe it to be the latter. Okay, I will go see the Hokage right away. Keep your eyes open in there, kid. With a swirl of leaves, Ibiki was gone to visit the Hokage. Naruto lifted Anko's chin, Hebiheim, chin up. If he is here, we will get him. Anko met Naruto's beautiful baby blues. Thanks, Ruto. I can't stop the rage that fills me when I think about that man. Anko's tone and emotions concerned Naruto, so he pushed on. Anko, promise me you won't go after him alone. I won't tell you not to try, but do not do it alone. I am always here for you. Anko took the 3-pronged kunai that Naruto was holding out. Fine, Ruto. If I find him, I will call you. Now, let's go to the playground. She gave Naruto a passionate kiss before they both jumped out the previously broken window. 72 Genin were gathered in front of the flimsy fence that contained the monstrosities of the ominous forest. They had split up into groups, with the Rookie 9 talking to the Kumo team. It was Ino that cut through the polite introductions. How do you know Ruto-kun? Her tone was not the normal warm and playful Ino. It was cold and calculating. Her eyes locked with Samui. The rest of the rookies looked awkwardly at Ino. Samui replied coolly, with a hint of challenge in her voice. Ruto and I are good friends now. We may soon be betrothed though. What's it to you? Ino was taken aback. Betrothed? What had Naruto been up to? She knew about the CRA, but for him to be engaged to a kunoichi from another village caught her off guard. What do you mean, betrothed? Why would Ruto marry someone from another village, especially Kumo? Samui gave her a shrug of annoyance in response. It's a secret. Ask him if you need to know. If we are just going to talk about my personal life, I would rather not. It was cool to meet you all, see you around. She directed her team away from the group of Konoha ninja and sighed. She knew things with Naruto wouldn't be normal or easy, but this was a lot to take in. By her count, there were 4 others that she noticed. She guessed that Naruto was just too nice to tell any pretty girl no. She would talk to him about it later. Naruto showed up with Anko just as time was up. He walked over to his team and gave a fist bump to Sasuke. He stayed with his team as Anko gave her spiel. Alright, kiddies. This here is my playground, the Forest of Death. You will go in as teams and make your way to the tower. If you can't read a map, that's too bad, figure it out. Each team will be given a scroll, heaven or earth. Your job is to find both scrolls and bring them to the central tower. Open the scroll while in the forest, immediate disqualification. Make it to the tower without your team, disqualification. You die in the forest, disqualification. Other than that, there are no rules. Now sign these forms and bring them to the tent to get your scroll and gate assignment. The Genin signed their forms and lined up in front of the tent. Naruto kept looking at a particular Genin girl from Kusa. She was masking her presence, chakra and scent. Skills that a Genin, aside from himself, shouldn't know. What concerned him was why would a Genin be going to these lengths to conceal their presence? The one thing that Naruto could feel was a dark bloodlust radiating from her, and she kept looking at Sasuke. This put Naruto on guard. When he got into the tent, he created a clone that used henge to transform himself at a fly, and it rested on the roof of the tent. His team exchanged their waiver for a heaven scroll and got assigned Gate 14. When the final team was assigned their gate, the Naruto clone dispelled and sent the information to Naruto, who was waiting at Gate 14. Okay, guys, my clone just dispelled. The Sand team at Gate 12 has an Earth scroll. I say we head toward them and pick up their trail. We will grab their scroll and get to the tower. I got a very bad feeling from the Kusa girl, and I don't feel like dealing with that trouble. Hinata, we are going to be relying on your eyes in the heavy cover of the forest. Sasuke, I want you to hold the scroll. Everyone is gunning for me, so they won't expect you to have it. My clones will form a diamond formation around us for security. Any questions? The command presence of Naruto really left no room for any disputes. Sasuke took the scroll and asked, Ruto, why don't we hang out in the forest for a few days and knock out as many teams as we can? Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Hokage Gigi doesn't want me to stick out too much. It isn't exactly fair that I am in these exams and Kumo and Iwa know about me. If I affect the results too much, it could lead to political issues. Anything else? Naruto-kun. Why are those girls from Kumo and Iwa so interested in you? Hinata asked shyly. Her hopes of being with Naruto were being dashed. Naruto was such a good guy that there was no way Hinata would be the one he chose. Naruto gave a big smile and rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Sorry, Hinata-chan. It is a secret for now. You should find out after the exam finals. Sasuke and Hinata were annoyed by Naruto's response, but they were used to the blonde enigma. Suddenly, Anko's voice came over the speakers and the gates flew open. Naruto dropped his resistance seals to level 3 and created 20 clones to be the mobile security detail. The group took off southwest toward Gate 12 for 5 minutes before Hinata spotted the Sand team. It looked like the Sand team was grouped in a hollowed-out tree and planning. Naruto gave some hand seals that said, set up, ambush, outside, tree. His two teammates nodded and positioned themselves in a branch above where the Sand team was grouped. 10 minutes later the Sand Genin walked out of the hole in the tree. They were immediately placed into a demonic illusion, hell viewing technique genjutsu that Sasuke cast. Before they could break it, Naruto and Hinata hit them with paralysis seals. Naruto dragged them back into the hole in the tree, then stripped them of all their weapons and supplies. Hinata found the earth scroll on the nondescript Sand Kunoichi. Sasuke was outside overlooking the hole pulling security. After a couple minutes, they were all done, and Naruto spoke to the motionless group. Sorry about this, guys, it's nothing personal. I am leaving each of you one kunai and your rations. The seals will wear off in a couple of hours. I will put a genjutsu over this place so nobody else messes with you. Best of luck. He finished in a voice that was excited and a little jubilant. The Sand team was allowed to speak after Naruto finished. They cursed the Konoha scum as they left. Team 7 departed immediately for the tower, and that is when Naruto felt a terrible presence. Hinata, eyes up at 11 o'clock. Tell me what you see. The urgency in Naruto's voice worried Hinata. It is that Kusa girl, 300 meters out and coming fast. You two, put cloaking seals up now and hide, please trust me. I need you to mask your presence and not make a move. I will draw her attention. This is the one person I didn't want to deal with. Don't worry bro, I will be fine. Once again, Naruto's commands left no room for discussion. Sasuke didn't like it, but her trusted Naruto. If you are in danger, we will be there, Ruto. Was Sasuke's reply as him and Hinata activated their seals and shimmered out of sight. Naruto saw them take refuge high up in the canopy overlooking him. He created 2 clone captains, had them henge into Sasuke and Hinata, then applied the stabilization seals. He took a deep calming breath, released all gravity seals and acted like he was talking to Sasuke and Hinata. Orochimaru was having a bad day. The Genin team he had planted in the exams, which included his most loyal subordinate, failed to report in. He found out they were taken to Tandi before the exams even started. It was all that brat's fault. He was jumping through the trees and sensed Naruto and his two clones. He summoned a giant snake to distract Naruto so that he could get what he came for. Naruto felt the chakra spike and sensed the giant snake summon launch itself at him. Naruto jumped to avoid the snake and sent a Kurama-empowered futon, wind cutter, through the snake's neck. It partially severed the snake summon's head before it disappeared back to its realm. That settled it. This is Orochimaru. Orochimaru in disguise sounded off, "Ku, ku, ku, to think Amir Janan can one-shot my snake summon. I think I will." Suddenly, hundreds of Naruto clones popped in existence and began running around the battlefield. Some jumped at Orochimaru, others launched kunai and shuriken. Naruto himself threw 3 flash tags and some left off wind and fire jutsu. It was all a big distraction. The real Naruto hid behind a tree, left a Hiraishin seal on the tree, created some reinforced clone captains to protect Sasuke and Hinata, and then Naruto flashed to his tag outside the Hokage office. Naruto kicked open the office doors and saw a startled Hiruzen and an on-guard Danzo. The Anbu guard was standing in front of the Hokage. "Forgive me, Hokage-sama. A snake is the forest. My distraction won't last long. Need you now. Hinata and Sasuke still out there." The Hokage jumped up from behind his desk. "Lion, Hawk, Cat with me and Danzo. Bear, go alert the Anbu commander and root operative codename Sai. Set up a cordon around the forest. Do not let him escape." Hiruzen formed some hand signs and appeared in his battle armor. Danzo simply nodded at his commands. "Sai will be in room 212 of the Hokage Tower. Tell him it is an order from me." The Hokage, Danzo, Lion, Hawk and Cat each grabbed onto Naruto. The room was filled with a brilliant yellow flash, then emptiness. The 6 shinobi appeared among an ongoing melee. It seems Orochimaru had yet to deal with all of the Naruto clones. There were 10 or so clones left, still putting up a fight while guarding the fake Hinata and Sasuke. The Hokage, Danzo, Lion and Cat surrounded Orochimaru. Well, if it isn't my prodigal student. What brings you out to these woods, Orochimaru?" Hiruzen addressed his student in a taunting voice. Ku. If it isn't sensei. Did you miss me? How did you get here so fast, old man? I didn't think those legs of yours were good for running anymore." Orochimaru's voice masked his hesitation. He didn't know for sure if he could beat his sensei, let alone his sensei and 3 other high-level shinobi. He tore off the face he was wearing and grew back to his hideous original form. "Give up and come quietly, Orochimaru. We have much to discuss." Orochimaru ignored Hiruzen's response and looked at Danzo. My Danzo. Don't you look like a new man? Are you taking orders from the old geezer now?" Danzo grunted at this but prepared himself. He saw Lion and Cat going through hand signs. Moments later, condensed shots of fire and water collided with Orochimaru's position. A collapsing heap of mud was left in its place. The group saw Orochimaru jumping through the canopy and gave chase. Naruto grabbed Hawk, better known to the reader as Shisui, and took him to where Hinata and Sasuke were hidden after the group chased off Hiruzen. He could hear explosions and fighting getting further and further away. He hoped his Gramps, instructor and fellow Anbu could handle Orochimaru. Naruto called out the all-clear to Hinata and Sasuke. Sasuke opened up in a spastic tone, "Ruto, what the hell was that? That man fought off over 100 of your clones. I mean, look at the forest." Sasuke pointed to a destroyed section of forest that spanned about 100 square meters. Broken trees lay on top of other broken trees. Their canopies creating a world of chaos on the ground level. Fires could be seen burning brightly with smoke billowing up into the thick jungle canopy. Hawk took this opportunity to throw some water jutsu at the fires and put them out. Then he spoke. "Naruto-san, I am not allowed to help you in this exam, however, I will observe you until you get to the Hokage Tower. Good luck." Hawk used Shunshine and took up an observational position over Team 7. "Sasuke, that was Orochimaru. Don't know why he was here. Right now, I don't care either. We are moving to the central tower at full speed. We should be safe from the snake there. Hinata, eyes up please. We still have about 8 clicks to go before we get to the tower." Hinata nodded and activated her Byakugan. The group took off at a quick pace and traveled about 4 kilometers before anything interesting happened. The group heard a feminine scream ring out and it sounded close. Naruto inclined his head to Hinata. "Get a situation report. There is a Kuza girl being attacked by a bear. It seems like her 2 teammates are dead. The bear is closing in on her." Hinata pointed in the direction and Team 7 sprinted off. Team 7 watched as a bear was charging a red-headed girl with glasses, who was trying to limp away. Naruto used Sunshine to get in front of the bear and hit it with a futon. Great breakthrough. The bear went flying, quite literally, into the distance where a loud crack sounded. Naruto turned around to the scared redhead, still holding the bird seal. He smiled at her and held up his hands in a disarming gesture. "Hi, I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I am not going to hurt you. It looks like Titan got you a little bit. Would you like me to heal you?" The girl stuttered out, "Are you really an Uzumaki? I thought they were all dead." Naruto nodded as his hand glowed green. "Yup. My mom was Kushina Uzumaki, last princess of Whirlpool." The girl's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe she found a living family member. Not to mention, her first cousin.
I am Karen
Uzumaki. Daughter of Krishna Uzumaki, your mom's younger sister. Now it was Naruto's turn to be stunned. He could tell she wasn't lying. Now that he felt for it, he could feel the unique density of the Uzumaki chakra. Wow, to think I would meet my cousin here of all places. So, what were you doing in Kusa? Is your mom still there? Karen shook her head sadly. She told the group how her mom had died 3 months ago from infection and chakra exhaustion. Karen and her mother possess a unique Uzumaki healing factor that is carried in their blood. Their blood, even in small quantities, can heal significant wounds. The barbarians in Kusa used Karen and her mother as mobile healing stations. Karen lifted the sleeve of her shinobi jacket and showed Team 7 the bite marks that covered her forearm. Sasuke and Hinata were pissed, but they had to put comforting hands onto Naruto's shoulder. He was visibly shaking in a fit of rage and blood was leaking out from his clenched fists. "Karen, do you wish to return to Kusa?" Naruto's voice was distorted because he was fighting the influence of Kurama's chakra and it came through gritted teeth. The girl shook her head violently in the negative. "Okay then. I am going to have you live with me. I cannot leave a fellow Uzumaki out to dry. I am going to take you to my house while I think of the best way to handle this. Please take my hand and try not to throw up." Karen was confused by the last part but decided to trust her cousin. She took Naruto's hand and then felt her world spin. When she reopened her eyes, she was woozy, but able to hold her nausea down. She looked around to see Naruto's bedroom. There was a queen-sized bed covered in orange sheets. A painting of a fox hung over the desk in his room, which was littered with scrolls. "All right, Karen-chan. You will be safe here. I will leave a clone with you to explain things to Tsunade and Tsubaki. I have to get back to my team now. Ja-na." With a wave and a yellow flash, Naruto was gone, leaving a stunned Karen and a Naruto clone to help get her cleaned up and show her around the house. Naruto arrived back in the forest where he had left his kunai a couple minutes after he had left. Hinata and Sasuke had taken up positions around the kunai and were talking about Naruto and the way crazy stuff always happens when he is around. They didn't even bother to look sheepish when Naruto chimed into the conversation saying it wasn't his fault. Sasuke answered that statement with an HNNNN and Hinata rolled her eyes. The Hyuga equivalent of an exaggerated yay, right. The group made it to the tower without further incidents. Upon entering the tower, Team 7 saw a massive riddle written on the far wall that basically instructed them to open both scrolls simultaneously. They threw both scrolls on the ground at 8:16 p.m. All in all, it was a long 5 hours in the Forest of Death, but at least they didn't have to spend the night out there. As the scrolls rolled open, a big puff of smoke followed. Out of the smoke came Kakashi and his orange book. "Well done, guys. You finished that faster than expected. Anything interesting happen?" Kakashi asked in a bored tone, yet the loan I took in the 3 Genon's appearance. "Well, sensei, the test was easy enough, but we did run into Orochimaru." Naruto let that hang in the air. He wasn't disappointed by Kakashi's reaction. The loan I opened wide as it looked to the other 2 Genon for confirmation. Sasuke gave a frustrated nod. He was still brooding over the fact that he hid the whole time and let Naruto handle it. Hinata nodded as she looked down to Kakashi's feet. She was glad they made it out unharmed. She had no delusions of her chances against a Sannin. "Well then, I am glad you're all okay. Did he say why he was after you?" he asked with a tone of incredulity. "Nope. I flashed to the Hokage Tower and brought them to battle the snake. Speaking of, is Hokage-sama here? I want to know if they were able to kill or capture Orochimaru." "Dunno, I will have to go check. You should all go claim a room. Konoha teams have the 3rd and 4th floors. Cafeteria is on the 2nd floor. I will talk to you all tomorrow. Ja-na." With a wave and a swirl of leaves, Kakashi was gone. Team 7 grabbed a bite and headed to their room for the night. Sasuke sat and brooded for a bit before strolling over to Naruto and reading the book over his shoulder. He couldn't make heads nor tails of the advanced Fuinjutsu book Naruto was reading. "Naruto, is Fuinjutsu something I could learn?" he asked in a hopeful tone. "Sure thing, Sasuke. It, however, is an art that takes a long time to master and a longer time to learn how to use it in battle. Take the intro book for now, and if you are interested in learning more, I will teach you after the Chunin exams," replied Naruto in an aloof tone as he pulled out a big scroll and extracted a fairly thick book from it. Quick tip, the basics are the most important. You can never forget the fundamentals in Fuinjutsu. With that, he handed the book to Sasuke. "Thanks, bro. I will give it a shot. What level are you on?" 10. I was stuck on 8 until I went to Uzushiagakure before we graduated. Jiraiya only had the material to get to level 8. Why do you ask? Just wondering how far along you are and how long it took to get there, Sasuke said, and Naruto could pick up on the hopeful tone. Well, brother, I have been doing Fuinjutsu since I was 4, I think. It is a long road. When you are ready, I will teach you the Shadow Clone Jutsu to help speed up your training. Although you would only to make a single clone with your chakra reserves right now. Now Sasuke was excited. He had wanted to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu. He saw what Naruto could do with it and wanted it to help himself get stronger, faster. With a thank you, Sasuke went to his bed and dug into Inro to Fuinjutsu, by Mito Uzumaki. The group drifted off to sleep late that night. The next day, Kurotsuchi's and Samui's made it to the tower. Kurotsuchi found Naruto in the cafeteria during lunchtime. She sat down next to him while her teammates ate at another table to give them space. Kurotsuchi opened the conversation. "Naruto-kun, when did you get to the tower?" "Last night around 8. How was your trip through the playground?" he asked in an attentive tone. "Not too bad. Got attacked by some giant leeches, but we made some quick work of them. Then we ran into a team from Sound and took their scroll, didn't kill them, just roughed them up a bit," she replied. "Oh, yeah? Which team?" he asked in a hesitant tone. "A hunchback, some dude with arm cannons and some girl. They were strong, but we got the jump on them. I burned the hunchback pretty good with my lava jutsu. I don't think they will recover in time. We tied them up pretty good before leaving," she said while laughing at the memory of Zaku screaming profanities at her. "Better them than my friends. I am glad you made it safely," he said while flashing her a sincere smile. "Aw, shucks, Rudo-kun. I couldn't miss the finals if you are going to be in them. Anyone else here yet?" "Just the Sand team with the crazy redhead. Kuro-chan, if you have to fight the redhead, please be careful. He is the Jinchuriki of the One-Tail Shukaku and he isn't right in the head. I have a plan for him, but I don't want you getting hurt." He took her hand in his while he said this, which earned a brilliant blush. "Okay, Rudo. Thanks for the heads up. With ninja stuff out of the way, can I ask you a personal question?" Her look fell a little bit when she asked this, which concerned Naruto. He gave her hand a squeeze to urge her on. "Could you tell me about the other girls? I am not going to lie, I got jealous seeing them with you. I know I have to learn to share if we are going to make this work, but the unknown is eating at me right now." The sincerity of her tone surprised Naruto. "Kuro-chan, I am not going to lie to you. It all kind of happened at once. I am struggling with it as well because each one of you is so amazing and deserves the world. I will tell you that I planned on sitting down with everyone and getting everything out in the open. You know about Samui, she is the Kunoichi from Kumo and is in the same situation you are. Then there is Anko, the proctor for the second exam. She and I were in the same Onbu squad, and I recently removed a curse mark that Orochimaru put on her. We had always been close, but after that she confessed to me, and we love each other." Naruto paused here to pull Kurotsuchi onto his lap. He could feel her withdrawing a bit from the conversation and didn't want to leave before he could finish. He wrapped his arms around her and gave her a sincere hug before continuing. "Kuro-chan, I haven't known you very long. However, I feel myself getting closer to you. If you will have me, I know we can make this work. Anko is very open to sharing and I think Samui is cool with it, which brings me to Ino. Ino and I have been friends since we were 3 and have always been close. It had never really been romantic until recently. When you saw her give me a kiss on the cheek, she said that she didn't care if she had to share, she just wanted me. I want you to know that this effort started in an attempt to help our 2 villages, but I sincerely believe that my life will be better with you in it." He was whispering in her ear this whole time. Her head had migrated to his chest where she could feel the rhythmic beating of his chest. She felt so warm and safe in his arms. "Ruto, I like you, a lot more than I thought I would. Promise me you will love me, as much as the others? She asked this with a tsundere tone while looking up into his eyes. Naruto gave her his answer by placing a short and sweet kiss on her lips. I promise, and I never go back on my word. Team Samui entered the cafeteria a couple minutes later to find Naruto talking to Kurotsuchi at the table. Team Yugito grabbed some food and sat down next to them. Kurotsuchi's teammates joined the table as well. After exchanging welcomes and battle stories from the forest, Karu cut into the pleasant conversation. Naruto-san, I don't get you. How did you get all of these girls when you were only 13? Well, Karu, it was never really my intention. I just stay true to myself. It all kind of happened simultaneously and it started after I went to Uzushiaga Corps. I will tell you what I told the Raikage, in order to honor my ancestors and restore my clans, I will need to take multiple wives. I will not force anyone into this. I will love each person that gives me the opportunity. I will love each of them equally. If I have the chance to bring a little peace to the world while doing that, then why wouldn't I try? The table entered a stunned silence until Samui did something extremely out of character for her. She got up and placed herself on Naruto's lap. She then placed a chaste kiss on his lips. That's cool with me. I am going to hold you to that, Rudo-kun. Kurotsuchi, not wanting to be outdone, leaned up and pulled his head to her. She gave him a similar chaste kiss and said, Me too. You better not forget about me. Amoe was shocked. He normally spun off into worst-case scenarios. In his head, his imagination was going wild with all the ways this could go wrong for the intrepid blonde. So many different ways this could blow up and cause a world war. He couldn't pick one to say out loud. Karu, seeing the look in her teammate's eyes, bumped him on top of the head before he could start. The group enjoyed an entertaining conversation before splitting off. Before they left, Naruto created a clone, disappeared with the clone around a corner and then returned with the clone. Now you don't know which one is the real me. I want to spend as much time as I can with each of you while we have the time. The teams from Iwa and Kumo split off, each accompanied by a Naruto. Naruto showed off his skills in massage therapy, which Samui and Kurotsuchi took full advantage of. Funny enough, not knowing which Naruto was the real one made it easier to just accept his presence and not think about it. Chapter 14. The next 3 days passed in a flash. Naruto was constantly hanging out with Samui and Kurotsuchi simultaneously and the three teams ate lunch and dinners together. The Sand team didn't understand how ninja from other villages could hang out so casually together. The happiness that was all around Gaara infuriated Shukaku and made him even less stable. By the time the Genin were called to gather in the arena, Gaara was practically foaming at the mouth. The Genin teams that passed the second stage were as follows: Team 7, Team 8, Team 9, Team 10, Gaara's team, Kurotsuchi's team, Samui's team, Haku's team. 24 Genin hopeful listened to the Hokage tell them the true meaning of the Chunin exams and explain why the preliminaries were necessary. The instructor Hayate Gecko laid out the rules for the fights. Essentially everything is allowed, killing is frowned upon but not illegal and all his commands are to be followed. When he says the fight is over, it is over. A board appeared behind the Hokage's box, and a cameraman could be seen on the Hokage's balcony. In an effort for transparency and public promotion, the matches were to be broadcasted. Jiraiya and Tsunade were hosting, thanks to Hiruzen's bright idea to project strength. So, the broadcast began. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you from Konoha's Forest of Death. I am Jiraiya, the Toad Sannin, and I am joined by Tsunade Senju, the Slug Sannin. Today, we have 24 Genin hopeful battling it out for the right to fight in front of a live crowd in the Chunin exam finals. Jiraiya's loud voice carried across the stadium. We have representatives from Konoha, Sand, Cloud, Kiri, and Stone. While I prefer to make love, not war, I am excited to see these young ninjas fight it out. That's right everyone. Please excuse his usual perversions and enjoy the show, said Tsunade in a warning tone. The first match is between Sasuke Uchiha of the Leaf and Karu of the Cloud. This will be a high-quality fight. The young Uchiha has produced great results recently, so it will be exciting to see how he stacks up against one of Kumo's top Genin. On the balcony, Team Kumo and Naruto's team were standing close to each other. Naruto gave each of them a fist bump and leaned over the balcony. Samui was on his left with Kurotsuchi was on his right, and right behind him was Ino, glomming onto his back. The cameraman had zoomed in on the competitors and caught the sight of Naruto surrounded by the most beautiful kunoichi from 3 different villages. He swung the camera around to put the spotlight on the most high-profile ninja in the elemental nations. That there, folks, is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. He is my pupil and godson. I can't tell you how proud I am to see what you folks are bearing witness to, Jiraiya said while wiping some blood from his nose. Get your head out of the gutter, Jiraiya, and focus on the fight, came Tsunade's icy cold voice. Right you are, Tsunade, it looks like it has started. We have a Kenjutsu battle here. It looks like both contestants are evenly matched. The Uchiha has activated his Sharingan, and it is fully matured at this age. That is quite impressive. Oh, that was quite the move. Using a lightning jutsu, Raiten, lightning ball, Kairo gained the upper hand. One of those balls will leave you tingling for hours. It appears that Sasuke's right arm has gone numb. The Uchiha answers with a Katen, fire flower technique and gains some space. Oh, ho, it looks like Sasuke used some lightning chakra to restore the natural balance in his right arm. Impressive chakra control for such a young Genin, commentated the Slug Princess. It sure is, Tsunade Heim. To see such talent at a young age is a beautiful thing. The young redhead just closed the distance, and we have a true Kenjutsu battle yet again. Ouch. Sasuke just hit Kairo with a lightning-enhanced katana to the leg. And there it is, folks. The Uchiha has forced a surrender from his opponent. Jiraiya's loud voice carried throughout the stadium. Back in the balcony, Samui groaned. Kairo was always a little too hot-headed. Naruto rubbed her back in a comforting motion. He gave Sasuke a fist bump and a good fight when he returned to the balcony. Sasuke took a seat and leaned back against the balcony to catch his breath. Okay, Jiraiya. It looks like next we have a Konoha battle. Ino Yamanka vs Sakura Haruno. Well, Heim, you know I love a good cat fight. Let's see how this plays out. After a verbal exchange, wait a minute. Let's get a microphone down there, director, came Jiraiya's eager voice. A crew member went to the sidelines carrying a mic. No way, Ino pig. Sasuke-kun is way better than Naruto Baka. That boy can't hold a candle to Sasuke-kun. The shrill voice of Sakura came in loud and clear. All viewers had to cover their ears from the shrill voice that cut through the speakers. Look, forehead. Agree to disagree, it is time to fight. But it is blatantly obvious that Sasuke can't hold a candle to Naruto. He never even touched him in a spar for Kami's sake. Ino was baiting Sakura, and it worked. Sakura charged her and Ino judo tossed her over her shoulder. While Sakura was recovering, Ino hit her with a clan jutsu. Jiraiya's voice came into focus. Why in the world would you hit an opponent on her back with a mind-body transfer? Why not just put a kunai to her throat? Because she is an inexperienced kunoichi, Jiraiya. It looks like something is wrong though. Tsunade's voice was curious. Inside Sakura's head, Ino had to fight Sakura's alternate personality. Trying to spare her friend physical harm, she had tried to force an easy surrender. Now, Dark Sakura was matching her punch for control of Sakura's body. In the end, both girls were rendered unconscious. Well, it looks like both girls are unconscious and the proctor has called the match a draw. I will have to talk to that young lady later to find out what happened. Mind techniques are extremely risky and fragile. So, the backfire cost her an opportunity at the finals. Tsunade now sounded disappointed. Sorry, my wonderful viewers, that it is likely most of that fight occurred in the mind. Hopefully this next fight will make up for it. We have Tenten Higurashi of the Leaf versus Temari of the Sand. Kami must love me. The perverted giggle ended Jiraiya's statement. This is a good kunoichi battle. All you girls that wish to be kunoichi, take notes. Oh no. It looks like Temari landed a futon, sickle weasel jutsu on Tenten. She is being shredded in mid-air. Oh no, she didn't. What disrespect, Tsunade roared. I have to agree with you, Suheim. Hitting an unconscious opponent like that shows a complete lack of sportsmanship. That kunoichi and her fan are brutal. Tenten was on the floor after hitting Temari's fan. Every Konoha ninja was glaring at her. She shrugged it off and walked back to her team as medics came to gather the unconscious Tenten. Naruto addressed those around him. I ask y'all to be better than that. I know it is not technically against the rules, but that was dirty. He got nods from his friends and their teammates. Naruto perked up when he saw his name on the board. Okay, I get the dog boy. He jumped over the railing and walked to the center of the arena. Kiba showed up in the center of the ring with Akamaru on his head. I don't know what's so special about you, Blondie. After I beat you, I will take all those bitches off your hands though. The cocky tone Kiba used pissed everyone off. Sume, watching in the Jonin bar, threw her head into her hands in embarrassment. Ha ha, you're a laugh, pup. Wanna know something funny? All of Q's memories are shared with me. It is safe to say I have seen your mom naked, pup, and more. Not to mention, Q is practically your daddy. Him and I share everything since we are partners, so does that make me your daddy too? Naruto couldn't stop the laughs from coming out. He was bent over holding his sides at the look on Kiba's face. Back in the Jonin bar, Sume was scarlet. She forgot that Q had mentioned that was why Naruto always blushed around her. Q owes her after this public humiliation. The brat also owes her another massage for that matter. Everyone was looking at her and gawking. Sume just ordered a double shot and tilted it back. Well, my godson has the unique ability to antagonize his opponents. As soon as Hayate started the match, Naruto dodged around Kiba and Akamaru. He hasn't even landed a hit yet. Jiraiya, the kid is outmatched. It's like pitting a guppy against a shark, for all you hidden miss shinobi. Oh, a pill to enhance his power and his dogs too. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. This kid is using a clone technique against Naruto. Tsunade started laughing. Well, everyone, if you want to have a clone fight, I would advise you not to do it against Naruto. I count about 20 clones. Oh, ha 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 ha. Naruto really didn't like Kiba's opening statement, because now he is playing with his food. Jiraiya's laugh could be heard by all and infuriated Kiba further. Naruto had summoned a few clones and said that if Kiba could break one of them, then Naruto would take him seriously. The Inuzuka clan jutsu Fang over Fang is a strong taijutsu technique. But as I have found out over the years, strength can't beat speed if it can't catch it. It looks like one of the clones has neutralized the pup. Now it is 1 versus 20, Tsunade said, almost bored. Kiba was enraged. Past the point of no return. At this point he was nothing more than a rabid dog. Quit being a bitch, hiding behind your clones. Come and fight me like a man, you pussy. He growled over the noise. Naruto immediately dismissed his clones. Believe me, Kiba. This was me taking it easy on you and having a bit of fun. Don't blink, you Omega Hound. Ouch, here it is folks. The end result of a pup stepping up to a lion. Naruto is now a blur to most of you, but what you are missing is him landing bone-crushing hits on every part of Kiba's broken body. Jiraiya now sounded concerned. The proctor might want to call this one, it's over. To all shinobi out there, this is why it is not a good idea to antagonize an opponent that may be stronger than you. Okay, I will be right back. I am going to scrape him off the floor and put him back together before Tsume tries to kill Naruto-kun. Tsunade announced as she jumped down to the stadium floor. She coordinated the medics and took the first part of Kiba's healing. She healed the worst injuries and let the medics take over from her. She missed the next fight due to the extent of Kiba's injuries. The flinching form of Kurenai's student made her angry. She looked over at Kakashi and used her coldest tone. Is that how you teach your students to treat a comrade? Her icy tone and look are why she was named Konoha's Ice Queen. Ma, Kurenai. Did you teach Kiba that it is okay to be blatantly disrespectful to his opponents and women in general? Replied Kakashi coolly. He knew Naruto took it a little too far, but at least Kiba is still alive. Kurenai thawed out immediately upon remembering what Kiba had said. Yeah, that was gross but still. Naruto went too far. Kakashi didn't respond for 30 seconds or so. I'm sorry, did you say something? I was caught up in my reading. Kurenai huffed and walked over to Asuma, clearly pissed off. Asuma just gave Kakashi a look that said, come on man. Kakashi returned the look with an eye smile. Guy chipped in here, damn you and that hip attitude of yours, my eternal rival. Naruto made it back to the balcony, strolling casually. He gave hugs to Kurotsuchi, Samui, and Ino, who was now recovered from her battle in Sakura's mind. Amoe looked at Naruto differently. The savage beating he just witnessed scared him a bit. If he somehow insulted Samui, and Samui told Naruto, then Naruto could beat him down just like Kiba. If Naruto beat him down, there could be political ramifications and the alliance with Kumo and Konoha would be destroyed. Then Samui would kill him again for breaking her up with Naruto. Samui saw Amoe going down the drain and nudged him out of it. The group returned to the rail and resumed watching the ongoing match. Jiraiya was commentating, well folks, I am solo casting this fight. Hopefully the young Inuzuka is feeling better and will learn his lesson. Returning to the fight, the Mist Ninja is getting swarmed by the Abarame's bugs. Those are nasty little buggers. A giggle punctuated his last pun. And it looks like the fight is over. Winner, Shino Abarame. It is amazing how quickly those Kikachu bugs will zap your chakra. Tsunade returned to the booth and apologized for her absence. Well, to everyone wondering, the young Inuzuka will be just fine. It looked far worse than it was. I see the Aburame won, congrats to him. Oh, this should be interesting. The Battle of the Hyuga. Hinata vs Neji. Main house heiress versus the branch house prodigy. Jiraiya chipped in, this taunting does not seem like something family would say to each other. Young Neji is being quite disrespectful. Here we go, both pair of Byakugan activated and they are off. Neji is bigger and stronger, but the grace and speed of young Hinata is quite the sight. Indeed it is, Jiraiya. That is quite a few blows exchanged between the pair. It looks like Hinata came out slightly ahead in that exchanged. Neji lost the use of his left arm but got a significant Juken hit to Hinata's chest. Hinata did it. She has knocked Neji down, exclaimed Tsunade. On the arena floor, Hinata was standing over her downed cousin. Neji-san, I don't know where all this anger is coming from. I have always been close to you and valued you. Please surrender, I do not wish to harm you any further. Neji spat out, you are just as guilty as the rest of the main house. This seal makes me a slave, what slave wouldn't bear resentment to their owner? If I kill you in a sanctioned match, the main house can do and will do nothing. Nobody wants you, the weakest and meekest Hyuga, to be the next clan heir. Neji spat this out. Hinata reeled back as if she were struck in the heart. Neji exploded to exploit this opening with overcharged his right palm strike. Naruto could instantly tell that Neji was going for the kill and Hinata was too stunned to defend herself. He flashed in front of Hinata, a look of pure rage on his face. He caught Neji's punch with a Kurama enhanced fist. Kurama's chakra neutralized Neji's Juken. The anger Naruto was feeling also caused Neji's fist to burn on contact with Naruto's hand. He tried to pull his hand free but was unable to. Naruto met Neji's panicked gaze, you are not the Neji I remember. Since when are you such a stuck-up, brooding bitch? You think nobody noticed you going for the kill shot? Well, I did, and I will not let you touch Hinata. Pray, boy, that you do not face me in the finals because what I did to Kiba will look like a mercy compared to the state I will leave you in. He threw Neji's burned fist back into Neji's face. He turned and finally registered the Jonins around him. Guy hand his hand holding Neji by the shoulder, Kakashi was behind Naruto supporting Hinata and Asuma looked like he might make a move on Naruto. Once Neji recovered from his shock, he was cradling his now burnt hand to his chest. Figures you would be another main house lapdog. I am not scared of you, Naruto. I have gotten far stronger since we were kids. Naruto laughed out loud, loud enough for the cameraman to pick it up and zoom in to capture the predatory look on his face. You have my word, Neji Hyuga. Your fight will be a public humiliation against a single one of my shadow clones. You ran away from our training sessions with your tail tucked between your legs because you could best one of my clones. So, I will give you the opportunity to show me your so-called improvement. Don't disappoint. With that said, Naruto disappeared in a swirl of wind and appeared behind Samui and Kurotsuchi. He latched an arm over each of their shoulders and looked down on the fuming Hyuga. Tsunade broke the stunned silence of the broadcast that followed Naruto's proclamation. Cough, well, that's something else to look forward to, folks. Next, we have Shikamaru Nara vs Samui of Kumo. Shikamaru forfeits, okay then. For those of you that couldn't hear, he claimed it was too troublesome to fight a girl, especially a girl that was so close to Naruto. Jiraiya bellowed out a laugh, that kid is a genius. He probably knew that he couldn't beat her, so he thought up a reason. Ha ha, well, thank you, young Nara, for a good laugh. With that, Samui will go on to the finals. In the Jonin bar next to Tsume, Shukaku Nara slammed his head on the table. He was disappointed in his son and wasn't looking forward to dealing with his wife when he returned home. Tsume gave him an understanding pat on the back. Jiraiya resumed the broadcast. Next, we have Kankuro of the Sand versus Kurotsuchi of the Stone. This is an old rivalry, and it looks like we have a puppet user here, folks. Kurotsuchi just used lava release. To be expected that the Tsuchikage's granddaughter is exceptionally talented. Tsunade, who knew where Jiraiya would take this, questioned, didn't she miss? The puppeteer got away and only his puppet was hit by the lava. Jiraiya gave Tsunade a knowing look. Well, princess, the boy that is down there screaming hot, hot, hot might beg to differ with you. The cameraman panned over to the burning bandages that exposed Kankuro with his cat suit on fire. I said he was a puppeteer, so he had switched places with his puppet before the fight started. Seems like young Kurotsuchi could sense this and ended the fight before it started. Tsunade offered a fresh take, well, it appears those two girls hanging all over my Naruto-kun will be heading to the finals. Congratulations to the Raikage and Tsuchikage. When you both come into town, drinks are on me for a night. Jiraiya chimed in, well, that's something to look forward to. Now we have Haku of the Mist versus Kurotsuchi's teammate. It has been a good fight, but now the Steel Boy is trapped in some mirrors. Well, it looks like the Yondaime wasn't the only one with a space-time technique. I would love to get a closer look at those mirrors. Indeed, Jiraiya-kun. They are quite intriguing. The way she can travel through them and cast jutsu while in them. The mirrors must be linked to some pocket dimension. Oh ho! Now there is something you don't see everyday, folks. Young Haku has frozen the ninja from the stone and encased him in ice. Well, Suheim, I think we call that a steel sickle. No, I guess that fell kind of flat. It is a shame, the steel release bloodline is a powerful one that would have been fun to see fight more. Anyway, Haku has been pronounced the winner of the match. We look forward to more dazzling displays from this beautiful young lady, Jiraiya said in an overly gallant manner at the conclusion of the match. Chojuro ended up winning his match against Amoe. It was a cool Kenjutsu fight that ended when Chojuro activated Hiramkare. Chojuro turned it to a massive hammer made of chakra. Amoe wasn't ready and was knocked unconscious. Next, the cannon fight from Gaara and Lee. However, with Tsunade present, Lee would only have to spend a month in the hospital to completely recover the use of his right arm and leg. Guy cried anime tears of joy when Tsunade told him this. Finally, Kuji rolled over the final kunoichi from stone and left the medics to pull her out of the floor. The winners were brought up in front of Hayate and drew lots to determine the matches. Hayate broke it down for them. Okay, we will have a tournament-style event where you will show the kids that you have what it takes to be a Chunin. The matchups will be as follows. Match 1, Naruto vs Neji. Match 2, Kurotsuchi vs Chojuro. Match 3, Sasuke vs Haku. Match 4, Samui vs Tamari. Match 5, Kuji vs Gaara. Match 6, Shino gets a bye. You have 1 month to train before the finals. Use this time to prepare for your opponents. You are dismissed. Naruto promised each of the girls that he would talk with them tomorrow and as much as he could over the next month. He thanked Kami and his mother for the shadow clone jutsu. The teams left the tower down a safe path through the forest of death. They each returned to their lodgings for the night. Jiraiya caught up to Naruto before he was able to make it to bed. Ruto, hold up for a second, I wanted to talk to you about your situation in the tournament, Jiraiya said while waving him down to his father's study. What's up, Kyofu? I am tired and want to get some rest. Naruto's voice was tired with a hint of annoyance. Well, my boy. I gave the scroll for sensual arts, level 1 when you were 6. From the stories I have heard, you pretty much had that down. So, it is time you graduated to the erotic arts, it will help you with your lady friends. He handed Naruto a couple of scrolls labeled erotic arts, level 1, 2 and 3. He then continued, I know that you are furious at the Hyuga boy, I know I would be too. However, you cannot kill him. Humiliate him, fine. But I ask you to exercise some restraint when you face him. Do not take it so far that it creates a political mess, please. Naruto took the scrolls with a chuckle. These may actually help me, Kyofu. As far as Neji goes, I never planned on killing him. He may wish I just got it over with though. I am going to bury that stuck-up pride of his so far below sea level that he will need a scuba suit to get it back. Jiraiya chuckled, I trust you, Gaki. I am proud of you. Since I am a one-woman man now, mind keeping me up to date with your progress on those scrolls? They are the summation of my knowledge in the seductive arts, and I wanted to pass them down to you. You are my muse for my new books, and I really need the inspiration. Please, Gaki. Jiraiya was now on his knees in a begging pose. Naruto started laughing at a suggestion from Kurama and then spoke. Fine, Uro Kyofu. I will let you in on my progress so long as I can screen any content that is inspired by me. In return, you need to marry Tsunade. I will give you until the Chunin exams are up to ask her. If you honor your end of the deal, I will be your muse. Jiraiya hopped to his feet and shook Naruto's hand. You have yourself a deal, Gaki. No telling Suheim about this either. She would punch me all the way to Kumo if she found out. Naruto let Q out of the seal to join in on the fun. The three laughed together and Naruto ended up staying for a couple drinks of sake with his godfather and partner as they reminisced. Jiraiya's recounting of Minato's courting of Kushina made Naruto and Q laugh. Especially when Q recounted Kushina's point of view on those events. It amazed Naruto how his godfather and fated partner could always put him at ease. So, he shared the latest developments of his burgeoning harem and sought advice. Jiraiya advised him to be open and honest and get the girls together as soon as possible. He told Naruto to put everything out in the open and just be himself. If the girl saw the man Jiraiya saw, there would be no issues. Q agreed with the old perv, for once, and simply added that any woman be lucky to have even a tenth of the man that Naruto is. They drank well into the night and Naruto slept peacefully for the first time in a couple weeks. Council meeting, 2 weeks after preliminary fights. Naruto was once again brought to the Konoha council room. He saw the regular attendees. With Jiraiya and Tsunade standing behind the Hokage. Naruto bowed to the Hokage and Hiruzen began. Okay, we have all reviewed the correspondence of the Raikage and Tsuchikage. Jiraiya, they were grateful we broadcasted the preliminary fights. They have sent over the first drafts of the treaties, and we have had time to review them. Naruto-kun, you were brought in because this will heavily affect you and your future family. Thank you for including me in this decision, Hokage-sama and Honorable Council, Naruto said with a bow. I presume things are going well with Kurotsuchi and Samui? Jiraiya-sama informs us that you have been seen around town with them. Strangely, it has been reported that you were with Anko and Ino Yamanaka as well. Care to explain? Asked Danzo. He loved the boy, but Danzo would never admit that out loud. However, it was clear to Danzo that the boy may need to exercise a bit more restraint. Hi, Danzo-sama. I have used the Shadow Clone Jutsu to bond with each potential partner. Since removing Anko's curse seal, we have already committed to each other. This brought up some rumblings amongst the civilian council that didn't sit well with Naruto. Civilian councilors, I would ask you to hold your tongues in my presence. I care not what you think about Anko. For everyone that is not a judgmental jackass, Anko has been cured of the curse seal in its entirety. I trust her with my life and that will have to be good enough for you. He got nods from the ninja council. It was Homura that cut it. My boy, I am glad you have found love. Is it wise to accept it at this time? You are currently courting 2 very beautiful young ladies from potential allied countries. I wouldn't want it to get in the way of the treaties. Homura spoke in a cautious tone while Koharu couldn't stop a snarl from showing on her face. Hi, Homura-sama. I have brought the girls together to meet each other. I promised each of them openness and honesty. It was difficult at first, and very awkward. However, when you bring such uncomfortable topics into the light, good can come from doing so. Flashback, 1 week ago. Naruto had been spending time with each girl via his clones. Each of his clones had informed the girls about the meeting and begged each girl to attend with an open mind. So, 1 week after the preliminary fights, all of Naruto's love interests gathered in Naruto's living room to have one of the most awkward discussions of their lives. A sheepish Naruto stood up from a chair and started it off. Thank you all for coming. I understand that this is highly unusual, and I can only hope that good will come from this meeting today. Through various means, I have come to know each of you. The bottom line up front, I am falling for each of you. Your beauty, strength, wisdom and the joy I get from spending time with each of you has filled my heart with joy. I wanted to thank each of you for that and have each of you introduce yourselves. Polygamy was practiced by the Uzumaki, but it came with a strict rule. Each of the wives would have to approve of the other. Since I am not currently married, each of you will have to accept the other. I will not be taking a first or head wife. I want equality and love among my mates. With that, Anko, will you kick off introductions? Sure thing, Ruto-kun. I am Anko Mitarashi. I know Naruto from our days in Anbu. I love Ruto because he only ever saw me for me. I was the previous apprentice of Orochimaru. When he placed the curse seal on me, I lost most of my memories of my time with the snake. The bastard then abandoned me at one of his bases where Anbu team found me. I returned to Konoha, where the populace judged and cursed me for his sins. Ruto saw through that and appreciated me for me. When he removed my curse seal, I confessed my love to him, and I have not regretted it since. I look forward to getting to know each of my little sisters, unless Naruto throws a cougar into this little group of ours. Anko ended with a chuckle and a chaste kiss on Naruto's cheek. Ino stood up and addressed the other girls. I am Ino Yamanaka. I met Naruto when I was 3. He was always super busy but took one day each week to spend time with me whenever possible. I didn't realize my feelings for him until I saw him shortly before we graduated from the academy. Since we got our Jinan teams, we have been so busy that we no longer had time for each other. When I saw him around town with you all, it broke my heart. When I learned about his clan and the CRA, I decided to confess my feelings to him. Now, here we are. I hope you can make room in your hearts for me as a potential sister wife. Ino bowed to the other girls. Kurotsuchi stood up next. Her posture was confident, but you could tell that she wasn't in her comfort zone. Naruto is a special guy. When my gramps called me into his office and explained what happened when the Yellow Flash's child ventured into the Tsuchikage's office, I was floored. When I read Naruto's letter, I began to open up. I have never been a romantic kind of girl. But, as I am sure all of you know, Ruto has the way of bringing the best out of everyone. For the past 4-ish months, we have been exchanging letters. Our courtship is diplomatic in nature and isn't exactly popular back home. I don't know how I feel about sharing, but I am open to getting to know each of you. She bowed to each girl and sat back down. Finally, Samui stood up and bowed to each girl. I am Samui of Kumo. My story is much like Kurotsuchi's. I found it to be crazy that the Raikage was entertaining the idea of a political marriage. Then, I read Ruto's letter. I am normally a calm and cool kunoichi. However, when I am around Ruto, I melt. He makes me feel beautiful and appreciated. His massages are pretty cool, too. All girls in the room nodded their heads at that. I know it sounds crazy, but I believe in Ruto's promise to love each of us equally. I think you are all pretty cool and I look forward to getting to know you. Thank you, ladies. Naruto was cut off by Anko. Nuh-uh, Ruto. It is time for girl talk. We will have to ask you to leave the room and give us some privacy. Naruto tried to mount a meager protest, but the girls agreed with Anko. Naruto caved rather quickly and went out to the training ground to join his clones. He still had to read Jiraiya's scrolls and train for the finals. The girls talked for a couple hours before bringing Naruto back inside. Once he got inside, the girls surrounded him in a heavenly hug, filled with soft and supple mounds. He could feel the unsettled emotions from earlier were now gone. Each girl had made her resolve and it seemed like they were on their way to becoming fast friends. Flashback end. Naruto recovered himself from his thoughts and returned his focus to the council. He only drifted for 5 to 10 seconds before saying, I am sorry, Homura-san. I was lost in my thoughts. Could you please repeat that? I asked for an honest assessment of Samui and Kurotsuchi. It seems like you are getting along well. Is there anything that the council should know? Homura repeated despondently. Well, honorable council, I have given gifts of gratitude to the Raikage, Tsuchikage and the 2 girls. It was from the Uzumaki treasury, so there shouldn't be a problem there. I believe that the gifts were well received. The sword Samui used in the preliminary fight was my gift to her. The necklace that Kurotsuchi wears is also from me. I did not give them anything that could compromise the leaf. Responded Naruto in a light tone. Naruto-san, what did you give to the Raikage and Tsuchikage? I know that Hitomi taught you extensively about gift giving, so I am sure it was something of note. Came the voice of Hiashi Hyuga. Naruto turned and nodded respectfully to Hiashi. Hiashi-sensei, it is wonderful to see you again. I have greatly missed our lessons. Yes, Lady Hitomi taught me very well and I have been drawing on those lessons a lot over the past few months. I gave the Raikage a pair of enchanted boxing gloves. I thought it would fit his motif and he greatly enjoyed them. I gave the Tsuchikage a belt with Fuinjutsu enchantments to relieve his back pain and assist in movement. He also expressed his immediate gratitude. It was the return of the Pink Banshee. How dare you give gifts to foreign leaders without consulting us first? You have the audacity to give gifts to other villages and deny us access to the Uzumaki library or armory. How impudent. Mibuki was cut off mid-rant by a sword to her neck. Naruto's wakizashi was held by a clone of his. Naruto looked to the Hokage. Hokage-sama, I grow tired of Counselor Mibuki. From what I can sense, so do many others. May I put forward a petition to remove her from the civilian council? All I need is a second to bring this motion to a vote. I assure the council, removing her will save everyone here a significant amount of time and headaches. Immediately, there were 7 hands raised from the ninja side of the council and 3 raised from the civilian side. Well, Naruto-kun, it seems you have your vote. I will now open a vote to remove Counselor Haruno. All in favor, please raise your hands. Ah, very well. Mibuki, you are hereby relieved of your post by a vote of 15 to 5. Please vacate your office within the week. Anbu, please escort Counselor Haruno to her office. The calm voice of Hiruzen restored order to the room. Now, Naruto-kun, we have called you here to review the terms of the treaties. Marriage arrangements are serious things. Please read this over and bring up anything we will need to renegotiate. Naruto walked forward and reviewed the treaties. They include dual citizenship, access and sharing of family jutsu, split rights to the offspring. No, that wouldn't do. He would not split his family up. Samui wished to become a namikaze and carry that line forward. Kurotsuchi wished to become an Uzumaki in order to avoid opening old wounds. Those were the main points. Naruto felt comfortable enough with the material to address the council. Hokage-sama and Honorable Council, I find many good points in these treaties. The only thing I wish to address is the split rights to my offspring. I will not split my family up. I would petition for dual citizenship for my children. I am open to negotiations of sending them to work as shinobi for our allies when they come of age. I would like to petition that age to be at least 14, preferably 16, Naruto said in a deadly serious tone. Homura voiced his concerns first. Naruto-san, these are common terms of treaties like this. The other villages will see us as hoarding power if we keep all your offspring here. Homura-sama, I understand that. I am willing to compromise a bit on this, but as I stated, I will not have a divided family. If we cannot see eye to eye on this, I wish to make this petition to the Raikage and Tsuchikage personally to explain my reasoning. I will pay compensation via other means if it is necessary. That is quite all right, Naruto-kun. I planned on having you there to begin with. Is there anything else from the treaties that you wish to discuss? The calm voice of Hiruzen stopped any other outbreaks before they could begin. Not that I see at this time, Hokage-sama. Very well, we will move on to the next issue. Mei Terumi, the new Mizukage, gave us a response to your letter. Imagine my surprise when I found you made her the same offer that you did to Iwa and Kumo. Furthermore, I would ask you to refrain from donating to any foreign cause without consulting myself or the council first. My apologies, Hokage-sama. During my mission to Wave, I made some judgment calls within your directive to establish positive diplomatic relations with Wave country. During our initial encounter with Zabuza, I came up with an effective way to end the hostilities, protect my client and potentially gain us a new ally. I did not use any of the village's funds to do so, and I gave an anonymous donation to the rebel effort. Hiruzen laughed and the tension around the room dispersed. Oh, my boy, you have brought alliances from Kumo, Iwa, and Wave. Now, the mist shows up. I spoke with Mei, and she asked me to write up a treaty that mirrors what we have offered Iwa and Kumo. You may have single-handedly allied 4 of the Great Five. Now, I wish to open this issue to the council. Should we accept the treaties proposed by the Hidden Mist? Danzo spoke up first. Hiruzen, I am as pleased with my pupil's efforts as you are. However, we should think about this in terms of how to best benefit Konoha. We have agreed to trade with Kumo and Iwa that benefits all countries. What do we stand to gain by including the Mist? They are fresh out of a civil war and are probably in a state of disarray. There were nods of agreement with Danzo's statement. There could be very little fault found in it. It was Naruto that answered. Danzo-sama, I find merit in your words. However, the path to peace starts with a single footstep. I can tell you that I felt great strength and integrity from the Mizukage. She wishes to direct the Mist into a more positive and less isolationist direction. If we don't accept, she will look elsewhere. I can think of a few things that we can ask from the Mist. Ask yourselves though, what do we lose by accepting this agreement? Naruto displayed remarkable political reasoning for a 13-year-old. If anyone stopped to do the math, Naruto's mental age and experience would be nearly 120 years at this point. All the clones every day made him mature very rapidly. Luckily, his body and hormones balanced that out and kept him acting like the blonde knucklehead he is at heart. Shukaku chipped in, that is true, Naruto. I can think of very few detriments. It is likely they would require heavy assistance from us in the beginning, but we would see rapid return on that investment. What benefits were you thinking of in exchange for Konoha's assistance? Shukaku's interest was piqued by Naruto nearly 10 years ago. Now he finds the boy to be fascinating and infuriating. He still split shogi matches whenever he played against the blonde. Their overall record was 58-64 in Naruto's favor. It is as you say, Shukaku-sama. The Mist could potentially become a valued trade partner. I would push for 10 years of reduced levies in return for our short-term financial assistance. I would propose a trade of instructors as well. There are not many Kenjutsu specialists in Konoha, which the Mist has plenty of. I propose we send Iruka-sensei and a small team of teachers to assist the Mist in reforming their education system in return for a Kenjutsu instructor or 2, Naruto said all this with practiced ease. And what of your involvement and potential engagement to a kunoichi of their choosing? You already have 4 members and the CRA will only allow you up to 6. Not to mention, one of those is my daughter. Inoiki's voice trailed off at the end. Inoiki-sama, if I must take multiple wives to rebuild my clan, why not secure world peace by doing it? If they make an offer, I will hear them out. My condition still stands, I will only marry for love and those that gain the approval of my future wives. If I feel anything off with their choice, I will let Hokage-sama know. Hiruzen chuckled, so, you would accept another potential fiancé? Naruto scratched the back of his neck sheepishly and his eyes closed all the way in embarrassment. If that is the wish of my Hokage and his council. Yes, I will consider it. Very well, Naruto-kun. There is to be a cage summit of sorts and you are the man of the hour. Which brings me to my final topic. I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, nominate Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze as my heir apparent. Upon his 18th birthday, I will pass the mantle of Hokage to him. If I die before then, I trust Danzo to hold my place until his 18th birthday. After the Chunin exams, Naruto will spend at least 3 days per week apprenticing under the Hokage. We will now hold a vote to confirm this plan. Are there any objections before the vote is taken? It was Tsunade that spoke up. Hokage-sama, are you sure Danzo should be your replacement? I know he has changed much over the years. Even I have to admit I am surprised. However, I thought you would nominate Jiraiya or myself. There were a couple nods of agreement from the Ninja Council before the Hokage responded. Tsunade, I had thought you would want no part of it. However, I choose Danzo because he has taught Naruto since he was a boy. Since his return to the light, I have found the friend and rival I respected. Furthermore, there is nobody more devout to protecting the great tree than Danzo. It is only a precaution, but I choose to trust him. Hokage-sama, why appoint Naruto-san at 18? Isn't that still too young? Shouldn't we let him gain more experience? Came the call of a civilian counselor. Oh ho! And how many of you have negotiated peace treaties with 3 of the Great Five before? That handles the experience issue. Not to mention, once Naruto is 15, he will likely be connected by marriage to 3 of the villages. Who better to have as Hokage? I might add that the Fire Lord agrees with me and wished to name Naruto Hokage upon his 15th birthday. It was I that extended it to 18 so that Naruto-kun may enjoy his youth, Hiruzen said while enjoying the reactions on the faces of his counselors. Kami blesses it, Naruto even made council meetings entertaining. The vote was called and approved the Hokage's proposal 12-8. Mikado couldn't bring herself to vote for Danzo due to past transgressions against the Uchiha clan. Hiashi also voted against him for that same reason. It was Shukaku that turned the vote in Danzo's favor by saying that the whole point of everything Naruto was doing was to bury the proverbial hatchet and move forward. That helped the measure get approved and drew the council to a close. After they were dismissed, Naruto approached Hiashi. Hiashi-sensei, I wanted to talk to you about Neji's actions in the preliminary fight, about his punishment and about a potential gift to the Hyuga clan from the Uzumaki. Hiashi raised his eyebrows at this and nodded his head. The two moved to a side room and threw up a privacy seal. Go ahead, Naruto-san. Aw, come on sensei. It's just the 2 of us, so can we drop the formalities? At Hiashi's nod, he continued. I do not know how the darkness crept into Neji's heart. What I felt from him was immense rage. I can only presume it is his destiny as a caged bird. As you well know, I despise that practice of your clan. I recently completed the removal process and the alternate protection seal. Naruto paused here to let Hiashi soak that in. Is that so? That will present quite the internal struggle to the Hyuga. Will you give me your word that the new seal is effective? He asked in a cautious tone. Yes, Hiashi-sama. After I beat the darkness out of Neji, which I apologize for in advance, I plan on removing his caged bird seal in public. I propose this to put your elders into an uncomfortable position. If I place an alternate protection method on your Byakugan, they lose their strongest argument. Then, the caged bird seal will only be seen as a means to enslave rather than protect. I know you and Hitomi have been looking for a way out, while I'm offering one. Naruto let out a deep breath. He knew Hiashi was a traditionalist, but luckily Hitomi kept the man positive and had broken through on this topic. Okay, Naruto. I will allow you to move forward with your plan. I will delay the Hyuga from seeking recompense for your actions. I will also seek to have the caged bird seal removed and replaced throughout the clan. Will I have your backing in this? You have become quite a powerful political figure. Sure thing, sensei. Naruto's bright smile was all Hiashi needed. Now it was time to watch the show play out. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.